जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों, ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है। ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में जहां आना जाना तब मुश्किल हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश की पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ऊर्जा लगाने के लिए ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत ही कम समय में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब ये मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सिर्फ एक साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। यहाँ उत्तराखंड में तो त्रिवेंद्र जी और उनकी टीम ने एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए सिर्फ एक रुपये में पानी का कनेक्शन देने का बीड़ा उठाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि उत्तराखंड सरकार ने साल 2022 तक ही राज्य के हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। कोरोना के इस है कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है। साथियों, गांव और गरीब के घर तक पानी पहुंचाने का तो अभियान है ही। ये एक प्रकार से ग्राम स्वराज को, गांव के सशक्तिकरण को, उसके लिए भी एक नई ऊर्जा, नई ताकत, नई बुलंदी देने वाला अभियान है। सरकार के काम करने में कैसे बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, ये उसका भी उदाहरण है। पहले भी सरकारी योजनाओं पर अक्सर दिल्ली में ही बैठकर फैसला होता था। किस गांव में कहां सोर्स टैंक बनेगा, कहां से पाइपलाइन बिछेगी, ये सब फैसले ज्यादातर राजधानियों में ही होते थे। लेकिन जल जीवन मिशन ने अब इस पूरी परिपाटी को सदस्यों के सबसे ज्यादा काम आने वाली है। एक प्रकार की मार्गदर्शिका है। और मेरा पक्का विश्वास है, पानी की कठिनाई क्या होती है, पानी का मूल्य क्या होता है, पानी की आवश्यकता कैसे सुविधा और संकट दोनों लाती है, इस बात को हमारी माताएं बहनें जितना समझती हैं, शायद ही कोई समझता है। और इसलिए जब इसका पूरा कारोबार माताओं बहनों के हाथ में जाता है, तो बड़ी संवेदनशीलता के साथ, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ वे इस काम को निभाती हैं और अच्छे परिणाम भी देती हैं। ये गांव के लोगों को एक मार्ग दिखाएगी। ये किताब जो बनाई है, वो छोटे मोटे निर्णय करने में, फैसले लेने में मदद करेगी। मैं समझता हूं, जल जीवन मिशन ने गांव के लोगों को एक अवसर दिया है। अवसर अपने गांव को पानी की समस्याओं से मुक्त करने का, अवसर है अपने गांव को पानी से भरपूर करने का। मुझे बताया गया है कि जल जीवन मिशन इस 2 अक्टूबर गांधी जयंती से एक और अभियान शुरू करने जा रहा है। 100 दिन का एक विशेष अभियान, जिसके तहत देश के हर स्कूल और हर आंगनवाड़ी में नल से जल को सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। मैं इस अभियान की सफलता की शुभकामना देता हूं और मैं राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह करता हूं कि करने जैसा पवित्र काम है, राज्य सरकारें भी पूरी तरह इस जिम्मेवारी को अपने कंधे पर उठाएं और इस काम को 100 दिन में हम पूरा करके दिखाएं। साथियों, नमामि गंगे अभियान हो, जल जीवन मिशन हो, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो, ऐसे अनेक कार्यक्रम बीते 6 सालों के बड़े रिफॉर्म्स का हिस्सा है। ये ऐसे रिफॉर्म है जो सामान्य जन के जीवन में, सामाजिक व्यवस्था में हमेशा के लिए सार्थक बदलाव लाने में मददगार है।
जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर में
जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों, ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है। ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में, जहां आना जाना तब मुश्किल हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश की पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ऊर्जा लगाने के लिए ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत ही कम समय में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब ये मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सिर्फ 1 साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। यहां उत्तराखंड में तो त्रिवेंद्र जी और उनकी टीम ने एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए सिर्फ 1 रुपये में पानी का कनेक्शन देने का बीड़ा उठाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि उत्तराखंड सरकार ने साल 2022 तक ही राज्य के हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। कोरोना के इस कालखंड में भी उत्तराखंड में बीते 4-5 महीने में
जल जीवन मिशन।
A very good morning to each one of you present over here. Problem of echo. Okay, so before formally welcoming all the dignitaries and all the participants of this national workshop on capacity building under Jal Jeevan Mission, I would request, yes, that's one. Echo. Hello, I think better now, okay. So I would request Ms. Lopa Mudra to formally welcome our Secretary, Madam Vinny Mahajan, by presenting a bouquet. Yes. 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 We would now welcome our Special Secretary and Mission Director, Sri Arun Baroka, by presenting a bouquet. We also have Ms. Richa Mishra, who is Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor in the Ministry. We would also welcome her by presenting a bouquet. We would also like to invite Mr. Nicholas Osbert, Chief Wash of Unicef, by presenting a bouquet. Thank you so much. Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Sri Arun Baroka, Special Secretary and Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, Ms. Richa Mishra, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor, Mr. Nicholas Osbert, Chief Wash Unicef. We have also special experts on this sector, Sri R.K. Sama, Sri Libby Johnson, and importantly, all the participants, especially the state nodal officers of capacity building and training from various states. And also we have, importantly, the KRCs, who are our partners in the capacity building. I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly welcome you all, and also the entire team of JJM, the Department of Drinking Water Sanitation, UNICEF, and all the officers, ladies and gentlemen, present over here for this workshop. And I'm very hopeful that by this end of this workshop, we'll come out with some meaningful, we'll have meaningful discussions and come out with some outcomes which would help really improving the much needed capacity building and various training programs for this program. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Nicholas Osbert, who is the WASH Chief of UNICEF, for his opening remarks for this workshop. Mr. Nicholas Osbert, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwakanam. Dignitaries on the dais and KRC members, trainers, colleagues, very happy to be here on behalf of UNICEF. This is the heart of the capacity development for safe drinking water in rural India, hence the importance. There are 104 organizations in the room. Some of you have the responsibility to speak and train high-level decision makers and senior bureaucrats in states. These are the L1 KRCs, others working at more mid-level management, much more hands-on, and others very much at the grassroots level for technical support and really directly reaching to the grassroots level and to the communities. And these efforts at those various levels are really important. And you are only 104 to cover the whole of India. So, of course, the work is very much to support all the Indian administration as well at the grassroots level, the implementation support agencies, ISAs, as well as women self-help groups who are at the core of making that interface between us, trainers, people that have the responsibility for the service, and the communities who receive that. And this is very important at the moment where now that the COVID-19 pandemic is not hindering our work, we really need to accelerate the pace of implementation because for such high-level strategic program, there is a big accountability for results and achievements. And so you will hear during those 2 days about the pace of implementation, which needs to be accelerated. So what we hope for this workshop altogether, first we'll see about the troubleshooting on administrative processes with regard to your engagement so that there is no reason for delay. I think that is important. But beyond that, and what we really hope for and what we really want to support as UNICEF, it's all the learning and cross-learning. There is such a great wealth of expertise, knowledge of the field in the room. And it's the second time that we organize such a gathering with all of you. And there will be more. And we hope that it is fruitful in this way on looking at what works and also what does not work in a very solution-oriented fashion. We have the chance to have a very open-minded management in Ministry of Jal Shakti, willing to consult, willing to troubleshoot, to find solutions. So let's not shy away on the problems, but remaining action-oriented and solution-oriented. At the end of the day, it's a very serious business, very important accountability. At the end of the day, there are real people that require safe drinking water. For UNICEF mandate, real children, real women, and particularly the most vulnerable of India. So yeah, it's not just ticking the boxes, it's really about the service, such essential service that we can all be proud of with safe drinking water. And I really hope to learn about how all the great guidelines developed with the support of some of you and which from a global standpoint are really exemplary. It's a really good guidelines. How they translate in the field in terms of operation maintenance and in terms of strengthening community resilience, source sustainability, and in terms of day-to-day management of the water supply pipe schemes, as well as quality and monitoring of the construction phase, which is ongoing at big scale. So if we really want to understand what's going on in the field, I think something really important is all the monitoring architecture. The state departments, the ministry need some real accurate data. And I think that's also an important role of the KRCs on this capacity enhancement to ensure that there is the JJM dashboard, which is also an amazing tool, but eyes and ears on the ground, such as yourself, are perhaps more important. So the focus on monitoring and see about water quality, about grievance redressal, if it is happening, and what are the bottlenecks and how to better focus on addressing those bottlenecks. So as I mentioned, I mean, a ministry, 104 KRCs, 11,000 ISAs, thousands of women self-help groups, and see how you can also support those grassroots stakeholders to perform directly at the community level, how many are engaged, how many are active, and there are great news on the front of mobilizing SHGs to do that work, and we hope to discuss those things during the next 2 days. So our role really, Ministry, Unicef, and others, is to facilitate a free exchange of ideas during those 2 days, really on the reality and bringing, having clear takeaways and a roadmap for the coming few months until we gather again to take stock of the progresses. But a very tough time coming our way with a very sharp acceleration of the rollout of the Jal Jeevan Mission. So to conclude, it's what India is handling today is quite historical. From a global standpoint, there is no match to this political engagement for essential services such as drinking water in the world. This is everywhere we work, UNICEF, in many countries, people are really looking at India and seeing like the political drive, the budget on the table, and the commitment of the Indian administration, the Indian NGOs, expertise academic institutions, and that they look at India and they are very much inspired because there is no match to that drive. But that tells also about the accountability that goes with it to make the best of this outstanding investment in improving the life of people, and again, particularly the poorest and the most vulnerable. With these words, I will end these opening remarks, and we'll be in the room, UNICEF, throughout the 2 days, learning with you and also seeing what type of support we can provide, what is it we can do better and more in order to support your work in the field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Osbert, for that opening remarks. As he rightly underlined, it's a huge task. Capacitating of all the stakeholders of this mission is a huge task. And we have to work in tandem. National Jal Jeevan Mission, all the stakeholders of capacity building, the states, the KRCs, the ISAs, and also the other non-governmental organizations. So I think with this opening remarks, I would like to take the program forward. Now I would like to invite Sri Arun Baroka, Special Secretary and Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission. Sir, please.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Secretary Ma'am, Madam Bini Mahajanji, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor Richa Mishra ji, Nicola, Kannanji, my friends from the department, and all the representatives from KRCs. First of all, we welcome you here in this workshop at the national level, in which almost all the KRCs are represented. To begin with, I must thank UNICEF and Nicola particularly and his team organizing this national workshop. Why this national workshop was required? Last few months we were having a lot of issues relating to COVID, and we could not meet in such big numbers at the national level. You also, when you were assigned the states, you were also not able to conduct physical training, and many times you were doing virtual, and you were finding many difficulties in implementing the training programs. So we thought that let's meet together, let's find out what are the issues which we are still in the beginning stages, I would say, because still we have not been really able to hold physical trainings in big numbers. We have not been able to get the kind of participation which we wanted. All of us know about the background of the program. I need not repeat that. The program started in 2019, and Uh, we are halfway through in this program, and our progress is also almost about 50%. All this work, even though it is engineering driven, PhD undertakes the works in almost all the states, except for few places where RD department is also actively involved. Uh, so when it is an engineering driven program, many times the community participation is lacking, and the whole spirit behind Jal Jeevan Mission is the community participation, starting from planning to implementation and then ultimately to the operation and maintenance after handing over to the community. So this requires the support in a different way, not from the engineering department's sort of thinking or approach, which generally PhD department has. It becomes very difficult to develop the village action plans without involving the community through these PhD department. Generally, they will do it at their own level at the state headquarters. Many a times, for namesake, they will be having the community participation. We want to have the community participation. All of you know about that. We want to have village water and sanitation committees to be formed at the earliest, village VWSCs or Pani Samitis. Their role is very important from beginning till handing over and the operation and maintenance and running of the scheme. So all this involves shift in the approach, shift in the working styles, which many a times is lacking. Despite all this, we have been able to do a good progress. States are in such a position that they have almost decided what kind of works they will be doing, single village or multi-villages schemes, and they are in final stages of implementation of the program, and they are targeting, most of them are targeting for 2024. Some of the single village schemes or multi-village schemes still under scrutiny and under finalization. That will be done very shortly. At this stage, the role of KRCs become very important. Earlier also it was important. If we had finalized it long back in the beginning of the program itself in 2019, that would have been the best possible scenario. But even now, we have a very big opportunity available for us. All of us know that the household connection load is the highest in few states. About 13 states we have estimated. Leading in that is Uttar Pradesh, and then some other states are West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, and a few other states. But we want to focus here because I think the returns will be great in working in these states. We would request, even though I'm told in Uttar Pradesh, for example, we have about 10 KRCs, and they have not been able to work that well due to not only just Corona, it was due to other reasons like 2 elections which were there in UP. We would like to focus on UP in a big way. So same way for other states, we need to focus it in those states. All those KRCs which would like to work on these 13 states, all those who are already working is fine, but all those who are not working and would like to be aligned with these states, they can show their willingness also, so that we can focus our energies on these 13 states and get good results in a timely manner. This is one proposal which we are having. We have gone through the feedback which you have shared with our team relating to issues and challenges with respect to I would say, not active participation from the state side when they go there. They see KRCs as somebody which has been nominated by central government, and they don't have. So it's a kind of mixed reaction. In some states, there is a good response, but in some states, they are not able to get that kind of support which they expect. And obviously, when support is not there, the kind of participation is also poor. And even after nomination, they don't join, or even after joining, they will not give the feedback also. So this is the kind of feedback, the written feedback, which Kananji has shared with me. Now, there are some issues relating to payment also getting delayed. So that is internal for us, and we'll look into that. how it is happening, how we can expedite. We have our financial advisor also with us. We'll listen to all your feedback, which will be coming from you. The whole ministry is here. Madam Secretary, despite her very busy schedule, she has made herself available today. So we'll listen to your points and see how we can improve the working of the capacity building exercise, such a big exercise which we are undertaking. And we must remember that KRCs are undertaking a very small percentage of work at the national level. States are also undertaking the works at the local level. So when we are particularly at the higher level, when we are interacting, it becomes very important that we convert them into master trainers. Whosoever is there, whether it is at the mission director level or ENC or principal secretary, we need to understand the requirements as KRCs, obviously in consultation with the ministry, and we need to consult the state government also. They should also become agent of change, and they should become master trainers themselves also. So when they go in the field, they should also be knowing all the things. This is particularly important because a lot of transfers happen in between also. And we need to orient them, reorient them, provide them the latest guidelines and latest challenges which people are facing. We need to ensure that all tenders are in place. That is a priority which Secretary Ma'am has given to the ministry and to all the states, that now is the time to finalize. In next 2 months or so, we should be finalizing everything. All the tenders should be awarded in next few months so that we can achieve the target of 2024. The role of KRCs become very important. It's just not that you should be interacting with the state government only when you are conducting the training. You should be going there, introducing yourself. You have the introduction letter from our ministry. If you want some other communication from Secretary Ma'am side or from my side, we will issue that also. Interact with the state government. They should feel that you are part of the state government. It should not happen that, when we ask the state government, like yesterday, Secretary Ma'am asked J&K, we were in Srinagar and they didn't know anything about the KRCs. Same is happened in some other states also whenever we ask them. So it should be this way that they should realize that these KRCs are available anytime. You should introduce yourself. Once again, if you have not been successful in the past, and if you have any issues, you have my numbers also. You can let us know any point of time. There are some issues which we'll be discussing little later on. We have been specifically told about the issue relating to bank guarantee. The team from Unicef and Mr. Kannan has suggested some way out. We'll see how we can come out of that situation. But this is a requirement of the government, and for that reason, we have been insisting upon that. But we'll work out something which will be helpful to you. Now, we'll request you to actively participate in this 2 days workshop, provide us feedback. Any doubts which you are having, we are available. Our full team is available, not only from Jal Jeevan Mission, even Swachh Bharat Mission team is also available. Just to give an idea of Swachh Bharat Mission, all of you have been working in Swachh Bharat Mission in phase 1 also, in some form or the other. At the moment, your role is exclusively assigned for Jal Jeevan Mission, but there are many issues which are interrelated. And particularly the issue related to grey water management. All of us know when more water is being supplied, then obviously there will be wastewater also which will be coming out, and that needs to be handled. How do we handle that? We have been, when we explain it to any state, they immediately realize, they must be knowing it, but then obviously they need to be reminded about it, that all these issues are interrelated and we need to tackle them in a holistic manner. And for this reason, our team from Swachh Bharat Mission, I think they can come little forward if chairs are available. They will also be available. They will be clarifying to any doubts and anything which you are having. The latest guidelines with respect to Swachh Bharat Mission, I think it would be good idea you take note of them. Our team will make a small presentation about that also. particularly with respect to solid and liquid waste management, technical as well as financial provisions which are there with them. So when you go there, when you interact with the state government, many times you will be interacting with PhD department. Doesn't matter. Even they need to be told. Many times they also don't know about the financial provisions with respect to Swachh Bharat mission. So they could be told. So whenever a plan is being made at the village level particularly, so a village level plan should also have the elements relating to solid and liquid waste management, and also to ensure that the source doesn't get infected or contaminated with the wastewater which is coming out from the household. So this is one activity which can be undertaken in a holistic manner at the village level. Only villagers can point out. I think if engineering department is undertaking only water supply, they will not look into this aspect. We have also sensitized all the state governments that whenever a VAP is prepared, let it be uploaded in the GPDP. I think all of us know the importance of GPDP. Until and unless our action plan is uploaded in GPDP, it will not be reflected in the national e-Gram Swaraj portal also, and we'll not know what kind of progress is happening. So this is another aspect which we have been focusing and informing the state government. So I'll just stop here and request you to actively participate in today and tomorrow's proceedings. And I once again thank Secretary Ma'am for sparing her time and joining in this workshop. And also we are thankful to our Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor. She has also taken her time out. And some of the financial issues, if you have, I think we can, Kananji, we can take them up in the beginning itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for emphasizing the importance of community participation and the important role which the KRCs are expected to play in this important mission of Jal Jeevan Mission, and also the interlinks between Swachh Bharat Mission and Jal Jeevan Mission. And also thank you for putting it in a nice manner, the national perspective, what at national level the Jal Jeevan Mission is all about, what are our targets, and how hard we have to work to achieve these targets. Taking the program forward, as said by our Special Secretary, we are fortunate this time that our Secretary is with us. Last time you all remember during the conference we had in September, October, the Secretary could join only online. This time, despite her very busy schedule, she has been kind enough to be present over here for this important workshop. As we all understand, for working in a very efficient manner, we have to have systems in place, systems to be very streamlined, organized. So towards that direction, with a lot of efforts, we have finally, come up with our JJM training portal. This has been with a lot of efforts. I think many of the KRCs, you have already done the trial run also. So I'm also especially thankful to our Special Secretary for his special suggestion of having the time and location stamping. So that's again very, very important, and you can utilize this feature. This is also mobile available, not taking much of time. I would request Secretary Ma'am to formally launch our JJM training portal. Ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would also request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Ma'am, please.
I'm going to mess your program up a little bit again. Namaskar.
colleagues from the Jal department and from Unicef and all friends who are our partners in the Jal Jeevan Mission and hopefully also in the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. Thank you all for joining. I believe we have over 100 KRCs represented here today, apart from the state governments. And this is a really important day for us because, as you know, we are almost halfway through in the JJM. And typically, when you reach the halfway mark, you see a glass half full. तो हमारा भी glass half full है. We are deeply concerned at the fact that we haven't attained more than we should have because it was a very ambitious program and we had hoped and expected to achieve a better stage of the mission than we are currently. So abhi tak humne, as you know, even 50% FHTCs, we have not really been able to touch. We're almost there, not quite. And there are many states and UTs where even basic planning has not been done, let alone start of work. In particular, capacity building, which is a vital ingredient and absolutely crucial to achieving the outcomes that we set out for ourselves, that also suffered for various reasons. COVID obviously was an important reason, also the reason perhaps why we all could not meet sooner, more frequently. Let us hope that those reasons are behind us, because we also have a lot of positives. Glass आधा भरा भी है. We have very well thought out program, very good guidelines in position. We have a very good structure and architecture, and we have very robust partnerships. So when all of us together are committed to the cause, then there is no reason that we will not be able to now put behind whatever difficulties the initial stages saw, and hopefully the COVID environment will also stay calm, and we will be able to take forward all the plans and schemes and all the ambition that we had for this program. So this is an opportunity for us to again reiterate our commitment to the cause, and there could not be a more worthy cause. Ensuring that every rural household in the country gets access to clean drinking water in their homes, and that access is of the right quality, quantity, regularity, but also sustainable. And for sustainability in particular, for equity, we ensure that the community participates and engages from the inception stage, from the plan itself to the implementation, and going forward takes over the ownership and runs the program. So that is the ambition. But as we know, government itself, whether government of India, state governments, we operate in silos. So if the PHED department and the rural development departments don't talk to each other, then we have a problem. And this is something where we are talking to all states and UTs and telling them that at least these two departments, wherever they are wherever they are separate and handling different activities, must work together. Similarly, all of you key to the program, all of us in the government of India, in the states, must work together, resolve whatever issues we are facing, and make sure that we achieve the best possible outcomes for the people of our country, and especially the weakest, poorest living in our rural areas. So there are issues that you are facing. We want you to discuss amongst yourselves and also with our teams and see which issues are best handled, what are the solutions that we want. And we will want to hear those and we will try to resolve those. Like your financial issues, I don't know how important it is, but if really BGs, etc., are becoming a concern, then ma'am Richa, JS and FA will lead an effort to make sure that we resolve whatever financing issues there are in the system. Because we don't want to create difficulties for you. We want to empower you as much as we can so that you in turn are able to do your task and deliver and achieve the outcomes that you want to see and we want to see. But in addition to that, I will request you, हमें भी थोड़ी ज्यादा हिम्मत करने की जरूरत है, हमें भी थोड़ी ज्यादा मेहनत की जरूरत है, हम समझ रहे हैं. मुझे लगता है आप सबको भी थोड़ी ज्यादा हिम्मत, थोड़ी ज्यादा मेहनत करने की जरूरत है. Like I said, times were not entirely conducive. The terrible suffering that the country went through, the world went through with COVID, none of us could really do anything about that. And there were other constraints also, I'm sure. But this is the time when we have to overcome those constraints. And certainly we have to remain in close communication and make sure that if you are facing any constraints that we can help you with, if the state governments can support you more than they are doing currently, then we will work with the states, and I'm sure the states will be happy to work with you. Let us bridge the communication gap. Let us make sure that whatever issues are creating any obstacle in the achievement of the goal that you have set out, because you are also giving your time, your precious resource, your effort to this cause. And that time and effort must yield the best possible result for the people of this country. That is what we are working together for. So let us jointly make sure that we leave no stone unturned. But I would again request everyone, we really want to see very strong efforts made now going forward. So उसके लिए आपको जो कुछ भी करने की जरूरत है, kindly do see what you need to do. Mr. Baroka mentioned that there are some states which are really lagging behind. If you are working in multiple states and want to focus on those states which are lagging, please do that. We are with you. If you have capacity yourself to expand your efforts, to go into new areas, to do more, now that you have some experience behind you, you have done some capacity building. If you think you can do more, let us know. Please do more. We need everyone to do more. There is just not enough effort showing up on ground just now because it's a very large country and we have to reach out to each one of those almost 20 crore households in some ways. And there are different stages. So there are some areas where the work has been done in some sense. They are getting the benefits of the Jal Jeevan Mission. The task there is different from those areas where the states and UTs are still struggling with how to plan because they don't see the possibility of being able to provide 55 LPCD as per the desired standards. And in between, there will be many where village action plans are under preparation or prepared, but not yet, the work has not yet started, or where work has started, it is not yet complete. And each of these, all of these stages will need different kinds of understanding, different kinds of interventions. So when you do the capacity building, please remain conscious of that. Please remain alert to the fact in your area, I'm sure you're already looking at it, but is it that planning has not yet been done, in which case can you actively support the efforts to do proper VAPs and make sure that those VAPs are reflected in the DPRs? Where the work is under implementation, can we make sure that local communities are taking interest in the actual work, making sure that if pipes are not being laid properly or if there's some other obvious defects, they make enough noise about it so that those defects are remedied now? If an FHTC, well, if a tap connection is being given, but at the back end, there is not enough source sustainability taken care of to make it actually an FHTC, can we make sure that we raise that issue at all levels? We have to make a noise today. There is no question of keeping quiet today, because if we keep quiet today, then we are fooling not just ourselves, we are fooling our people, and they will not be fooled. So let us bring out whatever problems there are today, whether those are problems internal to the relationship between you and the state and the department, or those are issues relating to implementation of work, or any other issues relating, for example, to how the village communities have to be handed over these assets, how will they maintain them, what is the state's enabling policy with regard to user charges, what is the role of the women self-help groups, do we want to encourage those, do we need to then make sure that they know what to do? What are the ISAs doing? Can we make sure that all the implementation support and agencies are actually supporting implementation on ground and have the capacity to do that? We have been talking to the states, they're not able to find enough CSOs to become ISAs, and we are suggesting to them, take on the women's SHGs. Let them become their federations, or even at the village level, let them become ISAs. But we also know that their capacities will need to be built. They will not automatically convert into ISAs for JJM. So can you, all of you who are actually dealing with agencies working at different levels, L1, L2, L3, whichever level and whichever multiple levels you're working with, can you look at this problem in its entirety, and can you also get back to us with thoughts, suggestions, constructive leads that we can then take forward to make sure we achieve what we set out to? And while doing all this, I will echo what Mr. Baroka just said. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we also want a Swachh Bharat. We had declared ourselves ODF. Can we make sure that we retain actually on ground our ODF status? The feedback we keep getting is that it's still not 100%. There are new families and even toilets that were made. Some of them are not functional. Some places people are slipping back. Is that correct? What can we do about it? Do we need to do retrofitting of toilets? What is happening to solid and liquid waste management? Would you like to also take up those tasks? This is an invitation to all those of you, because I presume many of you working in rural areas would also be deeply interested in issues around SLWM and plastic waste management and fecal sludge management. So if you are, and if you think you'd like to do a little bit more there, let us know how we can help you and empower you and support you. I was just discussing that we do actually need to hear you. It can't be a one-way communication. We cannot just speak and go away. We will need to go away for some time because there's something urgent that needs to be done. My proposal, and I'm sorry it's messing up the schedule, Mr. Vishwakanan and others will hate me for this. But my proposal is that please carry on with your discussions, and perhaps we can rejoin you at 3 o'clock. We have a flight at 5 o'clock, so we'll spend perhaps an hour plus with you here. In the meantime, please have free and frank discussions, but remain constructive and positive, because it's a massive effort that we're making. There's a massive result that we are looking for. It's a great thing to be doing. India will achieve the SDG 6 well before the global community thinks it is doable for the world at large. And we will do it in the best possible way with the strongest possible partnership between all of us in this room and others who are not in this room. So let's put on our thinking hats, our constructive hats. Let's resolve the problems that we see. Let's connect and reconnect and make sure that we are able to deliver, we as well as you, in the way that the people of our country expect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this clear vision, putting before us the vision of this whole Jal Jeevan Mission and the capacity building. As you rightly pointed out, yes, the KRCs have to be there on the field working with on all aspects of this whole mission, apart from capacity building, also implementation issues, a lot of such issues which have to be our ears and eyes for this whole mission. So thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, especially I'm grateful to you for sparing your valuable time despite your very busy schedule. And yes, ma'am. Thank you so much again. So we'll continue with our program. Thank you so much for
Just make sure
gracing
that
this
the
occasion.
discussions happen.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe as per schedule, we'll also break for tea. After 15 minutes, we'll assemble back. Thank you so much. Acha, one message for all those concerned with the UP meeting today. So on the first floor, there is a council boardroom. There, all the senior officers will assemble for discussing of this UP meeting regarding the presentation and all those things. I think we have team of JJM and SBM here for UP. It's not concerned with this one because that's a different one. So that's for those information, people who are concerned with that. Thank you.
Sure.
For performance. I'll complain to the hotel management or जिनको आपको पेमेंट करा उनको भी complain करें.
हर घर जल
जल जीवन मिशन।
पे कर दीजिए इसको।
हर घर जल
जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों, ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है। ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में जहां आना जाना हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब ये मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा। सिर्फ एक साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। यहां उत्तराखंड में तो त्रिवेंद्र जी और उनकी टीम ने एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए सिर्फ 1 रुपये में पानी का कनेक्शन देने का बीड़ा उठाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि उत्तराखंड सरकार ने साल 2022 तक ही राज्य के हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। कोरोना के इस कालखंड में भी उत्तराखंड में बीते 4-5 महीने में 50,000 से अधिक परिवारों को पानी के कनेक्शन दिए जा चुके हैं। ये उत्तराखंड से ग्राम स्वराज को, गांव के सशक्तिकरण को, उसके लिए भी एक नई ऊर्जा, नई ताकत, नई बुलंदी देने वाला अभियान है। सरकार के काम करने में कैसे बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, ये उसका भी उदाहरण है। पहले भी सरकारी योजनाओं पर अक्सर दिल्ली में ही बैठकर फैसला होता था। किस गांव में कहां सोर्स टैंक बनेगा, कहां से पाइपलाइन बिछेगी, ये सब फैसले ज्यादातर पार्टी को ही बदल दिया है। गांव में पानी से जुड़े कौन से काम हो, कहां काम हो, उसकी क्या तैयारी हो, ये सब कुछ तय करने का फैसले लेने का अधिकार अब गांवों के लोगों को ही दे दिया गया है। पानी के प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग से लेकर रख रखाव और संचालन तक पूरी व्यवस्था ग्राम पंचायत करेगी, पानी समितियां करेंगी। पानी समितियों में भी 50% गांव की बहनें हो, गांव की बेटियां हो, ये भी सुनिश्चित किया गया है। साथियों, आज जिस मार्गदर्शिका का विमोचन किया गया है, वो इन्हीं बहनों बेटियों, पानी कमेटी के सदस्यों, पंचायत सदस्यों के सबसे ज्यादा काम आने वाली है। एक प्रकार की मार्गदर्शिका है। और मेरा पक्का विश्वास है, पानी की कठिनाई क्या होती है, पानी का मूल्य क्या होता है, पानी की आवश्यकता कैसे सुविधा और संकट दोनों लाती है, इस बात में है। और इसलिए जब इसका पूरा कारोबार माताओं बहनों के हाथ में जाता है, तो बड़ी संवेदनशीलता के साथ, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ वे इस काम को निभाती हैं और अच्छे परिणाम भी देती हैं। ये गांव के लोगों को एक मार्ग दिखाएगी। ये किताब जो बनाई है, वो छोटे मोटे निर्णय करने में, फैसले लेने में मदद करेगी। मैं समझता हूं जल जीवन मिशन ने गांव के लोगों को एक अवसर दिया है। अवसर अपने गांव को पानी की समस्याओं से मुक्त करने का, अवसर है अपने गांव को पानी से भरपूर करने का। मुझे बताया गया है कि जल जीवन मिशन इस 2 अक्टूबर गांधी जयंती से एक और अभियान शुरू करने जा रहा है। 100 दिन का एक विशेष अभियान, जिसके तहत देश के हर स्कूल और हर आंगनवाड़ी में नल से जल को सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। मैं इस अभियान की सफलता की शुभकामना देता हूं और मैं राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह करता हूं कि करने जैसा पवित्र काम है, राज्य सरकारें भी पूरी तरह इस जिम्मेवारी को अपने कंधे पर उठाएं और इस काम को 100 दिन में हम पूरा करके दिखाएं। साथियों, नमामि गंगे अभियान हो, जल जीवन मिशन हो, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो, ऐसे अनेक कार्यक्रम बीते 6 सालों के बड़े रिफॉर्म्स का हिस्सा है। ये ऐसे रिफॉर्म है जो सामान्य जन के जीवन में, सामाजिक व्यवस्था में हमेशा के लिए सार्थक बदलाव लाने में मददगार है।
जल जीवन मिशन।
हम आने वाले दिनों में जल जीवन मिशन को लेकर के आगे बढ़ेंगे। जल संचय का ये अभियान जैसे स्वच्छता का अभियान चला था, जन सामान्य का अभियान बनना।
I also would like to appeal to all the people of Manipur to cooperate with the government in achieving this noble mission, and further appeal to conserve the various water sources for maintaining sustainable, regular water supply to all.
हर घर जल। जल जीवन मिशन।
6 साल से 6 महीने के बाद 6 साल से हमें पानी नहीं थे। 6 साल से जब से ये जल से नल स्कीम आया तो हमें बहुत आराम मिला। बहुत
I would request you all kindly settle down. We can start the discussions. We can start the next session. Mic देना पड़ेगा. Portable mic. Who is there? सतीश होगा ना, सतीश को माइक तो जो है देना पड़ेगा, because one mic will be here. और बाकी ना एक मोबाइल माइक डिस्पन करना. नहीं वहां पे, यहाँ नहीं, उधर जो पार्टिसिपेंट. ओके. So I would request now Madam Richa Mishra, please come over the desk, because as already said, we are grateful that ma'am has taken her time out of her busy schedule and she was here. She has been here. So thank you so much, ma'am. I would also request Mr. Shukla ji, because he is also the Deputy Secretary Finance. We all understand, because this is finance has been little, all these issues, we are trying to resolve them. So despite that, we'll see what best solution is available before us to sort out this issue. So I would request the participants to kindly, we are aware of certain issues, so you can, briefly tell important issues that you feel. It should please be brief, because we have to listen to all those important issues, and also, try to work out some, actionable solutions. All these issues we face. Ma'am, would you like to give any introductory remark? Kuch bolna chahiye, ma'am? I think yes. Okay.
Start by.
Okay. Right. Yes, you can start. I would like to request somewhere, Satish, to somebody to take the mic, portable mic. Acha. Okay, so we can start with yes. Who would like to this one? So see, for your kind information, we have also enlisted the issues. Issues they have interacted, shared with us. Certain issues we have not repeated. Yeah, we would request the KRCs to begin. So, okay. See if maybe the KRCs which have mailed the issues can also start, telling them. Yes, please. I can start with them. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself. And yes. No, yeah. You're audible.
From Antyodaya, an NGO working in Kerala. So we have been allotted 2 training programs last time. 1 or 2 issues I want to bring to the notice. One thing, it is good that we have started the efforts this year early, because that is a very important thing, and I congratulate the ministry and the organizers for that. I think latest by next month or a month after next, we should start the training programs. We have been allotted 2 districts of Kerala. One is Thrissur, the other one is Kottayam. Together we have to cover nearly 165 Grama Panchayats. So we have been charting a kind of, training program, and we think we should have at least conduct 24 training programs in order to cover these two districts. So we should start the trainings at the earliest. Number two, we have allotted 4 days training programs for the L3. Now, we have women representatives in most of the Grama Panchayats. If you take the elected members in Grama Panchayats, women are at least 33%. So most of the participants are women. So we have given a suggestion that, can we break the 4 days into 2? Or can we have 3 days instead of 4 days? Because women would like to stay back at home. They are not they're not so happy to stay away from their homes for long. So kindly consider these 2 points. And of course, settlement of accounts. That is number one. We did the projects on reimbursement wise. So reimbursement means we spend the money from our pocket and we submit the documents for payment. And it is our humble request that the payments are done fast. And if the payments can be done fast, we can do more trainings. So the fund should have the inflow. So BGs as well as, you have your own money, you get the BG from the bank. So what I would suggest is that, reimbursement mode is good, but provided at least within 15 days, the payments are done from the organized side. So once again, congratulating the organized for the wonderful program conducted. I remain. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just one question. How much time is it typically taken in your case for reimbursements to reach you, if I may ask you? And give me an honest answer, please. How much, and from the time you submit your claim till the money is remitted back into your account, how much of time on an average is it taking, whether for you or for others here, so that I can get a sense of the magnitude of the problem? So have you submitted any claims which are pending? When were these submitted? About 3 weeks back. Okay. And the money is yet to reach you, right? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Deepak from Safe Auto Network India. We are KRC, which is training L3 level participants, and we have conducted 2 trainings in Haryana till now. Few of the suggestions and issues that we have faced, I would like to mention here. First, the suggestion I would like to make here is that we should have some refresher course for the participants, because the people who come from the villages, they come, they get trained for 4 days, then they go back. But we do not know how much they have understood the concept of JJM and how much they are applying in the field. So after maybe a month or 2 months, if we can have some feedback or refresher training for a day, maybe a workshop for them, then we can get to know that how much they have learned and how much is being implemented in the villages. Okay, second one we are training Vwsc members in the villages, and we would like that the members who are coming, they should be the permanent member of the committee, not the sarpanch or person who is elected for a certain period of time, because he may go after the person may go after some time, and then the knowledge which has to be transferred into the village may not be transferred there. So the member who is permanent in the Vwsc committee, he should come for the training. And third issue is that sometimes the states, they are not replying to our letters and to our and action plans. We are following up with, we are selected for 5 states: Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, UP, Maharashtra, and Haryana. And we have conducted training only in Haryana till now, because there is a bit delay in reply from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and UP. This is the basic issue which we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning. I am Prashant Kulkarni from Mitra Nasik. Ours is L2 KRC. Regarding financial issues, we have submitted BG for a 50% amount, And now our this year 22-23, we have received suggestions regarding annual action plan. So it may be more amount. Then is it necessary for us to submit again 50% of that amount BG, or whatever BG we are having with ministry, that BG then we will have to extend that date. So through bank तो guarantee तो उसको हमको extend करना पड़ेगा, तो इसके लिए थोड़ा सा मार्गदर्शन आपसे हो.
So good morning. This is Dr. Pramod Kale. I'm from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Public Administration. Now I've already submitted my issues and challenges in the mail to the ministry. We are the KRC for level 2 and level 3. Last year we started from November, and we have carried out about 12 trainings. Okay, 6 trainings we have done it online, and 4 for L2 for participatory planning and project management, and 2 we have done it for L3. That was covering Haryana, 2 districts of Haryana, Jind and Hisar. We have covered about 255 participants joined us in online training, and about 80 participants joined us for L2.
Please come to the issue.
Yeah, the issues which from the, why I'm giving the background of what we have done is, because the issue was emerged out from, we have given allotted 5 states. The participation, the nomination which received is very challenging. Though we got the nominations after pursuing with a lot of nodal officers, even to the extent of sort of we approached our principal secretary also to talk to the respective principal secretary or ACS of the respective states. But sometimes we get the nominations, at the time of participation, the reluctance comes. One was, there were 2 reasons given to us. One was the tenure of the training was 5 days, which was last time. This time we have got it for 3 days. And most of the participants, though the target audience has been given up to action level, and most of the participants which we faced were either SDOs or JEs. And Haryana was given us actions also. And we find in the target onset, SDO and actions were not mentioned. The JEs were not mentioned. Though we had taken them on board, like persons from Ladakh and Leh also as the AEs and JEs also, we have been talking to the ministries also respectively. So my request, to humble request to the ministries, that please, though we are making all our efforts, talking to respective states, the participations of the officers is very essential. We arrange everything for their staying, for all the, we call the resource person, the experts also based on that also. We had to, though the letter has been also issued by the ministry also to respective state also to send the nomination. Sometimes we get the nomination, the person does not join. The second issue is the nomination come to us, we make all the arrangement, we find the officer who has been nominated by the state does not report. So in that scenario, once we approach to the respective states, they said, okay, you send us the absence that they have not attended it. So our purpose is not only that we have to complain that the XY has not. The intention is that, okay, we have to impart them the proper training and let them take it further to the states. The second issue which we have encountered is that it is meant for the engineers. We find still the mindset of the engineers that they want to be remained as an engineer. Where the concept of Jal Jeevan Mission is that we have to convert them into social engineers. Because most of our training in aspect, we find most of the people, most of the participants, they look towards from the engineering aspect, not from the social aspect. So this is, we look forward for your guidance, okay, how to make that. Though we make all the efforts, we schedule our the syllabus in such a fashion that we should convert them to a social engineers rather than have a technical engineers. So these are the 2-3 points. And for the L3 level, training is there, what we found out. When we covered up with Jind and Hisar, most of the participants were the women. The focus is also the Jal Jeevan Mission that we have been involved. And most of the women, they're reluctant to, because it was a residential training for 4 days. Most of the women we find, they are reluctant to come and stay at a place, for the training place. Though we made all the arrangements. So they insisted us, they said, they requested to us, please make arrangement, take us to the respective site and bring us back to our place. So though we have made this arrangement, so we would like, in case in the guidelines itself, it should not be made as a residential program, especially for the L3 training, okay, where the involvement, because we don't find the women, we just tell them, okay, come at 9 o'clock, because they have to take care of the household affairs also. So we start the training at 10 o'clock, then we just finish it by 4 o'clock. The training schedule also, we have to change it accordingly. So these are the difficulties or challenges we face during conducting of these trainings. Thank you very much. And so just to add this thing, once we are taking them, because we find to how to encourage the participants, especially for the L3, because they look forward. Some of the women already working in Anganwadis, Asha workers, or the other person, they want some incentive, in the monetary incentive. So we just give them, okay, we'll just 200 rupees per day in case for the participation. Please come and join. We'll make all your arrangements. So then we find that the participation much higher. As compared, we just tell them, okay, no, you just come attend our training and go back. We'll serve you lunch and this thing, then you go back. So the reluctance comes from that aspect. So in case monetary incentive is given to the participants, especially women or the other participants, that would be more encouraging. Thank you very much.
Acha, can you please tell the name of your organization?
Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Public Administration.
Okay, okay.
Sir, myself, Dr. A.K. Singh, RCUS Lucknow. We have been allotted L2 as well as the L3 for the 3 states, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh. We could complete the target for the L2 programs in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and we conducted programs through online mode only. 2 programs were also allotted for offline mode, but due to state elections, we couldn't complete that programs. As far as the other states are concerned, we are still waiting for the response from the Bihar state, because even they have not allotted the districts as well. And in the mid of February, we have been allotted districts in Jharkhand state. We wrote several letters to the state government and also copied to the central government. But unfortunately, either action plan as well as the programs have been not approved so far. We also submitted the action plan for the 2022-23 to the central government, but still waiting for the approval. And as far as the state governments are concerned, they are not bothered at all. So this is the thing, even the government body.
We have also a representative from Bihar.
Yeah, I know.
State nodal officer,
even the government body, we are the government organizations. And even though we are not getting good response from the state government, this is the irony of the fact. So at least there should be close coordination as far as the state government are concerned, because I think that this is the golden opportunity that central government is pooling the funds for training and capacity building, but the state government are not coming forward as far as the capacity building of the stakeholders are concerned. So this is our humble request to please instruct to the state government so that we can organize some programs as well. Thank you.
So we have representatives from Bihar state. आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप अपना परिचय दीजिए. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm MS Javed. I'm Chief Engineer, PhD, Government of Bihar. Actually, for level 3 training, panchayat representatives has to be trained, and we have an election in our state of panchayat representatives. New persons have come. We have called all the agencies to our state under the chairmanship of Rural Development Principal Secretary and Secretary PhD, and have a interaction with them on VC. And we have listened to them. They have presented their, in present of both the principal secretaries. Actually, you all know that all the construction work in our state has been almost complete. We are in the operation maintenance phase. Their training were based on construction mode. So our principal secretary, rural development principal secretary has requested them that they should customize their training module with the operation maintenance phase, as well as hold it TOT, so that it can be scaled up at their state level. Because they cannot impart trainings on a lot of persons, panchayat representatives. The number of panchayat representatives are a huge number. So a concept of TOT should be there, and the training should be customized based on operation maintenance. So we have not get any response from them.
That's why we could not do that.
Okay. So any response from the KRCs allotted to Bihar in this response? Because state has clearly told that कि because सब जानते हैं कि वहाँ पर 90% के ऊपर FSTC's coverage हो चुका है, number one. Number two, we have also जब हमने जो एक framework circulate किया था उस टाइम बताया था कि you can tweak that जैसा states की requirement है कि जिस states में अगर advanced stage में पहुंच गया तो it should be basically the training we impart. The precious government resources which we spend for training should be of use to them. जब वहाँ पर सब कुछ हो चुका है तो then there is no point in telling the whole story again. So there should be emphasis more on the operation and maintenance part. That's what we have also been emphasizing. So इसके बारे में आप कुछ I think in this because the state what their point of view is justified and it is I think in the right direction. So आपका आवाज नहीं आ रही मुझे.
Sir, we do understand the status of Bihar as well, because we have already conducted so many programs in the urban sector as well earlier. We have also attended the online programs conducted by the state government, and as per their suggestions, we modified our and translated the whole training module, and we suggested that whatever you need, you just tell me, no problem, we can modify our training programs, and as per the need of the state, we will conduct the program. So there is no problem, but the problem is that we are still waiting for response. This is the thing. We have wrote several letters. So whatever they are required, we will design our programs and we will conduct the program. That's not the issue for us, because being the government body, we will pull the resource persons as well. And even from the state government in the Bihar itself, we conducted the programs and resource persons joined our programs and they delivered their well sessions.
Right.
So okay, there will be no problem at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, okay. Chaliye, that is good. I think there is a communication gap. I think आप लोग तो आज also let me also share one thing. We'll be now sharing with you the list of participants because I think that's a good thing to interact also, because after this program is over, then you can also mutually sit together, meet the issues and sort out these issues. There has been some request कि आप introduce करा लीजिए in a KRCs allotted to a state or the nodal persons who have come from certain states, the respective states. You can meet, maybe interact with them and tell your problems and try to find out solutions to this. This is a platform also for that. So that's why we have designed this program in such a manner that you have one evening for you for an informal kind of interaction with the state nodal officers and also the concerned KRCs, because we have all the 3 levels of KRCs, and I think except few states like Jammu and Kashmir, Jharkhand, or few states, except 2-3 states, all states have been represented in this workshop. So please take advantage of that. Yes. Ji. Okay, okay. Right. So I will also request, if there is an issue particular to the state representatives can also respond to that so that it is clear. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Snehalata. I represent Self-Organization Development Hyderabad from the state of Telangana. At the outset, let me congratulate the JJM officials for having conducted this wonderful meeting. I think this interactive session is going to be very important for sorting out a lot of issues. I would like to raise 2 issues. One with regards to the participation. As my colleague was sharing, a lot of people are confirming the participation. And after the dates have been finalized, in the last minute, they are dropping out. So we book the resource person's time and we have to make the payment and all that, but the participants are not there. That's one. And we had to cancel almost 2 programs completely. That was the online program. So that was...
one thing, like, I don't know, because certain institutions have their own facilities.
Yes, sir.
But when you have to hire, then I think you'll be incurring some financial loss also in such situations.
Yes, sir. So another thing I will also like to put across, another important thing also, sir. So once the training programs are not there, at least the resource persons won't charge. But in the 2 days training program, there are few participants who appear on the first day and the second day they are not there. And on an average, we have to get the reimbursement based on the participants' attendance. So when we take that participant attendance, there are only 10 people attending at the end of it on an average. So, but you have to pay for the resource persons, or we have to invest the whole expenditure which is there for that. And that's becoming a little bit of a problem. I would like you to look at this issue. And then second thing is, now I'm seeing that there are specific states allocated to the COD for the level 2 training, which is very good. I would also like to suggest that if you can have a coordinator for those states, even from the ministry level. One is that we coordinating with the state level nodal officers, but if there is any specific person even at the central level to coordinate with the KRC and those specific state coordinators for better coordination. Another thing also, there are so many programs and all of them are similar sort is what is being perceived. So maybe we should make an attempt to advertise all these courses along with their contents, like what we submit on the website now that it is open, so that it is easier for people to register for those courses. And another colleague of mine who's not there is raising the issue of organizations putting the deposit in the beginning, which is becoming for some of the smaller KRCs who are working at the level 3 to raise that kind of funding beforehand. So these are some of the issues I would like to bring to your kind consideration, sir.
Right. Thank you.
हेलो, नमस्कार। मैं बिहार के गया से आइकॉन वेलफेयर सोसाइटी की तरफ से लास्ट टाइम में जब मीटिंग हुई थी यहाँ पे, हम जब आए थे यहाँ, उसके बाद से हमने पूरी अपनी तैयारी किया। गया के 8 जिले में हमें काम करने का जल जीवन मिशन की तरफ से वर्क ऑर्डर मिला, और उसके बाद से वहाँ पे जो मॉनिटरिंग अथॉरिटी PhD थी, तो उसके साथ में कई बार कांटेक्ट किया। वहाँ पे इंजीनियर हैं सहाय सर, वहाँ पे DS मिश्रा सर, जितेंद्र श्रीवास्तव सर, सबसे मिलते रहे, बात किया। फाइनली अभी 15 दिन पहले हमारे यहाँ गया में जल शक्ति मिशन के स्टेट मंत्री राजेश्वर टूडू जी आए हुए थे, सर्किट हाउस में ठहरे थे। मैं पर्सनली जाकर करके उनको तमाम बातों से अवगत कराया कि सर हमारी ये सिचुएशन है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, हम काम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। यहाँ पे बिहार सरकार के माध्यम से घर घर में जल का पानी पहुंचाने का काम हुआ है, नो डाउट 90-95% काम हुआ है, लेकिन लोगों के अंदर में अवेयरनेस की बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि जो जल का पानी पहुंचाया गया उस पानी का लोग सिंचाई के लिए दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं। तो अभी जो जरूरत है, लोगों को अवेयरनेस की जरूरत है। इन तमाम चीजों के लिए अभी तक बहुत ज्यादा प्रयास करने के बावजूद भी हमें कोई सफलता नहीं मिल पाई है। हमने जल शक्ति मिशन को भी लेटर लिखे, कई बार लिखा, लेकिन अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है। मैं आज इस जगह से मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि सर आप कुछ ऐसा इनिशिएटिव करें कि हमें ये मौका मिल पाए कि हम आगे लोगों को अपने इस प्रोग्राम के बारे में आगे और बढ़ा पाए, और ये जो कार्यक्रम है इसको हम पूरा कर पाए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
नमस्कार। प्लीज प्लीज होल्ड ऑन।
नमस्कार। चूंकि बात हो रही थी,
आप थोड़ा सा अपना परिचय दें।
हाँ, मेरा नाम प्रिंस पुरोहित है, मैं द 5th डायमेंशन एकेडमी ग्वालियर से हूँ, और हम लोग राजस्थान में KRC हमने ट्रेनिंग्स दिए। मैं की इश्यूज की जगह पे कुछ संभावनाओं की बात करना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से हमने देख रहे हैं कि जल जीवन मिशन है, अटल भूजल योजना है, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन है, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम्स हैं, हम क्या इन KRCs को केवल मात्र जल जीवन मिशन की बजाय इन दूसरे जो प्रोग्राम्स हैं जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के हैं उनके लिए भी उनका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वी हैव अ रिसोर्स पर्सन, वी हैव अ एक्सपर्टीज, तो हम उनके साथ भी टाई अप करके उन प्रोग्राम्स की भी ट्रेनिंग्स दे सकते हैं। दूसरा मेरा सजेशन था कि जो लेवल 3 के KRCs हैं, जो भी स्टेट्स में लेवल 1 और लेवल 2 की ट्रेनिंग्स हो रही हैं, उनमें भी लेवल 3 के जो भी KRCs हैं उन्हें इनवाइट किया जाए, so that they can have understanding what is going on with the policy level at the level of 1 or level 2. Third one is, my suggestion is, we have a pool of resource person at state level or might be a national level. जैसे कि बात चल रही थी कि रिसोर्स पर्सन्स जो हैं कई बार ये होता है कि एक एजेंसी में फिर कहीं और एजेंसी में चले जाते हैं, तो उनकी बजाय अगर ऐसा एक रिसोर्स पर्सन्स का पूल बनाया जाए और उनकी एक ओरिएंटेशन की जाए, तो एक स्टेट में, पूरे स्टेट में जो 33, लाइक मैं राजस्थान की बात कर रहा हूँ, 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में सेम काइंड ऑफ ट्रेनिंग्स जाए, सेम काइंड ऑफ मैसेजेस जाए. हर पर्सन टू पर्सन का डिफरेंट होता है उस सब्जेक्ट को लेकर के एक्सपर्टीज, और उसका वे ऑफ जो प्रेजेंटेशन है या उसका जो एस्पेक्ट्स है उस सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर, वो अलग हो सकता है. बट अगर इस तरह का एक नेशनल लेवल पे ओरिएंटेशन हो जाए उन रिसोर्स पर्सन्स का, तो एक सही तरीके के और एक सेम मैसेजेस जा सके. चौथा मेरा था, एक मैम ने भी पीछे एक क्वेश्चन उठाया था, हमारा भी यही था, क्योंकि फर्स्ट ईयर है तो फंड एलोकेशन का हम समझते हैं कि फर्स्ट टाइम है इसलिए, बट हम चाहते हैं कि सेकंड ईयर जैसे इस साल में इस तरह का कोई हो कि फंड्स जो हैं वो हमें कुछ एडवांस मिल सके, क्योंकि KRC हम लोग नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, हमारे पास इतना फंड्स नहीं रहता कि हम बैंक गारंटी भी दे दें, और अभी भी हमें चूंकि 2 महीने हो गए करीब, अभी हमें कोई बिल पेमेंट नहीं हुआ है, तो हमारी बैंक गारंटी भी लग गई, प्लस जो हमें होटल्स वगैरह को जो हमें पे करना होता है वो ऑलरेडी हम कर चुके हैं, तो वो एज ए नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारे लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है. तीसरा एक,
इसमें आपका क्या सुझाव है?
इसमें सर मेरा ये सुझाव है कि अगर हो सके तो आप लोग, चूंकि हमें देख चुके हैं, हम एक साल में हम 2 ट्रेनिंग कर चुके हैं, आप लोगों को भी हमारा फीडबैक आप लोगों ने शायद लिया होगा नेशनल लेवल पे, तो क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि इस साल जितनी भी आप ट्रेनिंग दें, एक उसका हमें नंबर भी पता हो और कम से कम उसका 50% अगर हमें एज अ एडवांस मिल सके, सो दैट हमारे लिए इजीली और इफेक्टिवली इम्प्लीमेंट करना इजी होगा. क्योंकि कई बार ये होता है कि होटल्स वगैरह तो एडवांस पेमेंट मांगते हैं, वहाँ हम नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास ऐसा कोई कॉर्पोरेट फंड नहीं होता है, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ी हमारे लिए रहता है. बाकी मेरे कई साथियों ने बात की कि 2 दिन रहते हैं या 4 दिन रहते हैं, बट मैं चूंकि राजस्थान से आता हूँ, पश्चिमी राजस्थान को मैंने देखा है, ऐसा कहीं नहीं है कि लोग नहीं रहते. पार्टिसिपेंट आर स्टेइंग देयर, 4 दिन रहते हैं. उनका नॉमिनेशन, जैसा हमारे साथ बहुत अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन है हर स्टेट के साथ, जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमने किए वहां से जो सीईओ जिनको नॉमिनेट करते हैं वो हमारे को 60 लोगों से प्लस में ही नॉमिनेट करते हैं. 100% या 120 दे नॉमिनेटिंग, और उसमें से 60%, तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि कोई एक दिन आया दूसरे दिन नहीं आया, तो बट 60 लोग हैं, पूरे 4 दिन रहते हैं और वो 4 दिन प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं. तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हम उन, अब ये होता है कि 60 के साथ 1-2 प्लस भी हो जाते हैं, 1-2 माइनस भी हो जाते हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली ये होता है कि 60 लोग जो है वो पूरे 4 दिन रहते हैं और प्रॉपर पूरा ट्रेनिंग को एंजॉय करते हैं. तो अगर ऐसा कुछ हो कि ये जो 4 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है, इसमें अगर दूसरे एस्पेक्ट्स जो हैं, जैसे कि कई लोगों की बात आई, खास करके मैं इंजीनियरिंग एस्पेक्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि सेशन सारे की एक्सपर्ट्स रिसोर्स पर्सन्स को जो KRC के उन्हें लेने थे, बट अगर उसमें एक सेशन इंक्लूड ये कर दिया जाए बिफोर द ट्रेनिंग, जब स्टार्ट हो उसके पहले दिन ही, जो कंसर्निंग वहाँ का PhD या डिपार्टमेंट है, उनका क्या अभी तक का स्टेटस है, क्या प्रोग्रेस रही है, क्या किस तरह की कम्युनिटी से उनको एक्सपेक्टेशन है. क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमारी जो 4 दिन की ट्रेनिंग चलती थी, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन आ रहा था कि O&M कॉस्ट को लेकर के हर सरपंच ये चाहता था कि हर बार ये होता है कि हमसे आप कह रहे हो कि Vwsc कंट्रीब्यूशन भी कर दे और वो सारा कुछ रखे, परंतु डिपार्टमेंट एंड से क्या उस कंट्रीब्यूशन को किस हेड में रखना है, किस तरह से वो यूटिलाइज होगा, क्या भविष्य में जैसे पहले की योजनाओं के उनका जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जैसे जनता जल योजना थी या NRDWP थी, उसमें उनको बिजली का बिल या ये सारे परेशानी जो हुई थी, जो मॉनिटरी परेशानियां आई थी, वो सारा उनको झेलना पड़ा था. तो वो अब ये चाहते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि हमारे को पहले से ही हो. दूसरा, उनके साथ ये भी इश्यू आया कि जो कंट्रीब्यूशन मांगा जा रहा है वो पूरे प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट का मांगा जा रहा है, जबकि गाइडलाइन ये कहती है कि जो इन विलेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसी का 10% होना चाहिए. तो ये एक इतना बड़ा वो हो रहा है इश्यू, और हर बार KRC में करीब मैंने 2 ट्रेनिंग्स पूरे 2 ट्रेनिंग दी है, दोनों ट्रेनिंगों में मैंने देखा है कि मेजर जो डिस्कशन हो जाता है विद द डिपार्टमेंट एंड द पार्टिसिपेंट, यही होता है. जनप्रतिनिधि इसको बहुत ज्यादा जोर से उठाते हैं कि हमारे को तो ये इशू बार बार, हमें क्योंकि फील्ड में जाना है, हमें तो हर 5 साल में जनता के सामने जाना है, तो हमारे को तो ये इश्यूज पे बात की जाए। तो अगर ऐसा कुछ हो कि हर मतलब जो हमारा सेशन शेड्यूल है उसमें एक दिन पहले का दिन जो हो वो कंसर्निंग डिपार्टमेंट के ऑफिसर्स हो और वो आकर के अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दे, और लास्ट डे जो है जो हम ओपन हाउस सेशन रखते हैं उसमें उन इश्यूज को, चूंकि हमने उस इश्यूज को उठाया था, जैसा आपने कहा कि कुछ इनोवेटिव क्या होना चाहिए, तो हमने यही करा था कि हमने 3 दिन के सारे क्वेश्चंस को लिया था, और व्हेन कलेक्टर सर इज देयर तो हमने जो क्वेश्चंस आए थे वो 1 by 1 रखे, और ओपन हाउस सेशन में वहाँ के कंसर्निंग जो एससी हैं पीएचडी दे हैड रेस्पोंडेड। तो वो काफ़ी अच्छा रहा था, लोगों को भी लगा कि हाँ हमारी जो समस्याएं हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है, क्योंकि केआरसी एज ए केआरसी खाली हम 4 दिन की ट्रेनिंग करके आ जाएं वो हमारा मकसद नहीं था, कि कहीं ना कहीं उसको आगे भी किया जाए। चूंकि शेड्यूल में भी था कि हर पार्टिसिपेंट अपना एक्शन प्लान भी बताए कि आगे जाके वो क्या करेगा, तो वो चीज़ें भी काफ़ी इंटरेक्टिव रही। आई थिंक मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा बोल गया।
नहीं, धन्यवाद। अच्छा, राजस्थान से है कोई, मतलब जो, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में? यस,
नमस्कार सर, मैं लोहित तंवर, एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर WSSO। हम लोगों ने इस KRCs को बहुत सीरियसली लिया शुरू से ही, जब से गाइडलाइंस आई है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, और स्टेट लेवल पे लॉटरी करके पूरे 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो एम्पैनल्ड KRCs हैं उनको डिस्ट्रिक्ट अलॉट कर दिया था, और ऑलमोस्ट 13 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में KRCs ने ट्रेनिंग दे दी है, और काफ़ी अच्छा रहा, रिस्पांस भी अच्छा रहा, पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने भी अच्छी तरह से उसको सहभागिता के साथ उसको यूज़ किया है और ट्रेनिंग में सीखा है। और डिपार्टमेंट के ऑफिसर्स भी मौजूद रहते हैं वहाँ पे। ऐसी जो DWSM का मेंबर सेक्रेटरी है वो भी ऑलमोस्ट हर ट्रेनिंग में प्रेजेंट हुए हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में कलेक्टर्स भी उसमें उन्होंने मीटिंग को एड्रेस किया है। तो ओवरऑल हम लोग KRC से लाइजनिंग और कम्युनिकेशन रखते हुए काम कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, इसमें ये कुछ सुझाव दे रहे थे कि पहले दिन जो है कुछ उन से डिस्कस करना चाहते थे कि हर विलेज में क्या प्रोग्रेस हुआ है। हमने तो ये उसमें तो वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दिया है कि उस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में आप कर सकते हैं, उसमें ऐसा कोई हार्ड एंड फास्ट नहीं कि हमने जो 4 दिन सजेस्ट किया इट इज़ अ काइंड ऑफ एन आइडियल वन। उसके हिसाब से हमने उसमें स्पष्ट लिखा भी था कि उसको आप मॉडिफाई कर सकते हैं, इसको ट्वीक कर सकते हैं। सो आपको कौन मना किया है? आप तो कर सकते थे।
ऑलमोस्ट हर मीटिंग में PhD के जो एसीज हैं या वो प्रेजेंट रहते हैं सर, और इनका जो सेशन है वो भी इनके द्वारा स्टार्ट किया जाता है, और वो रेस्पॉन्स भी दे रहे हैं।
दैट इज आई थिंक एक अच्छा उदाहरण है जहां पर कुछ राज्यों में बोल रहे हैं कि बिल्कुल ही रिस्पॉन्स नहीं है, लेकिन यहाँ ये राजस्थान का मतलब किस्सा सुन के हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि देयर इज अ गुड कोऑर्डिनेशन बिटवीन द, बिकॉज एक मेरा एक मेन यहाँ पर मैं इम्प्रेस करना चाहता हूँ कि बिकॉज स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ये ना सोचें कि ये दिस इज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट्स KRC, इट इज बेसिकली एम्पैनल फॉर द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का तो जब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ही सब इम्प्लीमेंट करता है, यू शुड नॉट, मतलब वी शुड वोन इन्वॉल्व देम, एंगेज विद देम, एंड आई थिंक दे शुड एक्ट एज योर दिस वन मे बी टू फॉरवर्ड योर ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग। सो इसलिए मुझे लगता है उस दृष्टिकोण से देखना चाहिए कि इस KRCs को स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स। आई वुड आल्सो रिक्वेस्ट जो स्टेट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ पर आए, दिस पॉइंट इज टू बी कन्वेड टू द सीनियर अथॉरिटीज ऑल्सो, वील ऑल्सो ट्राई टू get it across. So that is the main objective of having this, and with all these difficulties, it is basically for the welfare of the state, for this state to perform better. That is the objective of that. ठीक है, thank you so much.
एक चीज और ऐड करना चाहूंगा।
आपने काफी बोल दिया लगता है।
सर जस्ट एक चीज है, विनी मैम ने भी जैसे कहा था कि हमें और भी स्टेट्स में जाना है, बट चूंकि हमें 2 ही ट्रेनिंग्स अलॉट हुई थी, हम इंटरेस्टेड तो थे MP में जाने के लिए, बट नहीं कर पाए।
ओके, सी 2 ही ट्रेनिंग के बारे में आपको मैं बता दूं, मैं थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ एक बता दूंगा, क्योंकि देखिए ये ट्रेनिंग्स आर एक तो कॉस्ट इंटेंसिव। आप जानते हैं 1 ट्रेनिंग ऑफ 60 पार्टिसिपेंट्स कॉस्ट अराउंड कितना, 12 लाख रुपए ना, 14 लाख रुपीस। सो दैट्स अ ह्यूज अमाउंट। So and moreover, last year was the first year, एक तो आपका बैंक गारंटी का भी इशू है, आप उतना नहीं दे पा रहे because बहुत सारा ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद then we will not be able to also monitor. देखिए, we also work with some skeletal staff. हमारे staff वही 2-4 लोग ही हैं, उनसे हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं. इसके अलावा बाकी कुछ हम लोग कर रहे हैं. So इसलिए we thought we'll have a cautious approach. So वही कारण था कि हम लोग last year 2 ही प्रोग्राम कर पाए थे. वहाँ पर भी उसमें भी I think around 87 L3 KRCs है, उसमें 60 लोग ही किए थे, right? 64 KRCs ही उसको वो भी कर पाए because of various reasons, constraints वो नहीं कर पाए. और 64 में भी I think majority had gone for the reimbursement mode, right? So इसलिए ये सब दिक्कतें हैं. So इसलिए because you must understand that government money advance lena is little difficult. So that's what we have requested, especially the financial advisor ma'am, who is the head of the financial of this whole ministry. So you should understand that it is not so easy. So we'll look forward, as rightly pointed out by Secretary ma'am. Also, we want to empower you, facilitate you, but yes, within certain within the framework of rules and regulations that we operate.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Kuldeep Arora. I represent L3 KRC, Indian Institute of Rural Development, Jaipur. There are certain learnings which I would like to submit to you in the house, ma'am. First, some of our colleagues, they said in level 3, there is problem related to participation of participants. On the contrary, I'll tell you, ma'am, in our case, that has been very effective because we involved all 6-7 stakeholders in the training. Prior to training, almost 15 days ago, we had meeting with the concerned district collector, and the formal letter we mentioned, Rajasthan, sir.
Rajasthan, of course.
Yeah, we were assigned 2 districts, ma'am, and I'll tell you, in both the districts, Jila Pramukhs, district collector, including PhD, ISA, Jila Parishad, Panchayat Samiti, SBA, all the government and PRIs, they were there. And trust you me, because we knew that some of the participants may not be able to come. We invite them, but probably because of their own priorities, they may not able to come. We invited 80 participants, and government issued the letter, Jila Parishad and PhD. In both the trainings, in one training, we had 81 participants. In one training, we have 71. Certainly, in case if some of the women, they have some problem related to health, some, family obligation is there, they may go, but that hardly number goes to only 2 to 3%, which is an exceptional. And that's why, because it's a residential training, intentionally we invited participants from the distant places. Because in case if I'll call somebody coming from Vasant Kuj or maybe, other places, they'll certainly go back, ma'am. Even in this training, everybody's not gonna stay here. So my submission is we need to have a very practical approach. Second, it will be great, ma'am, in case if we can have a standard turnaround time for all the activities. I'll tell you, we had a great experience, except WSSO at Rajasthan level. Initially, they took a little bit of time, but later on that was cleared. We submitted the BG. Within 7 days, we got the advance. But after that, it's been almost now 3 weeks. We submitted UC and everything. Later on, that has not been processed. That would be really great if we can have a standard TAT so that we know. Otherwise, couple of colleagues, they mentioned, ma'am, now you are aware with the credentials of L1, L2, L3, all the KRCs. It's better in case in this financial year, half of the amount can be released as an advance, because you have seen that we have performed and given our best. Thank you.
What's your good name? Aapka shubh naam? Anusha from Indian Institute of Rural Development, right? Indian Institute of IARD. Sandeep, okay. Kuldeep, okay.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I am Rajshekar Reddy, Engineering Staff College of India, Hyderabad, sir.
Okay.
So we are KRC for all the 3 levels, madam. So in that L1 program, we have conducted 2 programs, sir.
I think we can come to the issues straight away.
So
we
in the
understand that you must have, yes, certainly
So-
everyone has conducted some program.
Okay, sir. L1, sir, because the level of participants is chief engineer and above, we find it difficult to get the sufficient nominations. And also one problem which we are facing in the last year, all online programs, the feedback is the one of the most issues that we are facing. Because the participants are participating, but to give the feedback, there's a lot of difficulties, and we are forced to spend more effort in getting that feedback itself. And since your reimbursement based on the number of feedbacks, and that gap we are unable to fulfill. So this year, you please consider it. If there is, suppose for one program, sir, 40 participants, With a great difficulty, we could get only 35 feedbacks. So balance 5 people.
Once again, ma'am, for your information, हमारा जो है, we say that feedback is mandatory for reimbursement because we also process ourselves. Last year, majority of programs were online. So online, so once they attend the program, then they will respond. I got this message previously also this issue raised. A lot of people, once they attend, then they don't respond also. We also understand it's not also fault on their part. They are also sometimes very, very busy.
Yes, sir.
And so it becomes a little difficult, but we are also helpless because without a feedback, a participant attending the program, and without a feedback, then it becomes difficult for us also to process, to understand how he has attended, what he felt about the program. So that's a problem from our side.
Yes, sir. So for offline program, madam, because they are participants in the institution itself, so we are able to get all the feedbacks and submit to you, sir. So in the L2, we have done 11 online program and 4 offline. For all the offline, we have got the feedbacks and we have made the analysis and submitted to you, sir, all the utilization certificate also. So L3, as far as L3 is concerned, sir, the 4-day schedule, as a KRC also, we felt that it may be more. But after conducting the program, we realized that the 4 days is the best and ideal period for conducting this program. And many people after program also, on the 4th day also, they say, sir, some more time we want to stay here. And they are very, very thankful for the JJM and Jal Shakti Ministry that they never expected. The village sarpanches and secretaries, etc., they never expected, they have never attended such a training program where so much syllabus is also given, so much facilities are given, so many hospitality is extended because we are able to take care of them very well. And that 4-day schedule is ideal, sir. So very good. There is no need, I think, to reduce or increase it, sir. And as far as this year program is concerned, sir, already we have got L1 and L2 approval. But many cases, the schedule has been 5-day schedules have been reduced to 2 days and 3 days. With a great difficulty when you get the nominations, before coming, they feel it is very difficult. But once they come to the training program, they say, 2 days is so short, you should extend the program. Even 5 days program, we had a feedback that some more days have to be added because 1 day field visit we kept. They say, no, you should have 2 days field visit. So like that. So these are the difficulties which we are facing. And as far as the finance is concerned, we have no difficulty, sir. We have got the advance and we have.
You're all established institutes, you may not have an issue with
only for L3, we need to get some reimbursement, sir, 50%. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right.
Good morning, sir. This is Anusha. I'm audible. Yeah, this is Anusha from All India Institute of Local Self Government.
You are not audible. Can you be a little?
I hope I'm audible now. Yeah. This is Anusha from All India Institute of Local Self Government. We are in panel Pan India for level 1, level 2, and for 22 states for level 3. So I have a couple of issues and recommendations to raise. Number 1 is, can we have a standard module for level 3? I understand the framework was shared by the JJM ministry, but can we have a standard module? Because what we saw is in Maharashtra state or in particular state, there are several KRCs impaneled, and all of these have this, specific module, their own module created. So I'll cite an example of Karnataka state where what we have done is all of us gathered together, all the KRCs, they divided the modules into, and sub-modules, and each of us took one modules each. So in that way, we ensured that all the KRCs are delivering the same content throughout the state, and there was a coherent across the state. So that's number 1. Number 2 is in some states like Telangana, they told that the same mission is being implemented as Mission Bhagirathi. So they told that if they can conduct, if KRCs can conduct a training needs assessment across the state, so that they are able to deliver the right sets of training to the right set of participants, the current training needs assessment, sir. Another is, can we also have a compendium of best practices now that the 1-year training has been delivered? So if the ministry and even the KRCs can contribute together to create a booklet or caselet of compendium of best practices, so that for the future training programs, the KRCs can refer to those compendiums. And so one last is, if we can encourage the participants, if we can give them some incentive in the form of best participant under KRC, Jal Jeevan Mission. So I think that would really add value to the training program. Thank you, sir.
Incentive to the participants.
So in the form of maybe a best participant award or sort of thing, so that they get motivated to participate, especially for the level 1 and level 2 training program.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
What kind of internal they can do? I think that is one thing where the KRCs can innovatively do that. So there is no any objection from our side. So it is the programs are to be conducted by KRC. So every program you can announce in the beginning.
Yes, so we did
that. Been actively participating or all those things, you can have some.
Yes, so we gave trophies to the best active participants at our level, but we were just wondering if if the ministry can also.
Other KRCs can think of that. Maybe
yes, sir.
Motivate to have an
yes,
active participation. No. That is, we can't actually, it's not possible. No? We can't go beyond those guidelines. You all know that. So that is it's up to the KRC to, to motivate.
Yes, so we did at our level. Yes, sir.
Yes,
thank you.
Keep them engaged. There are a lot of innovative ways that it's.
Yeah, hello. Myself, Ambarish Srivastava.
One, yes, please.
कौन बोल रहा है?
Yes, please. आप बोलिए.
Yeah, अच्छा मैं बताता हूँ.
Please introduce आप.
Okay. Ambarish Srivastava, KRC Level 3.
आप एक बार बैठ.
Thank you.
KRC Level 3, Jan Kalyan Parishad, UP. We have only 2 issues with it. पहला तो ये है कि आप यहाँ से प्रोग्राम मांगे जाते थे कि कब क्या होना है. लास्ट टाइम पे आपने 2 प्रोग्राम करने की इजाजत दी. मैंने दोनों प्रोग्राम का डिटेल बना करके भेजा, इवन होटल बुक किया, सारी फैसिलिटीज जुटा ली, और हमने जब प्रोग्राम भेजा तो उसका अप्रूवल नहीं मिला मुझे, नाइदर फ्रॉम यू नाइदर फ्रॉम आवर स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर, और ना ही मुझे क्या बल्कि पूरी यूपी में किसी को नहीं मिला अप्रूवल अभी तक किसी भी कार्यक्रम का. इन स्थितियों में हमारा जो इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ दैट इज अनदर इशू, बट स्टिल नोडल ऑफिसर ऑफ स्टेट यूपी हैज डिक्लेयर हिज लाइन व्हाट ही विल डू इन फ्यूचर. My 1 year financial year has wasted due to negligency, and what will happen in future we don't know. अभी जब काम शुरू किया था, आपने जब हमको यहाँ पे सेलेक्ट किया, मुझ में बहुत उत्साह, लगन, बहुत कुछ था करने का, लेकिन कार्यक्रम ना मिलने की वजह से हम हतोत्साहित भी हुए हैं. हमारा एक आपसे अनुरोध है कि यूपी के जो क्या चीज हैं जिनको आपने यूपी के लिए सेलेक्ट किया हुआ है, यदि हमको यहाँ के नोडल अफसर द्वारा काम नहीं मिलता है, हमारा इंकरेजमेंट नहीं होता है, तो उन्हें अदर स्टेट्स लाइक एमपी वगैरह भी दे दिया जाए. दैट्स ऑल.
धन्यवाद. यूपी से यहाँ पर आए होंगे कोई, वहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पहुँच गए यूपी के? यूपी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पहुँच गए? मोहित?
नहीं सर, अभी नहीं.
हाँ?
नॉट येट.
अच्छा, अभी नहीं पहुंचे. ओके, ठीक है. हम आज ये भी सोच रहे हैं शाम को जैसा हमारा फॉर्मल सेशन होने के बाद वी कैन ऑल्सो हैव अ मीटिंग ऑफ द KRCs, ऑल द KRCs ऑफ द स्टेट. मतलब आप अपने बीच में, मतलब यू कैन हैव एंड ऑल्सो द कंसर्न नोडल स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर्स. सो आप लोग बैठ करके बात भी कर सकते हैं कि क्या इशू है, कैसा है, और इस साल कैसा प्लान कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज व्हाट्स द वे फॉरवर्ड. जैसा हम जानते हैं कि यूपी. जी
हेलो, या इस इशू को डिस्कस करने के लिए क्या मुझे अलग से 5 मिनट आपको मिलेंगे?
जी 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 नहीं, सब अपना स्टेट ऑफिसर से आप लोग एक छोटा सा एक इनफॉर्मल मीटिंग कर लीजिए, सो कि जो इश्यूज कैन बी
इट इज द इशू ऑफ होल यूपी, नॉट फ्रॉम मी ओनली.
ओके, दैट्स अंडरस्टूड. जैसा स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी साहब भी बता रहे थे कि यूपी में कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं हो पाया.
या
व्हाटएवर रीजंस.
या ईडी जल जीवन मिशन इज द नोडल ऑफिसर.
ठीक.
ओके सर,
थैंक यू.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर. मेरा नाम अजय सिन्हा है, फीडबैक फाउंडेशन. 2 वर्क ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हमें मिले थे, और WSSO हरियाणा के सहयोग से हम लोगों ने दोनों ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स कर लिए. थैंक यू सो मच WSSO हरियाणा. थैंक यू सो मच मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति. टाइमली पेमेंट भी हमारा हो गया. तो हमारे जो इश्यूज यहाँ पर आए हैं पार्टिसिपेशन का,
अच्छा, आपका वो पेमेंट के बारे में कोई इशू हुआ?
कोई इश्यूज हमारे नहीं है. ना तो पेमेंट्स का इशू है, ना तो पार्टिसिपेशन का इशू है. फैंटास्टिक सपोर्ट बाय द गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एंड द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. और इशू चैलेंजेस, रेस्पॉन्स वाज वेरी गुड. बेसिकली हमारे यहाँ तो फर्स्ट डे 92 पार्टिसिपेंट्स आए, तो सेकंड डे आ गए 104 आ गए. वो फोन करके बुला लिए कि आ जाओ वहाँ पर, तो मतलब संख्या बढ़ जाता है. 60 का जो सीलिंग लिमिट है उसको भी बाद में चर्चा करेंगे. इशू चैलेंजेस में सेशन बाद में है, तो उसमें हम लोग बाद में करेंगे कि 60 का सीलिंग करने के बाद नाउ अगर 90 पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ गए, वी कांट टर्न देम डाउन, वी कांट से यू गो बैक. सो उसको तो रखना ही पड़ेगा हमें, और उसके लिए फिर एक्स्ट्रा हमारा बर्डन होता है इन टर्म्स ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट्स, मटेरियल्स लिमिटेड होते हैं. तो वो सब इश्यूज है, इश्यूज चैलेंजेस में बाद में बात करेंगे. मेरा बस एक, क्योंकि बहुत सीरियस डिस्कशन हुआ है, तो मैं एक लाइटर डिस्कशन के साथ स्टॉप करूंगा. मैडम के माध्यम से कानन सर के लिए एक फूड फॉर थॉट ये है कि L1, L2, L3 तीन जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हैं, तीनों के लोग मतलब क्लासेस के लोग एक ही है. वहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेंट्स बेसिकली वेन्यू भी ऑलमोस्ट एक ही होता है. हम लोग भी बेस्ट ऑफ होटल में वर्कशॉप करते हैं. मीनू खाना भी सेम होता है, ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम मटेरियल भी सेम होते हैं, ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल भी सेम होता है. तो पर कैपिटा जो पर पार्टिसिपेंट कॉस्ट जो है वो डिफरेंशियल क्यों है कि L3 में आप 6,000 करते हैं, फिर 7,500 करते हैं, फिर 9,000 करते हैं? ये क्या इंडिया भारत का चक्कर है क्या? क्योंकि हमारे गांव के लोग डू नॉट डिजर्व दैट काइंड ऑफ ये कि वो भी जाकर उस होटल में रहे? एक फूड फॉर थॉट है, इसलिए मैंने बोला मैडम के माध्यम से, क्योंकि मैडम का इसमें रोल नहीं है, मैडम के माध्यम से कानन साहब के लिए एक फूड फॉर थॉट है. कल शाम तक रिप्लाई दे दीजिएगा सर. थैंक यू सो मच.
Right. Thank you. I think yes, ये बहुत.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Director Support for Implementation Research, SIR, from Lucknow. We are empaneled for level 2 and level 3, ma'am. We have experienced very enthusiastic response from our participant side and from the concerned state and district officials. We have been empaneled for 4 states, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Bihar. As our other colleagues, they have responded here that we are very much lack of getting support from certain states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. We have got a very good response from Madhya Pradesh, very appreciable. They have taken this program very enthusiastically, and they have provided their support, and we have succeeded to conduct our program there. We have also succeeded in conducting one level 2 program at Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, by coordinating with Uttar Pradesh Jal Nigam directly. And here we would like to draw your attention that the state must be instructed from the central government side that if you are allotting any training program to us, that is the responsibility of the concerned state also to provide the adequate number of participants within a particular time limit. On your behalf, on your instruction, we prepare our plan, we organize all the resources, start whatever have decided, then it should be honored by everybody, not by us only, not by you only, but by the concerned state and concerned districts also. It has to be communicated to them with the particular language as we can give them, and it should be effective. Question is a two-way process, delivered in that manner. One thing. Second thing is, from financial point of view, there is a provision of BG for non-government KRCs. So this kind of discrimination should be avoided because we all are one for the same purpose, with the same capacity. Here we are having our own resources at our own level, up to the level of that KRC who are from government side. Third one is, if the provision of 50% amount of BG is essential from the government financial book, then it can be reduced, not removed. It should be on token basis. My colleague was saying it should be around 20%. I would say 10% will be enough. You are having money, we are not having money. You should have trust over us. You do whatever else you can. Because as I was going through this, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi sir said that 3.5 lakh crore rupees will be spent on this Jal Jeevan Mission. within 4 years. 2 years is gone. Only this year and next year is there to achieve this goal. How we will be able to spend this much amount? Every KRC, and sir, as Secretary Madam and our Special Secretary Sir both have said, and you have also said, that the community participation is the center of this program. If we want to make this program successful, want to make it sustainable, we have to ensure the community participation very effectively and honestly. Otherwise, this will become only the physical infrastructure of rural water supply system. We are not going to establish only pipe water or water tank. We are going to create a space among the mind of the users, rural people, who will accept this program. And after this program, they will be the person who will handle, who will carry out, who will sustain, who will own it. And that has to be done by KRC only here. KRC is here, I think, have been empaneled here or have been provisioned here just to ensure that momentum. And the proper funding, proper number of training programs should be given in advance. This is the beginning of this financial year. This is May. 1 month we have spent. Now 10.5 means 10 months and half is still there. We must know how many programs we are going to conduct in this whole financial year. There are 10 months remaining. One program we have received, level 2. We have done so much calculations, brainstorming sessions with our experts. We have interacted with other states that how much program should be conducted in your state, what is the quantum of the people, how many villages are there.
We can come to the issue.
So that has to be taken into consideration. All of things are connected directly with the finance. So finance ma'am is there, and sir, you are here. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
चलो, so nice of you, so nice of you. एक बार मैं सबसे पार्टिसिपेंट से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि मिनिस्ट्री के लिए जल जीवन मिशन मिनिस्ट्री के लिए जोरदार तालियां से स्वागत करें. अगर ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम नहीं होता आज की डेट में तो कम्युनिटी
और क्या
श्योर सर श्योर
बताना चाहते हैं
हाँ सर प्लीज सर माई साहब लक्ष्मीकांत भाटिया आई एम स्टेट HRD एंड IC कंसल्टेंट WSSO हरियाणा. सर मैं L3 से L1 की तरफ आऊंगा ग्राउंड लेवल से. L3 ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जब मिनिस्ट्री का लेटर आया तो हमने आइडेंटिफाई करे कि नियर बाय L3 NGOज कौन सी है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कौन सी है जो KRC हमारे को अप्रोच कर सकती है. तो हमने 5 KRC आइडेंटिफाई करे और उनके साथ VC करी, उनको मैंडेट बताया गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का, और उनके साथ लाइजनिंग करके हमने उनको डिस्ट्रिक्ट अलॉट कर दिए और मिनिस्ट्री को इंटीमेट कर दिया. इवन इन बिटवीन हमारे पास 2 ट्रेनिंग के प्रोग्राम आ गए, उनके साथ हमने अगेन VC करी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट फाइनलाइज अगेन करे कि इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपने ट्रेनिंग करनी है, इन पंचायतों में ट्रेनिंग करनी है. डिस्ट्रिक्ट नोडल ऑफ
सुन लीजिए, जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस आपने किया उसको तो सेशन आपको रखा है लंच के बाद. अभी जो इश्यूज हैं उसको ही डिस्कस करें.
बस इशू सर, इशू इसमें 3 इशू मेन 3 इशू ये आए हैं सर कि एक जो एडवांस पेमेंट की बात आई है L3 के रिगार्डिंग, मेरी ये विनती है मिनिस्ट्री से कि एडवांस पेमेंट बेशक दें बट स्टेट की अप्रूवल लेकर दें, क्योंकि स्टेट किस लेवल पर अप्रोच कर रहा है L3 के लिए, क्या वो उसकी कैपेसिटी उतनी है कि नहीं है, क्या वो ट्रेनिंग करवाने के उस पॉइंट पर पहुंचा है कि नहीं पहुंचा. तो स्टेट की एक इनपुट जरूर ली जाए उसमें. एडवांस पेमेंट का कोई इशू नहीं है, दी जाए.
स्टेट का इनपुट कहां पर लेना है मैं समझा नहीं
सर. स्टेट का इनपुट ये लेना है कि क्या डिस्ट्रिक्ट एग्री कर रहे हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट नोडल ऑफिसर और पंचायतें का ग्रुप बन चुका है ट्रेनिंग के वेन्यू के लिए. जैसे कि ट्रेनिंग का होटल बुक कर दिया, एक KRC ने बताया उनकी पेमेंट फंस गई, तो हमने क्या किया कि ऑलरेडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट नोडल ऑफिसर बनाए, ब्लॉक लेवल पे बनाए, ताकि एक ग्रुप क्रिएट हो गया, ग्रुप को आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर दी, उनको इंटीमेशन करते हैं. उसके बाद हमने होटल्स बुक करने के लिए KRC को बोला. कई KRC करते नहीं, हम पहले बुक करते हैं. हमने कहा नहीं, पहले बुक नहीं करना, पहले जब तक हमारा बैच कंप्लीट नहीं होता.
थोड़ा सा मैं सुना नहीं.
सॉरी
स्टेट, आप विच स्टेट?
हरियाणा. हरियाणा सर.
ओके ओके ठीक.
तो मेरा ये मानना है सर कि जब तक स्टेट का इन्वॉल्वमेंट ना होए तब तक एडवांस पेमेंट ना की जाए, क्योंकि स्टेट इसमें फुली रिस्पॉन्सिबल है. की L3 की ट्रेनिंग को पॉजिटिवली लेके जाने के लिए। और सेकंड सर, मेरा ये मानना है कि L3 ट्रेनिंग के बाद L1, L2 और L3 का मिक्स ग्रुप का एक रिफ्रेशर कोर्स जरूर करवाया जाए कुछ एक पार्टिसिपेंट को लेके, सो दैट जो L1 की सोच, L2 की सोच है और L3 का प्रैक्टिकल वर्क है, ज्वाइंटली उसको लेके जाया जाए। जैसे स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में किया गया, सैनिटेशन कैंपेन में किया गया कि भी टॉप टू बॉटम के मिक्स ग्रुप की ट्रेनिंग दी गई, जिससे एक रियल मायने में कैंपेन चलता है और वो ग्रास रूट लेवल पर उसको रिजल्ट्स आते हैं सर।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। आई थिंक
गुड आफ्टरनून,
ब्रीफ कर लेते हैं बिकॉज
बस थैंक यू सर।
समय भी ज्यादा नहीं हमारे पास अभी।
नमस्कार सर।
ब्रीफ आप जो बोल रहे हैं सिर्फ सीधा इश्यू में आइए,
मैं
कि हम लोग उसको फिर भी सेशन अभी 12 बजे तक
मैं डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज KRC लेवल 3 ग्रीन अर्थ हैं जो कुरुक्षेत्र से बोल रहा हूँ। इसमें सर एक जो अटल भूजल योजना है और जो जल जीवन मिशन है, तो वो सब अपने अपने एक्शन प्लान अलग से बनाते हैं, तो उसमें कन्वर्जेंस जरूरी है सर। और ये मिनिस्ट्री के लेवल पे एक कन्वर्सेशन हो स्टेट के साथ तो अच्छा हो जाएगा सर, ये मेरा एक सजेशन है सर। सेकेंडली, जो प्रोग्राम्स है कि इस साल हमें कितने प्रोग्राम दिए जाएंगे वो एडवांस में पता चले, तो उससे हम अपने रिसोर्सेज को मोबिलाइज कर सकते हैं। लास्ट ईयर यही हुआ कि हमने कोई और दूसरे हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स चलते थे, वो हमने सिर्फ इस इंतजार में कि मिनिस्ट्री से हमें नंबर ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स मिलेंगे, हमने वो प्रोग्राम नहीं लिए क्योंकि हमारे पास लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज थे। तो लास्ट में हमें सिर्फ 2 प्रोग्राम मिले, जिससे कि हमें काफी डैमेज हुआ। तो ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि जैसे कितने प्रोग्राम हमें करने हैं, हमें एडवांस में पता चलना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Yes, sir.
Myself,
Good morning.
Dr. Gadadhar Mahapatra. I'm a faculty of IIPA. I'm also here, Dr. Mugdha Khandelwal, research officer. 2 of us are participating here. As you know, sir, IIPA is a KRC panel for level 1, level 2 training programs. And we have conducted 6 training programs and also a webinar and imparting training to 322 officers across states and duties. And also at the outset, I would like to say that IIPA was also a key resource center in under this Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. We had conducted training and imparted training to district collectors and DM and also district sanitation fellow. About 300 participants have been trained.
Can you please come?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, of course, when you talk about the key issues and challenges, while conducting the online training programs, we had whatever challenges that were faced, we had already mentioned. But this year, I think we are going to conduct the residential training programs. Certain issues remains intact also. Let's say nomination of the participants.
That has been discussed.
Yes, sir. So nomination of the participants. And second, sir, the resource persons, sir. In online training program, we could invite resource persons from various states and UTs. So just want to know whether we can invite resource persons outside Delhi as well, because if we talk about the quality of the training program, it will affect because it will be more Delhi-based research.
Okay.
Third, sir, I think no, when you talk about this training, sir, is there any space for developing training module? That is, I think, missing in the this year annual action plan. And also documentation of case studies, sir. I think if these are there, I think that will strengthen the key resource centers. I think no will be. And thanks to the entire team of NJM for conducting such a workshop, and also this is also empowering the KRCs and also getting to know many emerging issues and challenges. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think.
Yes. Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Dennis Chauhan from Karnataka, Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement. Of course, like I have just 4 things to just share. Like first is, of course, like as one of our friends said that we have a standard module, and I would like to thank the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Government of Karnataka for this excellent coordination actually to finalize the content. So I feel that I think the content can be same in the entire state in a local language. Second, it would look bit disturbed, but I feel this point is very critical and important. Shall we merge L2 and L3 going forward? Because L2 is basically engineers and the people who are taking forward, but I think the vice versa, like L2's knowledge has to be shared with L3 and L3's knowledge has to be shared with L2. So I think, can we think about a merger of L2 and L3? So automatically the half of the problem will solve and the knowledge can be shared as well. Third thing is, थर्ड थिंग इज ऑफ कोर्स द मोबिलाइजेशन. आई थिंक मोबिलाइजेशन के बारे में बहुत सारी चर्चा है पे हुई कि वुमेन मोबिलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं और नहीं रह रहे हैं. सो आई वुड सजेस्ट यू, आई थिंक बेटर to select an organization who has a present in that state particularly. अगर वो स्टेट में काम ही नहीं कर रहे हैं और अब हम आपको डायरेक्ट उनको हम नोडल एजेंसी दे रहे तो उनका वहां पे कनेक्शन ही नहीं, तो L3 में आई थिंक इट वुड बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट विदाउट अ कनेक्शन दैट द women or this day basically. Sorry to playing the devil's advocate, but I think this is what I feel. और चौथा है कि I think right now nobody is talking about the impact part, क्योंकि हर घर जल लेके जाना है finally. I think that is the ultimate goal. So nobody is talking on that part. So I think जिसे हम train कर रहे हैं, how we are monitoring them and how we are going to take them to the impact level. So उसके लिए भी I think that should be a mechanism. That's what I feel, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think last one. I think this will be the.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Because I think there is no point in repeat करने का कोई मतलब नहीं, अगर कुछ. Yes.
Sir, I am Devraj Bardeskar from Maharashtra, KRC level 3. My suggestions is regarding to BG. In Atal Bhujal, they have.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, we are working as a district implementation partner also in Atal Bhujal. They have gave 20%. They have took 20% BG against the advance. So my request at least 20%. My colleague had told. Another, I want to suggest about.
इसका थोड़ा सा विस्तार से बताइए, क्या डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आप
इम्प्लीमेंटेशन
योजना में भी आपको फंड्स मिल रहे हैं?
फंड जो मिल रहे हैं तो बीजी जो लिए जा रहे हैं वो 20% है. सो उसके अगेंस्ट में मेरा ये सजेशन है कि 20% कर दी जाए. यदि नहीं कर पाते तो एटलीस्ट एक काम कर सकते हैं कि हम क्वार्टरली टारगेट सेट करके क्वार्टरली फाइनेंशियल ईयर का तो बहुत बड़ा बजट बन जाएगा. इट विल बी रिस्की. तो मैं सजेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि क्वार्टरली कौन सा प्लान आ रहा है, क्वार्टरली में कितना आ रहा है, उसका 50% दिया जाए तो आगे भी जा सकते हैं. तो वो साइकिल चली जाएगी और वो फास्ट भी हो जाएगा. तो वो मेरा सजेशन है. थैंक यू.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, my question to our madam. So, in advanced mode, we submitted our BG. So, how many days? So, actually, we also submitted our utilization certificate too. So, how many days actually it takes to release that bank guarantee? That is my question. Thank you. And in Meghalaya, one that issue I want to share you. Meghalaya, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. We are from university. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. With your
कांता पटेल गुजरात से आई हूँ सर. मैं लेवल 3 में अभी सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि हमारा
संस्था का नाम क्या है? संस्था का नाम
समर्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन संस्था. समर्थ सर. अभी भी हमारा जो एक्शन प्लान हम लोगों ने करके दिया है वो सैंक्शन नहीं हुआ है. हम लोग को उधर वास्मो में 3-4 बार गए. दूसरी भी हाँ सर है.
तो गुजरात से कोई आए हैं? गुजरात से? यस. गुजरात में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे क्योंकि गुजरात में भी
तो वो थोड़ा सर आप
हो नहीं पाए
पर्सनली थोड़ा उस
के बारे में थोड़ा सा आप कुछ प्रकाश डालने.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Myself Rahul from Gujarat.
I think this will be.
Sir, as you are aware that for Gujarat we have considered 2022 as the deadline for JJM 100% FATC. So in that case, so many schemes were taken up at the same time in various districts. So in Vasmo's workload management was there. So for that purpose, what I come to know from Vasmo team, that for that purpose, last year some mismanagement was done and trainings were not conducted as much as expected. But this year we are already committed and we are already in touch with the various KRCs to conduct as many trainings. And so since
आपको कहना है कि इस साल जो है KRCs का ट्रेनिंग होगा, इस बार कराएंगे.
जी सर. And as sir has rightly mentioned from Bihar, currently sir अभी 100% FATC हो रहा है. So from doorstep Vasmo का रोल आ रहा है in the village. विलेज सप्लाई के लिए वास्मो का रोल है, बट विलेज तक जो पानी पहुंचता है, गुजरात में जैसे हम लोग टोटली डिपेंडेंट है ऑन सरदार सरोवर, मेजर जंक वहां से आ रहा है पानी, तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क है उसका ONDM के ऊपर KRC का ज्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है। मेरा 1-2 KRC से जो डिस्कशन हो रहा था, देवर इन्वॉल्व इन के DWSC के साथ ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, वास्मो की टीम को ट्रेन करेंगे, बट अप टू विलेज जो पानी पहुंचा रहे GWSSB, गुजरात वाटर सप्लाई एंड सीवरेज बोर्ड, उसके जो मेंबर्स है उसकी भी ट्रेनिंग के लिए थोड़ा हाइब्रिड मॉडल बन जाए कि वास्मो एज वेल एज जो सप्लाई चेन वाले लोग हैं उसको भी अगर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए तो ज्यादा बेटर हो सकता है। लोगों का लॉसेस और उसके बारे में
point. The training is to be module is to be customized as per the requirement. Yes, last one. Yes.
Last but not the least, I'm Sheila Khare from Karnataka, representing L3 Rural Development Society, Murgod, Karnataka. We conducted 2 batches of training. Based on that, I am presenting my one important point, that is the important stakeholder we have left out, that is contractors. Engineering department can bring them officially inside, because all the works done by them, for all low quality works, everyone is escaping, saying that he is responsible like that. So I want the contractors official to come in and take the training and be pro people. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is from Uttarakhand. Only 2 minutes, sir. Only 2 minutes, please. Sir, like other issues are all.
Discuss after this. बाकी आपका suggestion सुझाव वो तो बाद में कर भी सकते हैं. बस I think mainly तो yes.
Sir, I am before the dais. I just want to say that all the training module we have been given, we have completed successfully.
That is not required now. We are asking about the issues we want to discuss.
Issues are in the Himalayan state. We want to develop a research and development cell to see the impact of all the trainings we are doing. And we have successfully completed in 7 sisters, Ladakh, Kashmir, and this Himachal, these all state trainings. So now we want to see the impact and we want to create a research cell. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Sir, sorry to come back again, sir. One small query. The COD has been sanctioned 4 training programs for this annual year, as part of the annual year. In case if this gets successfully conducted within the next 6 months, is there any possibility that we can propose new trainings?
Yes, that we can consider if there's a requirement from the state, and we'll consult with the state also. If there is a requirement, then we can go ahead. There is nothing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now request, because I understand the rest of these issues, we have time, and our Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor, ma'am, is only here for session. I think we are already delayed for 5-7 minutes. Ma'am, I would request you to kindly give your response.
First of all, the apologies to the speakers for the next session who have gotten delayed because of this interaction, but I'm grateful. You can hear me? Yeah. But I'm grateful for the input that I've received from the KRCs here. The honest and at times brutal feedback that we've received, I'm sure is only going to help things better. At the outset, I would just want to outline that while we entirely understand the concerns that have been expressed here, insofar as the financial capacity of the organizations is concerned, we also have a requirement to secure the monies that is advanced by the government. Now, the challenge is to find a middle path where your requirement and this mandate is aligned, right? So I do not have any immediate answers to the issues that have been raised, but I certainly do intend to go back and see how best. There are very good suggestions that have come forward actually while expressing the problems. We'll certainly look at those suggestions and see what is the best possible way going forward, so that at least in the current years, these issues of cash flows do not impact there, as it is a number of other challenges that people are facing. So at least this should not become one more impediment in the overall effort. I entirely agree with the point about delay in release of reimbursements. That must not happen. And I need to, therefore, when I asked you that when did you submit it, I need to now sit down and look at the steps that are involved and see what can be done to sort of compress the timelines that are currently there. to see what best we can do to reduce and compress this so that within a reasonable time frame, I will not be able to commit to a 7 days or a 10 days or a 15 days here, but rest assured, we will try and find a way that at least, the money that has been spent is quickly reimbursed so that you have your cash flows in place. I have taken note of also the suggestion regarding part advance and part reimbursement that was made in the context of the Atal Bhujal Yojana. We'll certainly have a look at how this is being operated. Rest assured that any working model that is available in any scheme under the Government of India, we will explore and see whether those practices can be adopted here. Of course, overall, within the overall framework of the government financial rules, we will try and attempt a solution. It may not be a perfect solution, but it will certainly be better than the state that we find ourselves in. So on that note, I will not take up further. Thank you very much. This has been a good learning and a very positive feedback, which will help us going forward.
Thank you. Just want to react to this very rich session that we had. It's good. It's the first time I've been 5 years in India. It's the first time we see the person in charge of finance and admin processes directly listening to the concern. And trust me, the amount of money that the ministry is dealing with is huge. We are a tiny, tiny, tiny part of this, but it's good. We have the ears of key decision makers. Not solutions yet, but the complaints are, and the issues are clear. Just, I want to react just on the, we'll have time to discuss, but a broader view on the implementation part and states not bringing in the people to be trained and all of those issues. So 2 points here. It's a tiny team. Don't expect miracles. We are all in that business, and we have to deal with the issues also ourselves. And I'm talking about you, UNICEF, and counterparts. The ministry cannot go to tiny solutions. I think we need to bulk them into broader. For instance, if we cannot impose states about the participant list, I don't know how you're going possibly to do that, but maybe ask for a training plan, 3-4 months training plan that needs to be sent to the ministry, and then you will see who is to train and all, and so that is to firm the accountability. But you cannot fill up the room instead of the state. But a training plan would be good. Don't worry. In some states, they might think they don't need KRCs for as long as they have a convincing training plan. Not a problem. In other states, they need a lot KRCs. Like now, you will hear about UP a lot, where we need to assemble. So there won't be like tiny solution. It has to be broader solutions for everyone. And again, at the end of the day, we'll have to deal with it. I mean, already there are contracts, already there is training content. So not everything will come. And we will very much mobilize the UNICEF teams in the 15 states where we have a field presence to support what's been there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we come to the end of the session. I once again like to thank Ma'am Richa Mishra, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor of the Ministry, for coming here with our request. Especially she has heard her issues, because till now she has been seeing everything in the file. But for the first time, she must have had the feeling of how this KRCs and how they work. And I'm also grateful to Shri Shuklaji. He is also the Deputy Secretary Finance, helping the ma'am out there in the ministry. So I'm also especially thankful to Mr. Nicholas Osbert, who was also here patiently hearing. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for coming all the way here and taking out this time of your busy schedule for this program. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With this, I think we'll take the program forward. So I think we have sessions, because some of you don't feel that you have been left out, because we have such sessions on sharing your good practices, because a lot of states have come, Rajasthan can share how best they have been organizing and doing the program successfully. And so that we are this one. And also I think next we'll have a couple of sessions from our especially the special experts of the sector. Maybe first I would request Mr. Libby Johnson to start this session, because he can come and share his experiences and his, maybe if it's an organized presentation, well and good, or else we can have a kind of discussion where we can take it forward. Thank you, ma'am. You can take this, please. Yes. Thank you so much. Just see here off. Okay, yes. If it is a presentation, we can load this, and we can this one. Yes, please. Yes, please. Libby Johnson is a person who needs no interaction. I think they have been working extensively in Odisha. I think so. We must be knowing that they have been done extensive work, and he talked about community participation in the last session also, how the communities need to be engaged fruitfully for this, slightly pointed out, but somebody where community has a very important role to play in this one entire program. So I would request him to kindly, yes, it can be of both an interactive session. People can also, can have their issues discussed, because we know that, because last time when you came, you were kind of, novice, no programs were conducted. But by this time, a lot of people have conducted programs, and the field level, you must have encountered a lot of issues like participation is an issue, support by the government is an issue. So we can have a discussion kind of thing. And also post-lunch session also, we have, it's basically, it's a two-way interaction. And I think you should make advantage of, one, the presence of course, National Jal Jeevan Mission team, and also the state representatives. So we have state representatives, state nodal officers who are in charge of the capacity building. So the message you would like to convey, the kind of cooperation you would like to solicit from them can also be conveyed. As I also already said, you should also have, we'll also request all the state nodal officers to have a kind of formal, informal discussion with KRCs, LC KRCs, and also L1, L2 who have a major presence in the state, who expect a lot of participants from the states across. So thank you so much. I would invite Mr. Libby Johnson, please. You have any presentation? Okay, that's great. After this, we also have an experienced person. Sama sir is here. He has worked in the field. Despite his age, he wanted to formally, informally interact with you, share his experience. He's from Vwsc of Gujarat. So after this, we'll like to listen from Sama sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanan sir. It's a pleasure to be here again. सबको मिलके बहुत खुशी है, और मैं अपना इंटरैक्टिव करना चाहूँगा, और मैं अपना फर्ज जो है आज के लिए वो सामा साहब के लिए तैयारी मानता हूँ. So I'll try and leave as much time as possible for him to interact. एक छोटा सा 3-4 स्लाइड का एक प्रेजेंटेशन बनाया है, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ कि कुछ खास मुद्दों को सामने रखें. I'll mix Hindi and English. We all know that it's not business as usual. Community participation की बात है, last mile तक टैप में पानी पहुंचाने की बात है, और हर लेवल पे हर तरह का changes. It's multi-dimensional process that we need. उसका मतलब ये है कि KRC के लिए भी ये business as usual नहीं हो सकता है. As KRCs, Gram Vikas, the organization that I work with, is a KRC. We are also doing the work of ISA in Odisha. So also I have the responsibility on the other side कि मैं जो कह रहा हूँ कि कहना चाहता हूँ वो अपने जगह पे हम कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं. So it's वो जिम्मेदारी, वो responsibility मैं समझता हूँ. इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि अपने लिए दूसरा कोई ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के जैसे अगर उसको देखना लगेंगे, if you look at this, हाँ गवर्नमेंट के साथ ट्रेनिंग करना है, कम्युनिटी लेवल पे करना है, तो मेरे ख्याल से हम अपना काम नहीं निभा पाएंगे. We cannot take this as business as usual, because we are basically trying to get engineers and rural communities to sit together, plan, discuss, हो या construction हो, कुछ behavioral change हम चाहते हैं. और we had a session on a conversation with the JJM, with secretary and senior officials 2-3 days back. तो बात ये आई कि ये सिर्फ SBM में हम behavioral change, लोगों की behavioral change की बात कर रहे थे, क्योंकि we want people to use toilets, practice safe sanitation. Whereas in JJM हमको ये मानना पड़ेगा कि लोगों से ज्यादा, क्योंकि लोग तो पानी इस्तेमाल करेंगे ही और लोग पानी के लिए पैसा देंगे ही. I think the biggest behavioral change is at the level of L1 and L2 KRCs. Unless we can get the engineers and the departments to change their behavior, JJM मुमकिन नहीं है. JJM की जो goals है वो मुमकिन नहीं है. So, we have to talk about behavioral change not at the community level, because महिलाएं चाहती है कि नल में पानी आए और हर रोज आए, और उसके लिए जो करना चाहिए वो लोग अपना काम तो निभाएंगे ही. और ये सामा साहब भी जब आप उनकी टाइम आएंगे वो भी बताएंगे कि पिछले 25-30 साल से हम देख रहे हैं कि कम्युनिटीज खुद कैसे मैनेज कर पाते हैं. वो नहीं कर पाएंगे, पंचायत ये जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेंगे, ये शंकाएं हमारी है, उनके नहीं है. हम उनको मौका नहीं दे रहे. As KRCs, how can we do this? Next. So what are our, and I would like to limit my thing to KRC 3 because Samasab will deal with level 1 and level 2 substantially also. KRC 3 हमारे सामने हमारे कुछ strengths है, opportunities है. Target group जिसको community हो या community institutions हो, SHGs है, VWSC है, पंचायत है, local governments है, field functionaries है, उनके साथ कुछ direct connect हमारी है, जो level के 3 KRCs के, और वो हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है. और इस प्रोसेस में हम उस ताकत को कैसे इस्तेमाल कर पाएंगे. मैं मानता हूं कि धरातल में जो इश्यूज है, जो चैलेंजेस है, उसका बहुत इंटीमेट हमारी नॉलेज है. किस जगह पे पानी की कमी है, किस जगह पे क्वालिटी इश्यूज है, किस जगह पे पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस ज्यादा हो सकता है. तो हो सकता है कि PHED के RWSS के डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो लीडरशिप है उनके जितना जानकारी हो उससे बहुत ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन और नॉलेज हमारी है KRC होने के नाते, लेवल 3 के KRC के लेवल पे. एंड हाउ डू वी यूज दैट. और जिस लेवल पे चेंज हम चाहते हैं, कम्युनिटी लेवल पे, पंचायत लेवल पे, वहां इन्फ्लुएंस करने का कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटीज और एबिलिटी हमारी है. आर वी ट्राइंग टू यूज दिस, और आर वी स्टिल लुकिंग एट इट एज दूसरा एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम 4 दिन का 5 दिन का करना है, अच्छा फीडबैक लेना है. और जैसे सेक्रेटरी साहब सुबह बोल रहे थे कि दिस इज नॉट अबाउट रूरल वाटर, इट्स अबाउट रूरल वाटर सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन. हम सिर्फ पानी पहुंचाने की बात नहीं कर रहे. And I'm very glad that in the morning, the leadership of the ministry spoke about, how do we bring in sanitation, whether it is household toilets, whether it is liquid waste management, solid waste management, hygiene behavior, safe hygiene behavior. तो इसमें कुछ एक अच्छे से करके दिखाने का मौका है. और सबसे बड़ी बात है, और and this I can say because I have to also manage the resources of the KRC that Gram Vikas runs. काफी अच्छा बजट बना के रखा है, कम नहीं है. I agree with the colleagues sense that ये 3 लेवल पे 3 अलग का फर्क क्यों, वो मैं मानता हूं, सही उन्होंने कहा. लेकिन लेवल 3 में भी जो पैसा का प्रावधान किया है वो कम नहीं है. अगर हम चाहते हैं कि अच्छा क्वालिटी काम करना है तो हम इस बजट में अच्छा खासा कर भी सकते हैं. So how are we going to make use of these opportunities? Next please. लेकिन कुछ चीज हमको करना भी जरूरी है. क्या हम सबके लेवल पे जो जिस तरह का ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस हमको KRC चलाने के लिए चाहिए, जिस तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सिस्टम्स चाहिए, वो है कि नहीं है, ये हमको देखना जरूरी है. उसके लिए काम करना जरूरी है. जो हमारे ट्रेनर्स है, और मेरे लिए भी ये डेली का एक प्रॉब्लम है कि अपने ट्रेनर्स जो है अपने को ट्रेनर्स मानते हैं. वो मानते हैं कि मैं ट्रेनी का लेवल पार करके आ गया हूं, मैं ट्रेनर हूं, अभी मैं क्या सीखूं. ये तो नहीं चलेगा. तो हाउ डू वी पुट इन प्लेस अ सिस्टम वेयर आवर ट्रेनर्स कंटिन्यू टू लर्न. उनके लिए फील्ड एक्सपोजर, और जो ट्रेनी जो कम्युनिटी है, VWSC है या PRI लीडरशिप है या फील्ड लेवल फंक्शनरीज है, उनके साथ लगातार उनको सिर्फ क्लासरूम में नहीं, क्लासरूम में आने से पहले दोबारा समझने का, रिफ्रेश करने का मौका कहाँ हम बना रहे क्या. और ये एक मेरे ख्याल से as we discuss this common training module and field manuals, etc. दिल्ली से जो बना के ला रहा है वो हमको डायरेक्शन दिशा देती है, लेकिन मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि सेंट्रल लेवल पे कोई एक मॉड्यूल बना वो हम अपने क्लासरूम में अपने सेशन में उसका उपयोग कर पाएंगे, बिकॉज वी हैव टू कंटेक्चुअलाइज इट, अपने लेवल पे उसको लेना पड़ेगा, भाषा बदलनी पड़ेगी, कहानियां बदलने पड़ेंगे. You talk about water conservation and we show pictures from Rajasthan और गुजरात, बावलियों की अगर पिक्चर्स देखेंगे बंगाल और ओडिशा में वो काम नहीं चलेगा. तो how do we create our own materials for that? और उसमें क्या इनोवेशन लाएंगे? How can we create models for other KRCs to follow? और ये मेरे ख्याल से हम सबके सामने चुनौती है. एक दिन हमको फील्ड में रहना है, गांव में ले जाना है. हम किस तरह का गांव में ले जाएंगे? उस गांव के साथ हमारी क्या संपर्क है? हमें कितना मालूम है कि उस गांव में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस कौन सी है? इफ यू लुक एट द फील्ड वर्क, फील्ड विजिट डे वाला गाइड अगर देखें मॉड्यूल में, बहुत कुछ चीज बोले हैं. शायद असम्पशन ये है कि एक गांव में हम ले जाएंगे, वहां पे हर चीज हम दिखा पाएंगे. वो तो मुमकिन नहीं है. So how do we then set expectations of the participants कि हम जिस गांव में जा रहे हैं वहां पे ये चीज अच्छा हुआ है, उससे आप सीखिए. तो ये तैयारियां मेरे ख्याल से KRC लेवल पे करने की बहुत जरूरत है. और मैं क्यों ये कह रहा हूं कि मुझे लग रहा है कि जितना मेरा सीमित अनुभव है, इंक्लूडिंग ग्राम विकास KRC, हम ये सब ठीक से शायद करने का सोचा नहीं है. हम ट्रेनर है, हम जानते हैं कौन सा ट्रेनिंग करना है, तो वो बिजनेस एज यूजुअल में नहीं चलेगा. कुछ चैलेंजेस है, मैं मानता हूं, बहुत हमको आज सुबह सुनने को मिले, लेकिन कांस्टेंट इंटरेक्शन जरूरी है. ओडिशा का मेरा मित्र यहाँ है जो स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर है, तो फोन करते ही रहते हैं, उनको बुलाते ही रहते हैं कि आ जाइए, आप भी आइए, ये करिए, एनुअल एक्शन प्लान को अप्रूवल दीजिए, उसको मैंने उसमें जो परामर्श देना है दीजिए. हमें तो लगे ही रहना है, क्योंकि काम हमारी है. हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जितना भी दोष दें कि वो कर नहीं रहा है, लेकिन उल्टा तो अपने ऊपर ही आता है. और some states mentioned about this and very happy to see that KRCs themselves collaborating कि स्टेट लेवल पे क्या रीजनल लेवल पे भाषा के हिसाब से, कल्चरल हिसाब से, टोपोग्राफी के हिसाब से, जियोहाइड्रोलॉजी के हिसाब से कंटेंट डेवलप करने का, ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल्स बनाने का, ट्रेनर्स का कॉमन पूल करने का, और representation with the state government उसको मजबूत करने का. If there's a KRC that is placed at the state capital, how can that organization help other KRCs who may be in remote areas to coordinate with the state government? Or social media में, because I don't think many KRCs are there out showing what is happening. तो मेरे ख्याल से इसमें कुछ पूलिंग करने का जरूरत है स्टेट लेवल पे. सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि दूसरे को देने का और दूसरे लेने का भी हमें, because as trainers the biggest problem is हम सब जानते हैं, हमें और कुछ जानने का बाकी नहीं है. ये मेंटालिटी बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है, और ये मैं सच में बोल रहा हूँ, ये हो रहा है हमारे बीच. लास्ट मेरा पॉइंट है कि ये रूरल वाटर सेक्टर में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में इतना एक ग्राउंडेड एफर्ट रहा नहीं था. KRCs का इतना वाइड नेटवर्क नहीं था, इतना एफर्ट नहीं था, इतना बजट नहीं था. तो एक फंडामेंटल राइट के हिसाब से पानी को देखें या बेसिक सर्विस से देखें, लोगों की जिंदगी नेशंस डेवलपमेंट प्रोसेस में, और एक बहुत ही मजबूत, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्टर को मजबूत करने का मेरे ख्याल से आप अगले 30-35 साल में कोई ऐसा मौका आने वाला नहीं है. इतना पैसा भी, इतना रिसोर्सेज, इतना लोग जुटने वाला नहीं है. तो हमें ये मौका नहीं खोना है. और जैसे पहले भी बोला, सुबह भी बात हुई कि टनल विजन से हम पानी की लेके चले, अच्छा PhD अलग है, रूरल डेवलपमेंट हमारे स्टेट में अलग है, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. सच है, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन गांव में पंचायत वही है, VWC वही है, महिला वही है, उनके लिए ये दोनों एक ही है. तो हम अपने पीछे की तरफ स्टेट में अलग है वाली नजरिया लेंगे, सामने लोगों के लिए एक है वो नजरिया लेंगे, और अपने ट्रेनिंग को हम किस रूप से करेंगे. I'm sure when the ministry comes out with the manual, it will be water specific. हमें उसको तोड़ना पड़ेगा, हमें उसको तोड़ना पड़ेगा। हम ही को इसमें ये टनल विजन छोड़ के, पानी वाला इंजीनियरिंग वाला टनल विजन छोड़ के हम ही को इसमें सैनिटेशन और हाइजीन को लाना पड़ेगा। सवाल यह है कि हम में से कितने में उसके लिए दम है, हम कितने तैयार है इसको करने के लिए। और ये एक मौका KRCs को एक साथ लाने का, at least at the state level, if collaborations can be built, coalitions can be built and efforts can be made, I believe we'll be able to do a lot. If there are any comments or observation on this. No, there's somebody there. So maybe 3 or 4, because I mean, others have to hear. सिर्फ मुझे नहीं ना माइक देने के लिए कोई है? So we'll just 2 or 3 basic. No, I said, no, I also agreed that. I said what you made is a correct point. है ना? No, आपने जो बोला वो सही है, इक्विटी वाली बात सही है, और 6,000 रुपया कम नहीं है, वही मैं बोला कम नहीं है।
आवाज आ रही है आपकी? दूसरा जो इशू है, जो आई थिंक आपके प्रेजेंटेशन में, क्योंकि आप बोलेंगे तो ये वाइडर ये इम्पैक्ट होगा। ये L1, L2, L3 जो है, जो एक कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट डेवलप किया है, ये एक आइसोलेशन में किया गया है। लेट अस गो बैक टू द ODF डेज। ODF डेज में एक ही एजेंसी होती थी जो कि स्टेट में जाकर पॉलिसी अलाइनमेंट करता था, स्ट्रैटेजी की बात करता था, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डिमांड जनरेट करता था, उसके बाद जाके गांव में जाकर ट्रेनिंग वर्कशॉप करता था। तो एक पूरा एक सिस्टम अलाइन था, L1, L2, L3। अंतर वही है कि वहां पे एक ही एजेंसी है जो L1 भी कर रहा है, L2 भी कर रहा है, L3 भी कर रहा है, लेकिन वो पूरा अलाइंड होते थे। यहां पर ये जो इतना अंतर है कि L1 कब क्या हो गया पता ही नहीं, L2 कहां हो गया पता ही नहीं, सब अपना जंगल में मोर नाचा, किसने देखा वो है ही नहीं। तो एक इंटीग्रेशन इसकी तो बात नहीं हो रही है। दूसरी बात कि ये है कि L3 का जो ट्रेनिंग है उसमें जो इश्यूज आते हैं वो L1, L2 के होते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर कि जब मैं VWSC के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बात करता हूं कि विलेज वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमेटी होनी चाहिए, 10 से 15 मेंबर्स होने चाहिए, 50% में उसके वीमेन होनी चाहिए, ये होनी चाहिए। तो फॉर केस हरियाणा, तो हरियाणा में जो आपका जो VWSC का जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, तो बाय डिफॉल्ट 50% पॉसिबल ही नहीं है उसमें। तो फिर बोलते इसमें तो हो ही नहीं सकता है ये, तो वो पॉलिसी इशू है। दूसरा बात कि विलेज वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमेटी जब कहते बोलते हमारे यहाँ तो सैनिटेशन कमेटी है ही नहीं, हमारे यहाँ सीवेज कमेटी है। सीवेज कमेटी अगेन पॉलिसी इशू है सर। आई थिंक
there are others also.
I know that, क्योंकि ये आपका पॉलिसी इश्यूज है। तो अगर L1, L2, L3 एक साथ मिलके बात करे, L3 के जो इश्यूज है L1, L2 के दे, ताकि वो स्टेट लेवल पर डिस्कस करे। टैरिफ फिक्सेशन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कर रहा है, हम यहाँ पर बात करें टैरिफ फिक्सेशन को फिक्स करो, आप बोलते नहीं वो तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने फिक्स कर दिया। तो L1, L2, L3 have to be aligned and implemented in a staggered manner, cascading manner. That is what I am saying it. Thank you.
Thank you. वो माइक थोड़ा सा हैंड ओवर कर दीजिएगा।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Hello. So we cannot raise issues that is to be taken in the open house here. पॉलिसी पे बात नहीं कर सकते।
I'm just trying to raise one important issue that has been raised by Bini Madam and other speakers.
I think she's
also
said she'll come back. So
yeah.
such issues
So
should be raised.
I just want to get your insight on that, Libby. Because you have already told that you have been, Gram Vikas has already been involved in as a key resource center, as an implementation support agency.
Please raise the issue.
One or two important areas what I also learned while doing the training of L2 and L3 functionaries, Madam Bini Madam also referred to that, whether do you have any experience where the cluster level federations promoted by the SHGs, whether they have been working as an implementation support agency? Because based on my experience as a national resource person, IVCB for MORD, I found that cluster level federations could be one of the major player in executing this Jal Jeevan Mission as an implementation support agency. One is that. The other one is there are challenges what we have been facing. How do we integrate village action plan with the Gram Panchayat development plan? What is your experience as far as Orissa is concerned? How do you integrate that? Because many of the states they are facing, and recently I've seen that Ministry of Jal Shakti, they have issued guidelines where many of the secretary, line department secretary, Government of India, they have signed that circular for converging various resources, various acts and policies to make it happen on the ground. Because unfortunately, that is not happening, because the village action plan is prepared at a time which is not in sync with the Gram Panchayat development plan timeline. So how do you share your experience on that? And then the other important issue is that when we were doing training of L2 and L3, we found that the capacity of the implementation support agency is far behind what we are expecting. So how do we build the capacity of the implementation support agencies to facilitate in this process? These are the three questions. I need your insights on that.
So on the ISA, I hope the ministry will also take cognizance, and that original plan was that the L3 also includes ISA in their target group, and that I'm sure will happen. On the GPDP, VAP, director has already mentioned, and I'm sure some action will be taken. But I think at the KRC level, for what is important for us is to be able to take it at the ground level. The VAP is being done by the same Gram Sabha. The GPDP is being prepared by the same Gram Sabha. Can our training program enable them to see the similarities in the two and where it is important to them? In the document, in the plan soft, where it merges is an administrative and a policy matter. But what is important for us is what happens on the ground. Same Sarpanch, same Panchayat executive officer or Panchayat secretary. So how do we do that in our training program is a question that we need to ask ourselves. But we also continue to ask the question of the ministry, of the department, as to how they plan to bring it together. I think these two have to be seen together. On the cluster level federations, I know Kudmishri in Kerala is being included as ISA. I know in Arunachal they have incorporated these two states. I know where cluster level federations, and as you rightly said, in many states CLFs are probably in a position to take up the job of ISAs as much, as better, or as good as most non-government organizations today. So it's again for the state at the state level to coordinate on that.
नमस्ते, गुड मॉर्निंग। हमें ये भी कैलकुलेट करना चाहिए कि हमारे अलॉटेड एरिया में कितना ट्रेनिंग्स प्रोग्राम करना है टोटल अप टू 2024। लाइक मैं महेश अग्रवाल फ्रॉम एक्शन फॉर कम्युनिटी झारखंड। हम लोगों को 7 स्टेट अलॉट किया गया है। 5 स्टेट का हमने कैलकुलेशन किया है विद द स्टेट्स एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स व्हिच हैज बीन अलॉटेड टू अस। 587 बैचेज हैव टू कंडक्ट टू सभी गांव को हम शामिल कर पाए, और हमने कैलकुलेट किया है 2 members एटलीस्ट शुड बी एज ए पार्टिसिपेंट फ्रॉम ईच विलेज। सो 587 बैचेज में अभी तक हम लोगों ने 2 बैच कंप्लीट किया है। सो नाउ वी शुड कैलकुलेट एंड प्लान इस साल कितना कर पाएंगे, एंड ऑल्सो द फंड मैनेजमेंट एंड फंड फ्लो सिस्टम किस तरीके से हैंडल कर पाएंगे। दैट इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द प्लानिंग प्रोसेस। थैंक यू।
So I'll stop here. Yes, Samasab is also there. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, now I would like to formally thank
Mr. Libby Johnson for sharing his experience. Yes, I think there are issues regarding ISAs. Let me also clarify. ISAs are part of L3. They are part of L3s. So the L3 participants. And also since state nodal officers are here, most of the cases, what has happened is the L3 KRCs have been, state is doing that. Sorry, ISAs are done by the state. States अपना ISAs को nominate कर रहे हैं, अपना जो भी selection process है वो कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद I think the next step is they also need to be oriented. Agar if there is a formal program, orientation program, and I would also request that state should, जब भी इस साल का हमारा L3 program होने जा रहा है, the state should also see and nominate them, because L3, the ISAs also need to be oriented, because unless they उनको orient नहीं करेंगे, then how will they perform in the field? Because they are in fact the main persons who will be interacting with the community, taking them, mobilizing them, creating awareness among them, sensitizing them. That's very important. So I think we'll all keep discussing. Now I would request Sama sir to share his experience. As you all know him, he was ex-director of Washmo. He has a lot of experience working in the field. He is still involved. He attends every our seminars, programs. I believe he is aware of all the developments that has taken place, and he has also played an important role in framing the guidelines. He's one among the team members which played an important role in finalizing these guidelines for the JJM operational guidelines. Sir, please.
No, it's all right. Namaskar, Mitro. It's a pleasure. Or I would like to start with a small nudging. It's a great promise to the nation that every household woman would get in a tap connection. I am involved since last 35 years with drinking water and water. And I have seen the history. कुछ करने की कोशिश की, कुछ किया, कुछ नहीं किया. एक स्टेज से दूसरी स्टेज, स्लिप ओवर, वापस आगे पीछे चलता रहा. When it is a great promise, as my friend Libby had told last slide, it's a great opportunity. और वो हम अगर we want to take a cue, वो स्वच्छता प्रोग्राम है. स्वच्छता प्रोग्राम भी हम 30 साल से करते रहे थे. कुछ बनाई, कुछ नहीं बनाई, लैट्रिन बना रहे थे, कुछ हो रहा था, नहीं हो रहा था, निराशा, आशा. और वो जब एक कैंपेन मोड में आ गया, एक नेशनल प्रोग्राम में आ गया, एक अवेयरनेस और उसमें सब जुड़ गए, तो वो हो गया. और मैं बहुत ही गंभीरता से उसको ये इस तरह से बोलता हूँ कि आपका स्वच्छता प्रोग्राम कंप्लीट नहीं है जब तक जल जीवन मिशन का प्रोग्राम सक्सेसफुल नहीं होता, क्योंकि वो जुड़े हुए हैं, हाइजीन के साथ भी जुड़े हुए हैं. पानी उसकी लैट्रिन में मिलना चाहिए, वो भी एक बड़ा मोटिव था. तो ये एक दूसरे के प्रोग्राम कम्प्लीमेंट्री है. और उनको हमको एक कंपोजिट हाइजीन, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड टू रीएनफोर्स as a behavioral and attitudinal change, not only in ODF, but in using water is also very important. मैं अब थोड़ी सी बातें करूंगा, जो बातें यहाँ पर मैंने 1.5 या 2 घंटे में सुनी है, उसके बारे में whatever experience I have. One thing I am still connected. I am part of KRC3 in Gujarat with 2 organizations, BIAF and Shaw Foundation. And I am looking at, I was member of task force also. So I visited many states in that also. and that was a great experience. ट्रेनिंग की नीड जो है, जो यहाँ प्रश्न खड़ा हुआ है, और प्रश्न हर एक में आता है, ये तो बहुत बड़ी विशाल सब्जेक्ट है। ट्रेनिंग की डिमांड्स जनरेट होना वो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, और यहाँ तो मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं। कंट्री एक नेशनल गाइडलाइन बना रहा है, स्टेट्स उसको काम कर रहा है, कम्युनिटी को मोबिलाइज होना है, तो देयर इज ए बिग कनेक्शन, और अलग अलग तरीके से है। मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये कहता है कि अगर ट्रेनिंग नीड डिमांड होनी चाहिए या क्रिएट होनी चाहिए, तो उसके सबसे पहला स्टेप बहुत ही अच्छा मॉनिटरिंग है। अगर मॉनिटरिंग एट एवरी स्टेज बहुत विजिबल ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं होता है, तो समझ लीजिए कि ट्रेनिंग की नीड नहीं आएगी। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जो ऑब्जेक्टिव बनाए थे उसका मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम प्लेस में है कि नहीं है, एंड आई एम सॉरी टू से इट इज नॉट। अगर होता भी होगा तो कहीं कागज पे है, वो बाहर नहीं जा रहा है। इसको मैं यहीं बंद कर दूंगा। जब कम्युनिटी की इम्पोर्टेंस सरकार ने समझी और कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व करने की बातें हुई, पार्टिसिपेशन 7th 5-year प्लान में आया, 7th 8th 9th 10th में पार्टिसिपेशन के मीनिंग बदलते रहे। जब ये पार्टिसिपेशन आया तो मैं कर रहा हूं, तुम देखोगे और मैं आपको इन्फॉर्म कर दूंगा पार्टिसिपेशन हो गया। फिर पार्टिसिपेशन ऐसा नहीं, दूसरे 8th 5-year प्लान में वो पार्टिसिपेशन और तरीके से आया कि नहीं, लोगों को ये डिमांड होनी चाहिए, जानना चाहिए, लोगों ने खुद प्लानिंग करना चाहिए, लोग उसमें एंगेज होना चाहिए, इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना चाहिए, डिमांड आनी चाहिए, और उसके बाद जो आप वो प्रोग्राम देंगे तो उनको रिलेट करेगा और वो उसका पूरा उपयोग करेंगे। आज मेरे ख्याल से इन डिफरेंट स्टेज जो 25 साल से रिफॉर्म वाटर सेक्टर में आता रहा, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, आप उसकी इतिहास देख लीजिए। ये रिफॉर्म आज का नहीं है कि कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्व होनी चाहिए, ये 1999 में आ गया था, हर गाइडलाइन में आया था। उसके बाद भी अगर 25 साल के बाद भी हम ये कहें कि कम्युनिटी को पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए, तो समथिंग वेरी बेसिकली रॉन्ग। समवेयर वी हैव फेल्ड, और आज भी कई स्टेट ऐसी हालत में हैं जहां पर एक ये इंजीनियरिंग का ही काम है, बाकी ये शो पीस है, बोलते हैं तो कर लेते हैं, कर लेंगे। तो वो जो ऑर्गेनिक रिलेशंस हैं सब, वो शायद एस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो रहे हैं, और उसमें KRC3 का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। KRC3 आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर KRC3 एक्टिव हो जाएंगे तो मैं एक ही बात कह सकूंगा, और जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, कि आप यूजफुल भी होंगे, आप रेलेवेंट भी होंगे। KRC3 में मैं एक ही मैसेज दूंगा जो हमने गुजरात में 2002 में कोशिश की थी और बहुत अच्छी तरह कर सके। वो मैसेज यह है कि KRC में शायद पूरे प्रोजेक्ट का 2% या 3% भी खर्चा नहीं कीजिए, और उसको आप इस तरह से देखिए कि वो 2% 3% जो 98% एक हार्डवेयर पे खर्च हो रहा है, उसकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाएगा। अगर ये 2% आपने नहीं किया तो वो 65% हो जाएगा, 50 हो जाएगा। ये हमारा एक्सपीरियंस। पाइपें चलेंगी नहीं चलेंगी, पानी पहुंचेगा, मोटर टूटेगी, ब्रेक होगा, बहुत कुछ होगा, स्लिप ओवर होता ही रहेगा। दैट इज व्हाट 30 years हिस्ट्री इज। बट अभी स्लिप ओवर के चांसेस नहीं हैं। उसका कारण है कि अब हम अल्टीमेट पे पहुंच चुके हैं। अल्टीमेट क्या है कि पानी घर पे पहुंचना चाहिए। उसके इंजीनियरिंग का भी सवाल है, उसमें कम्युनिटी का एंगेजमेंट के सवाल है, मैनेजमेंट के सवाल है, ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस का सवाल है। ये चारों भाग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और मेरे ख्याल से KRC3 जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है O&M में है। अगर हम अब देखें आज जहां हम खड़े हैं तो 50% गांवों में तो काम हो चुका है। KRC3 को कैटेगराइज करना पड़ेगा कि जो गांवों में काम हो गया उसमें क्या अप्रोच, जो गांवों में अब चल रहा है वहां क्या अप्रोच होगी, और जहां फ्यूचरिस्टिक है अभी नहीं हुआ है वहां क्या अप्रोच होगी। अगर ये तीन अप्रोच आप अलग नहीं करते हैं तो मेरे ख्याल से ये मैसेज बराबर नहीं जा सकती है। पहले मैं उस चीज को लूंगा कि जहां काम पूरा हो गया है वहां KRC की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है। विलेज एक्शन प्लान बना नहीं बना, उसका GDP के साथ कनेक्शन हुआ नहीं हुआ, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे दिया, कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व नहीं हुआ, वहां सबसे बड़ा रोल KRC का आता है। और उसमें थोड़ा सा अप्रोच का हमको फर्क करना पड़ेगा। और मैं ये कह सकता हूं आउट ऑफ माय एक्सपीरियंस कि अगर वो कम्युनिटी एंगेज नहीं हुई तो आपके जो ऑब्जेक्टिव हैं वो बहुत ही स्लिप ओवर हो सकते हैं और फेल हो सकते हैं। अब अल्टीमेट जब पहुंच जाएंगे हम कि पानी नल से मिल रहा है, उसको रीएनफोर्स करने के लिए हमको ये सॉफ्टवेयर करना ही पड़ेगा। तो ये मैं एक आपको बहुत सिंपल मैसेज देना चाहता हूं कि KRC3 वहां पे भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, L3 जहां पर काम पूरा हो चुका है। और उसके लिए सोचने का तरीका, उसके लिए डिलीवरी करना, उसका प्रोग्राम करने के लिए शायद कामों को फेरफार करना पड़ेगा। What is happening in KRC3 जो मैसेज सरकार वहां दे रही है या सरकार के फंक्शनरी दे रहे हैं और आपका जो प्रोग्राम की मैसेज है, उस दो में डिफरेंस है। हम जो करना चाहते हैं वो हम मैसेज दे रहे हैं, वहां जो वो कर रहे हैं वो मैसेज दे रहे हैं, और उसमें कंफ्यूजन होता है और वो बहुत ही बड़ा एक गैप है। इसलिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि वो लोकल परिस्थितियों के अनुसार वो कौन सी पॉलिसी पर क्या काम कर रहे हैं उसके साथ अवगत हों, और हम कॉन्ट्रेरी मैसेज बहुत ना दें। जैसे कि प्लानिंग आपको विलेज एक्शन प्लान का जो है और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी आपको देने का था, ये भी देने का, अगर आप बोलेंगे तो बोलते हमारे यहाँ तो काम पूरा हो गया, हमको तो पता ही नहीं कब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो गया। ये वो हर चीज आएगी। तो इसलिए आप एक ऐसा समय आ चुका है जहां पर कि आप इसको डिफरेंशिएट करिए कि स्टेट क्या मैसेज देती है। उसमें बहुत लोगों ने बहुत बातें की कि वो लोकल क्या कर रहे हैं वहां पर, और वो उसके अनुसार ही हम अपनी मैसेज बनाएंगे। हाँ, जो चाहिए ऑब्जेक्टिव वो जरूर बताएंगे। दो चीज मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से शेयर करूंगा और कानन साहब को भी बोलूंगा कि 4 दिन का प्रोग्राम शायद हमको रिकास्ट करना चाहिए। मैं 2 फेज में करना चाहूंगा प्रोग्राम L3 का, 6 महीने के डिफरेंस में, और एक 3 दिन का और एक 2 का। प्रोग्राम बड़े कंप्रेसिव रहेंगे, उसको फिर करना, उन लोगों को फिर बात करना, वो बहुत जरूरी है। अगर वो हम नहीं करेंगे तो समझ लीजिए कि आपका ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम केवल वैक्यूम में चल रहा है। 6 महीने के बाद आपको पता लगेगा कि उन्होंने क्या क्या नहीं किया, क्या कर सकते थे, डिफिकल्टी क्या थी और उसको कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है कम 2 फेज में ये प्रोग्राम करने पड़ेंगे, 3 दिन और 2 दिन का कर सकते हैं। L2 L3 मेरे ख्याल से मर्ज कर देनी चाहिए। आई हैव रीजन, आई कैन गिव द पेपर, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज L2 और L3 जो हैं वो एक साथ बैठेंगे तब बात पूरी बन जाएगी। उनको अलग अलग मैसेज देना, अलग अलग बात करना, वो अलग हैं, वो बहुत गड़बड़ है। राजस्थान, आई एम ए KRC राजस्थान, आई एम वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस। राजस्थान के जो यहाँ थे उन्होंने भी बात की थी, आपने बात की थी। हमने बांस को डूंगरपुर में किया था, और आई विल टेल यू हर आदमी इन्वॉल्व था। कलेक्टर, DDO, जिला पंचायत सब मोबिलाइज हुए, सब वो लेक्चर देने भी आए, सुनने भी आए, और जो रिस्पोंडेंट थे, जो वहाँ के काम कार्यकर्ता थे, खासकर महिलाएं, उनमें जो चेंज आया था वो बहुत बढ़िया था। तो मेरे ख्याल से वो माहौल हर स्टेज में खड़ा करना पड़ेगा जहां पर L2 L3 साथ में बैठ जाएं। वो अलग करते हैं तो वहां वो गड़बड़ शुरू हो जाती है। तो वो ये इम्पोर्टेंट है। फील्ड विजिट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आज 1.5 साल 2 साल हमारे हो चुके हैं और एक आइडियल डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव विलेज इन ईच तालुका या ईच डिस्ट्रिक्ट मस्ट बी डन, जिसकी लीडरशिप आ गई हो, लोग लीडरशिप से एंगेज हो गए हैं, काम कर रहे हैं। अगर वहां पे ले जाएंगे तो इंस्पिरेशन आता है उनको, लोगों को ये लगता है कि ये अगर कर सकते हैं तो हम भी कर सकते हैं। इसलिए शायद हमको ऐसा विलेज सेलेक्ट कर लिया जो हमने पूरा कर दिया है वहां पर, या एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऐसा एक विलेज जो एक मॉडल विलेज, एक डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव विलेज हो, वहां पर आप ले जाएंगे तो आपको लोगों को इतना इंस्पिरेशन मिलेगा। दिस इज माय प्रैक्टिकल वे, दैट इज द वे वी डिड इन गुजरात। ऑल द 18,000 पीपल गॉट इंस्पिरेशन बिकॉज देयर वर मॉडल्स टू बी सीन। वहां जाने के बाद वो फिजिकल चीजें नहीं देखते, वहां जाने के बाद वो लोगों से जो इंटरेक्ट होता है, उससे जो बातें होती हैं कि ये शक्य है, इट इज पॉसिबल, ये हो सकता है, इसके लिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो ये मैं एक छोटा सा सजेशन आपको दे रहा हूं। आईसी मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि वी आर लैकिंग। आईसी इज ए टूल, बहुत ही इफेक्टिव है, लोकल कई मीडिया से यूज कर सकते हैं, और वो आईसी अगर होगा तो एक माहौल बनेगा, और माहौल बनेगा तो जन आंदोलन बनेगा। और मैं आपको बहुत ही एश्योरेंस से कह सकता हूं, जब तक ये जन आंदोलन नहीं बनेगा ये बात नहीं बनेगी, क्योंकि आइसोलेशन में लोग अलग अलग काम कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं। तो वो जो जैसे कहते हैं ओनरशिप, एक डिग्निटी कि मैंने कर दिया, काम के लोग जब ये करने लग जाएंगे तो काम अपना बन जाएगा। अपनी जवाबदारी अपने दूसरों को दे दी और वो बोलेगा मैंने कर लिया, बस बात बन जाएगी। तो जन आंदोलन, आई थिंक वी मस्ट गेट वेरी एग्रेसिव आईसी, और वो शायद कई स्टेटों में आईसी के बारे में हमको शायद कमजोरी है। नाउ आई विल कम टू ये वेरी प्रैक्टिकल प्रोग्राम। हम जब ग्राम पंचायत और पानी समिति और लोगों का या सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का, उनको जब हम इन्वॉल्व करने का, एंगेज करने के लिए जो प्रोग्राम ट्रेनिंग के करते हैं, उसमें 4 सिनेरियो अलग अलग आते हैं। एक तो सिंगल विलेज सिंगल पंचायत, एक है सिंगल विलेज सिंगल पंचायत मल्टी विलेजेस, और एक ऐसा है जहां पर ये मल्टी हैबिटेशन जो ट्राइबल में है। हमारे यहाँ मैंने एक गांव में अभी हमने काम पूरा किया, डीडेवाड़ा एस्पायरेशन डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, बहुत ही अच्छा काम हो चुका है। उसमें 23 गांव है, एक पंचायत, 23 विलेजेस डेडियापाड़ा। And I will tell you, to engage them, get work done as they would, each hamlet would be able to do. एक गांव का एक हैमलेट से दूसरे जाने के लिए 3 घंटे लगते हैं। So all these situations are there. Now multi-village, सिंगल पंचायत और बड़े विलेज और छोटे विलेज हैमलेट्स, शायद इनके लिए हमारी मैसेजेस अलग होनी चाहिए, सिस्टम अलग होना चाहिए। ये बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया है। दूसरा जो somehow it is missing, और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है, मेरे को सब स्टेट का तो ज्ञान नहीं है, पर जहाँ जहाँ गया हूँ वहाँ पर 3 चीजें बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है और 3 मैसेज आपको जरूर देनी है। पहला ये कि उनको ये जरूर बताना है कि आपका जो आज भी जो सिस्टम था और नया सिस्टम बन रहा है उसको इंटीग्रेट करना पड़ेगा। आई एम एट ए लॉस टू फाइंड आउट कि वो सिस्टम अबंडन कर रहे हैं और नए सिस्टम बन रहे हैं। I will tell you, is a suicide. आपके वो जो सिस्टम थे जो आज तक पानी पी रहे थे, वो सिस्टम भी उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है, उसको इंटीग्रेट करने का हमको कोशिश 100% करनी चाहिए, नहीं तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। जो विलेजेस में बाहर से पानी आ रहा है, उनके खुद का भी सोर्स है, वहां पर ड्यूल वाटर सप्लाई आप जरूर ट्राई करिए, क्योंकि 55 लीटर एम्फेरिकल एविडेंसेस ये हैं कि 100 लीटर पानी अब लोगों को चाहिए। गुजरात में 100 लीटर हमने 2012 में कर लिया था, 2013 में कर लिया, और एक मेरे किसी ब्रदर ने बोला था कि वो लोग सिंचाई में यूज कर रहे हैं। हमारी जितनी ट्राइबल एरियाज की स्कीम में थी, और हमारी ये एक्सपीरियंस रहे 2011 के बाद कि वो ट्राइबल स्कीम में हर ट्राइबल सबसे पहले वो अपने वाड़े में जो सब्जी करता है उसमें वो पानी उसको चाहिए, उसके लाइवलीहुड के साथ जुड़ा है, उसके एनिमल हस्बेंड्री के साथ जुड़ा है। जहां जहां पानी नल से पहुंच गया, वो घरों में लाइवलीहुड का बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। सब्जी वो खुद के न्यूट्रिशन के लिए बेले, सब्जी बेचना, उसके साथ एनिमल दो रखना, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री में जुड़ जाना, ये एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। तो नेगेटिव मत देखिए इसको, प्लीज डोंट सी नेगेटिव। दैट वाटर कैन आल्सो बी यूज्ड फॉर समथिंग एज ए ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट फॉर देयर वाड़ास, जो पीछे रहता है, वो वाड़े में 2-4 सब्जियों की बातें हैं उसकी। तो ये उसको एक कंप्रेसिव रेट से देखिए, और ये देखिए कि वो गांव में कैसे वो जो 55 लीटर का डिजाइन है वो ज्यादा पानी और किसी सोर्स से कैसे कर सकता है। 2 चीजें और बोलूंगा एंड आई विल क्लोज। जहां पर सीजनल फेलियर्स होते हैं बोर के या वेल्स के, वो सीजनल फेलियर्स में बहुत ही अच्छा मॉडल महाराष्ट्र में भी निकला है, गुजरात में भी गांवों में किया है कि अगर 2 सोर्स हैं तो उसको वो 2 सोर्स को डिवाइड करता है। वो 6 महीने एक सोर्स से पानी लेता है और 4 महीने और सोर्स से पानी लेता है, वो सोर्स को यूज ही नहीं करता है। तो ड्यूल सोर्स इन वन सप्लाई सिस्टम may also be important for as far as it is concerned for seasonal failures of especially in hard rocks. ये हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है। और बहुत गांव पानी आज वाटर सिक्योरिटी में है जहां पर कि होली के बाद पानी नहीं रहता है, और वो होली से बाद वो दूसरे वाटर सिस्टम को वो स्विच ऑन कर देते हैं। I will not get into many things which I should have told, but ग्राम पंचायत, ग्राम सभा और लोग, ये तीनों चीजें अलग है। ग्राम सभा का बहुत ही बड़ा रोल है, और अगर लोगों को एंगेज करना है और ग्राम पंचायत के पास से लोग डिमांड कर सके ऐसी परिस्थिति करना है, तो आप ग्राम सभा अटेंड करिए। ISA ने भी अटेंड करना चाहिए। गुजरात में हमने मैंडेट कर दिया था, ग्राम सभा में रिजोल्यूशन इतने पास होंगे ही। अगर ग्राम सभा आपकी एक्टिव हो गई तो ये समझ लेना कि लोग एंगेज हो जाएंगे, डिमांड शुरू हो जाएगी, अच्छा वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम बन जाएगा। With that, I would close. I had to tell many other things, but it's all right. Thank you. कोई क्वेश्चन? I will be here for 2 days. मैं आपके साथ बैठूंगा, और जिसको भी जिस चीज में कुछ भी बात करनी है वो कर सकेंगे। मैं आपको ये रेफरेंस देना चाहता हूँ कि आज मेरी सुपरएनुएशन में सरकारी नौकर था, अभी भी हूँ। सुपरएनुएशन का 25 वर्ष सिल्वर जुबली मना रहा हूँ, और मैं आपको एश्योर करता हूँ कि ये 25 साल मैं यूजफुल रहा हूँ, मैं रेलेवेंट रहा हूँ। मेरे पास जो कुछ था वो मैंने देने की कोशिश की है, और मैं सीखता रहा हूँ। सो लर्निंग एंड एक्सपीरियंस बोथ आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। रिमेन एक्टिव, बी लर्नर, एक्सपीरियंस के थ्रू तो सब पास होते हैं, पर एक्सपीरियंस के बाद वो लर्निंग नहीं आई तो वो बात नहीं बनती। सो बी ए गुड लर्नर, बी ए ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, और कहिए, हर आदमी एक आवाज में कहना चाहिए। जो हमने कहा था जब ये पॉलिसी आ रही थी, मैंने यही कहा था, इट इज पॉसिबल, ये शक्य है। जब आप ये अपने दिमाग में कह देंगे कि इट इज पॉसिबल, हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आप रास्ते ढूंढेंगे। L3 is very, very important. Thank you.
आई थिंक सामा सर ने एक बहुत क्लियर मैसेज दिया है हमारे बीच में कि हमारे सोच क्या होना चाहिए, अप्रोच क्या होना चाहिए। और मुझे तो लगता है इन्होंने जो लास्ट में बताया कि 25 साल अपना जो है सिल्वर जुबली मना रहे हैं, ये तो बहुत बड़ा इंस्पिरेशन हो गया। हम तो उनको कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के बारे में बुलाने के लिए बात किया, तो वो खुद ही एक बहुत बड़ा मोटिवेटर और एज एन एग्जाम्पल हमारे सामने उभरे थे। बहुत ही अच्छा लगा सर, बहुत धन्यवाद आपको यहाँ पर आने के लिए। एंड और एक देखने सोचने वाली बात है कि इवन मतलब 60 प्लस 25 years, I think around 80 plus 85 years, it's a great inspiration seeing your level of commitment at this stage, or the level of confidence, the level of confidence you are exhiberating at this point of time. And more importantly, आपके पास जितना तजुर्बा है, एक्सपीरियंस है, आप शेयर किए हैं, और आई थिंक ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। बिकॉज मैं हमेशा सोचते रहा हूँ, जो लोग aged हैं, मतलब in the sense they're getting old or they have so much of experience, I think there is no bigger lesson than experience. अभी हम भी जैसा आपका ऐसा KRC कुछ प्रोग्राम आप लोग बहुत पहले किए होंगे, अभी कर रहे होंगे, और इम्पोर्टेंटली जैसा कुछ इन्होंने बात कही है वो पहले से भी कही है। बिकॉज as he said that I am still relevant, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ हर एक हमारे जो प्रोग्राम है, बीट वेबिनार, आई थिंक फिजिकली तो हमें उनको वो जो फॉर्चुनेट या मौका भी पहली बार मिला उनसे मिलने के लिए फिजिकली, बट आई सी दैट एवरी प्रोग्राम जो हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं वो सारे में वेरी डिलीजेंटली और सिंसियरली पार्टिसिपेट करते थे। और आई ऑल्सो टेक ए वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज कि जो KRC जो बोल रहे थे, स्पेशली जो ऑफकोर्स L1 L2 इज एट हायर लेवल, बट L3 का ही उतना ही उससे ज्यादा महत्व है जिस हिसाब से ये बोल रहे हैं कि बिकॉज यू हैव टू एक्चुअली फॉर्म एन ऑर्गेनिक लिंक। इट इज नॉट दैट जस्ट यू गो टू विलेज। पहले भी सामा सर कहें, ये नहीं कि आप एक गांव में चले गए, ट्रेनिंग करके वापस आ गए, दैट विल नॉट क्रिएट दैट इम्पैक्ट। You have to get engaged with them. I know that there are challenges, बहुत मुश्किल, इतना आसान नहीं है, बोलना आसान है बट करना मुश्किल है। बट फिर भी जब आप लोगों का दिल जीतेंगे, उनका जो भरोसा, जो कॉन्फिडेंस आपके ऊपर जीतेंगे, तब भी वो ट्रेनिंग इफेक्टिव होगा। जो आप बोलेंगे, जो आप समझाएंगे, उसको जो है वो दिल से लेंगे और उसको समझने की कोशिश भी करेंगे। सो आई थिंक दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल। वो जो जिन्होंने एम्फोसिस किया था, दैट ऑर्गेनिक लिंक जो अभी मिस हो रही है बिटवीन द सरकारी तंत्र और लोगों के बीच का जो ऑर्गेनिक लिंक जो मिस हो रही है, उसको एस्टैब्लिश करने का कोशिश हम लोग पूरी तरह से करना चाहिए। और ये बहुत एक अच्छा मौका है। आई थिंक वी शुड, दैट्स अ वेरी ग्रेट मैसेज, इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज दैट वी कैरी फ्रॉम हियर। एंड सर, आई वुड लाइक टू ऑल्सो, व्हेनेवर आपको जो भी लगा, आई थिंक वी शुड शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस, बिकॉज आई थिंक मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली ही इज द पर्सन हु हैज the maximum amount of experience working in the field level in this water sector, and he has been with the communities, engaging with these communities. And जितना मुझे लगता है कि this model has been, we are trying to implement this successful model where WASMO has tried and experimented and implemented successfully to replicate in other places with the community participation. जैसा I think that's also very important point, जैसे उन्होंने बोल रहे थे कि how this word, this phrase of community participation has evolved over a period of time. पहले लोग बोलते थे कि आप लोगों को कुछ समझा दिए तब उसको मान गए थे कि people are along with it, but now that has changed. You have to involve people. We have, I think आप समझ सकते हैं कि participate rural access है, बाकी विलेज एनिमल एक्शन प्लान, बहुत सारा स्टेजेस में लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करना है। और वहां पर लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट जब आपका ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जो कर रहे हैं, दैट शुड हैव अ क्लियर मैसेज ऑफ द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ द विलेजेस। एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक वन मोर पॉइंट जैसा बोला है कि बिकॉज हम लोग अभी जो सरकार में कोशिश हो रही है कि साइलोस को ब्रेक करने के लिए, कहीं ये जो L1, L2, L3 अलग अलग साइलोस तो नहीं क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, but I think we can also have innovatively programs designed for especially L2 and L3 का जो है we can think at maybe this is an idea which has come before it has been floated in this platform. We can think of how to also engage, because yes, they have to work together. When communities have to work together, how to engage them constructively. जब तक आपस में L1 मतलब sense L2 जो जूनियर इंजीनियर हो या एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर हो, जब तक वो कम्युनिटी के साथ बात नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कैसे बात बनेगी. So that's also a very important message to be taken forward and to be thought over, and we say how constructively this can be given a shape in the practical pragmatic way. So not taking much of your time, I once again thank on behalf of the National Jal Jeevan Mission, from the department, and wholeheartedly from a personal behalf for coming all the way and inspiring us. Basically, that's a big inspiration. I think लोगों को motivation and inspiration चाहिए. आप यहाँ पर पधारे, यही बहुत बड़ा inspiration है हमारे लिए. बाकी तो आपका जो तजुर्बा और जो experience sharing, that is a bonus, it's additional for us. Thank you so much, sir, once again, from bottom of my heart for your benign presence here. Thank you so much.
Just even a last message.
Sir, उसमें
हम लोगों के पास बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हम लीडरशिप पैदा कर रहे हैं, और मैं आपको बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंस से कह सकता हूं कि हमारे गुजरात में हमने जब काम किए ये कम्युनिटी के साथ पानी का वास्मो में, तो उसके रिजल्ट ये आए कि बहुत अच्छी लीडरशिप निकली. हम शिकायतें बहुत करते हैं, हम बोलते हैं कि ऐसा है ना वैसा है ना, ये है माहौल, वो माहौल है. यू हैव एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ब्रिंग आउट रियल empowered people, real development oriented, a honest leadership. और ये काम अगर आप सोच लेंगे कि मैं लीडर बना रहा हूं, तो आपको ये लगेगा कि आपने जिंदगी में बहुत अच्छा काम किया. थैंक यू.
I think sir आप बिल्कुल सही कहे, because हम ऐसे KRC आप सबको तो ट्रेन नहीं कर सकते हैं. I don't think so even सारे विलेज पंचायत को भी कवर नहीं कर सकते हैं. जब आप एक मोटिवेटेड लीडर, हर एक ट्रेनिंग में आप जितना कर रहे हैं, एक मोटिवेटेड लीडर को आप एक पैदा कर सकते हैं, तब then you will be very very successful. Then only your program will be considered as successful. Unless otherwise you create leaders who can think, who can understand this vision, who can take this vision forward. Because हम अभी सोच रहे थे कि because unless otherwise हम विलेज का सारे पानी समिति मेंबर को भी हम ट्रेन नहीं कर पाएंगे. So आप जो भी आपके पास आ रहे हैं, हम लोग ये भी सोच रहे हैं कि we should not have more than 1 or 2 persons from every village, ताकि जो आपका ट्रेनिंग इतना इफेक्टिव रहे कि they become inspired leaders who in turn can go and motivate the people, sensitize the people of their whole village panchayat. So I think that should be the kind of approach. जैसा उन्होंने बोला कि you have to create this a great opportunity for creating leaders, local leaders. Yes, the leadership comes from capacity building, leadership comes from motivation, leadership comes from inspiration. So thank you so much. So we have after this, आप जैसा प्रोग्राम देखे होंगे, we have group working, so we would be forming working groups जिसमें सभी लोग होंगे. I would request, आप सबसे विनती है कि आप इस टॉपिक जो दिया जा रहा है उसके बारे में सोचिए, आपका जितना एक्सपीरियंस है. So come up with some meaningful suggestions जो हम लोग we can think over it, we can try to implement with the states. So I would now request Ms. Mahima from Unicef to kindly take over and inform the groups. I think groups have already been constituted. Yes, please. Please.
Thank you, sir. Sama sir is probably the toughest act to follow, and I'm also painfully aware that I'm the one standing between you and lunch. So I'll keep this very, very brief. We are going to, after lunch, disperse into 9 groups. Each of them is a thematic group, and we've divided the KRCs as per L1, L2, L3 relevance to the themes. Some themes are specific to the level, and some themes are generic, so a mix of KRCs are there in it. This slide will be up, so you can just come and refer and see where your name is, in which group you fall. Group 1 will be focusing on L1, L2 training needs assessment. So the group's purpose is to find out for each stakeholder, whether it's a junior engineer, executive engineer, mission director, what are their training needs and in which states are these needs relevant. Group 2 will focus on the L3 training content. The ministry has circulated a training material document. The purpose of the group is to discuss whether this document is being used, how useful is it, what has it got right, what can it do better, and what sort of inputs are needed from the ministry side to make L3 content more standardized and applicable. Many of you have spoken about a standardized module, and we are working on that. So we would appreciate your input specifically on how to make it better for you. Group 3 will work on L1, L2 feedback mechanism. So after the trainings are over, what sort of feedback should we collect from the participants and how should we go about collecting it, at what frequency, to measure the impact of the trainings and using what technology. So these are the questions this group will deal with. Each of the groups has a template and a reporting format, and there are moderators assigned to each group. So you don't need to take any notes right now. This is just for your general knowledge. Later, the moderators will introduce the group, to the entire template to the group. Group 4 will work on the same feedback mechanism question, but for L3, because L3 trainees might have a literacy issue, they might have a technology issue, so there are separate groups for the two levels in that case. Group 5 will focus on the quality of KRC trainers. Are the trainers being trained? Is there a standardized thing in which they are being trained? And are those training matching with the needs of the final participants in the training workshops? Group 6 will talk about ownership by states. Are the state governments taking a leadership and ownership in planning the trainings, implementing the trainings, and then assessing the impact and monitoring the quality of these trainings delivered on the ground? And again, how can we do better? Group 7 will talk about implementation issues of L1 and L2 trainings, anything else that has not been covered so far, and many of the issues that were discussed in the open discussion before this session, all of them can come in this group. And Group 8 will talk about the same implementation gaps or any scopes for improvement for L3 trainings. Group 9 is a specific group that was a last-minute addition today based on the feedback coming in the morning sessions. It's a UP group. So if you are a UP KRC or a UP state officer, you can disregard the rest of the list and directly move on to Group 9. Once you come back from lunch, we'll have designated areas for each groups. The moderators, I'll just say the names once. Group 1, Mr. Alok Jain. Group 2, Gautam and Jyotsna. Group 3, Ms. Lopamudra. Group 4, Narendra. Group 5, Karishma and Shalini. Group 6, Disha and Mahima, that's me. Group 7, Shweta and Ranaji. Group 8, Sonia Shivani, and Group 9 is Manish. Happy lunching and see you after the break. Thanks.
One small, yes, it will be well explained. Thank you so much, Mahima ji. I think after this lunch session, first would be cross-learning, sharing of the best experiences. Aapka jo bhi tha, jaisa we got good feedback about Rajasthan. So first would be sharing of your experiences, best practices, presentation. Many of people have shared. Uske baad then we'll have this group discussion. Uske baad we'll get the tables arranged and we can this one. So after this, right. So we assemble here at what time? 2:30? After lunch, we assemble here at 2:15. 2:15. 2:15 पे दोबारा हम लोग यहाँ पर assemble होंगे. 2:15. 2:15, please. Yes, please. You can proceed for lunch. ठीक है, फिर उसके हिसाब से आगे से उसका नहीं कोई नहीं उस टाइम अनाउंस करेंगे. उस टाइम जो करने हैं प्रेजेंट तो सब लोग हाँ क्या बोला पेश, इसको जो है इसको यहीं रहने दे।
तो अभी तो वो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस का जो अपना नॉर्मल जिस तरह से प्लान था तो बाहर निकले नहीं बाहर कोई
नहीं, yeah, people ना Uttarakhand people were asking. अच्छा, can I have your attention please? Please settle down. The group discussion will be after this session. I think please take your seats. Please settle down. The group discussion will be after this. And we have shared this in the group also, I think. All the KRC's group we have shared. If required, we'll share with the state nodal officers group also. Mrinal, Mrinal. Okay. No, the group is not formed. No group working now, please. Group working will be, we'll have the best practice. I think the schedule is clear. It has been shared with the group. Please don't, get confused. So group working will be after this, maybe for a brief, short time. The secretary and the special secretary will be here with us to hear what has been the deliberations till now. So after that, we'll have the group discussion. Now group discussion is not there. So now we have certain institutions who would like to share their the experience of best practices, whatever they have done in a better manner, which can be replicated, which can be emulated by other institutions. So now I think we begin with, we'll request NIRD to come forward, and also a request we have very short time. It's now almost, we have around 30-40 minutes. We have a lot of institutions, KRCs, which would like to present. So I would like to have briefly, you please emphasize on the point which you would like to convey. Right. Thank you so much. And also let me also share that everyone knows that you have conducted trainings. All of them are doing so. Don't repeat that every time. I have conducted so many trainings, so many this one, that one. Okay, that is understood. Because of shortage of time. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. These are just a few points that I thought we would be able to share with KRCs here. Good practice in training, because we were asked to share this. I thought I can share some 2-3 points I shared with the ministry. One of the constant questions that we get, especially when we do L3 trainings, is why should I pay for water? The community asking why I should pay for water. Is it not responsibility of the Gram Panchayat? Is it not responsibility of the state to provide water? Water is a basic need. Why I should pay for water? So this is a question constantly coming. So the experience with regard to collection of water tariff from water users, it has always been a challenge. So now how do I see as a trainer is that am I prepared sufficiently enough to be able to convince, to be able to persuade a community members, and what is my reason? What is my reason to be able to tell the community that you need to pay for water, right? It is not just because it is there in the Jal Jeevan Mission guideline that you need to pay. That's not an answer. It is in the guideline you need to pay. That's not the answer, right? So I need to convince the community, persuade the community with the proper reasons and logic. Why should people pay for water, right? So what do I need to do is I need to first of all collect a series of questions that people ask. That where do I collect this from? When I visit villages, when I talk to people, when I interact with them, they ask me a series of questions. To some of them I am able to answer. To many of them, I am not able to answer. So I collect those questions, come back, and I have to do my homework. I have to do my homework because he was asking a reasonable question for which I did not have an answer, right? So I need to be prepared enough, sufficiently to be able to put across clearly to the community why they should pay for water convincingly, right? So that is the thing. And I thought we did it through a role play. Usually now we have found some way of dealing with this. So we do it with the role play. I thought that's what, it need not be a PowerPoint lecture. It can be very well done through a role play. That's what I'm trying to put across. Go on, go to the next one. So the point is, the first thing is, are you convinced yourself in the first place? Right, when I am trainer, I am standing in front of you to talk. I need to be convinced in the first place to be able to talk about what I want to communicate, convey, right? So the community, they have 1,000 reasons why they think the GP, Gram Panchayat should pay, or why they think the state should pay. They have 1,000 reasons. And as a trainer, what's my response to rewire their thinking? Am I prepared at all in the first place? That's what I want to discuss about. And have I done sufficient homework to find out my personal and professional reasons, what makes me think that the community should pay? Go on. So we usually do this through a simulation exercise. We call it simulation exercise, or you can call it role play, where some participants play the role of a resistant community. Some participants play the role of resistant community, and me as a trainer, I need to answer the questions they are raising. Answer the question, what questions they have about community. Maybe we can have some examples. Go on. So they ask, why should I pay for water? Actually, for creating infrastructure facilities or for expanding the facilities, yes, expenditure is involved. We understand that, but the ministry is giving and the state governments are giving. And for simply operating and maintaining, you are saying maintenance. For maintenance, should people pay? This is a question they ask. Go on. Go on. Go on. Yeah. So for want of time, I am skipping many questions. So they say, if the users do not pay or stopped paying for the service, do you think a Gram Panchayat can stop providing water? This is one. You think my Panchayat president will be able to stop providing water? I think it is practically impossible. He cannot stop supplying water because this is an essential service a Panchayat president cannot stop. That's their argument. And another is, if users have to pay for all such services, why does a Panchayat exist? What's the use of Panchayat? Why did we all vote and elect a local body? And if they are going to tell us to pay for water? I mean, these are some of the series of questions we ask. And have we done sufficient homework to answer them? And I mean, I hope you have your responses. And this, I'm giving you the questions only here. And we have worked out, I mean, like a module, what possible responses you will be able to give. I mean, I'll just give you the crux only when it comes to response. I'm not going to answer every question. How do we answer? I don't, how that role play goes, and there is no time for that. I'll just give you the crux of the matter only. Go on. Another question they ask is, are the Gram Panchayats not receiving any grant from the government to maintain these facilities? For maintaining, is the government not paying? There is something they call 15 Finance Commission Fund, and why can't the Panchayat use that 15 Finance Commission Fund? This is another thing. Somebody who knows, or suppose you told them something about 15 Finance Commission Fund, they know partly about this, so they may tend to ask that question. Go on. And then, are the people in the town panchayat also paying, municipalities paying? Maybe they can afford to pay, they are rich in the towns and cities, but can poor people pay? And so, I mean, there are questions, go on. Yeah, that's, so there are several questions, and perhaps this is the last question, I think. You say, sorry. you say water, and again somebody will come and say waste management, and for that waste management you need to pay. Again somebody will come and ask me, right? So that's another question being asked. So how do we deal with these questions? What are our responses? That's what, and we need to go through. I mean, this can be done best through a role play, and you need to have your answers. And just the crux of the matter is what happens. I have worked in the water sector for 6-7 years. With the government of Tamil Nadu, I know that what happens is when a panchayat does not pay, in any panchayat, if you see the expenses incurred on water supply would be the highest expenditure. If you see the maintenance, all that, the power bill paid, the maintenance, breakdown, repair, all that, if you see, that is a very big expenditure every panchayat is incurring. And there is a power bill not being paid and pending for 6 months, 7 months, 1 year, power bill not paid to the electricity board. And so there is a pressure to the electricity board to pay. Pressure to the electricity board that why so much pending is there. And then these people approach the collector. Usually it happens that the collector or they approach the district magistrate. When this money like 14 Finance Commission Fund or 15 Finance Commission Fund goes, he instructs, cut half of that, send it to EB, rest can go to the panchayat, right? Because EB has to run also. Right, right. The collector, as chairperson of the district panchayat, he has the powers to do. He will say that no, need not pay the entire money to the panchayats. Cut just 50%, 60%, whatever, and pay to the electricity board. The rest can go to the panchayat, or sometimes the full can go there. Right. So the money meant for development purposes, 15 Finance Commission Fund, that which is meant for development purposes, now it came from the ministry. I mean, the Department of Expenditure or Ministry of Finance. It came from here. Did not even reach the panchayat. It has gone to the EB. From one department it came, it went to another department. And actual development that should take place at the panchayat is not taking place. And you start questioning the panchayat, why the panchayat did not do this, did not do that. If you take responsibility for maintenance and this money meant for development purposes can be used for development purposes, why don't you please understand this? So, I mean, this is just one of the points. Like this, we need to have convincing responses to them, right? So we will be able to convince community like that. It is not just a counter argument. It is not counter argument, or it is not academic trash. It is with the reasons we should be able to convince them. With the logic we should be able to convince them, which must be realistic. This is one idea I wanted to share. Number one. Number two, another exercise you can do is a budgeting exercise. When you especially do L3 training, you can ask them, can you list out what are the expenditures involved in water supply? They will obviously explain. One is electricity bill and maintenance, operators, wages, chlorination. They will list all expenses. Okay, fine, expenses are here. Now can we see what are the income you have? What are the sources of income you have to be able to meet? Go on. You will find perhaps like this: electricity bill, waterman salary, chlorination, attending to repairs, all that on the expenditure. And then on the revenue side, if you see, you will find 15 Finance Commission. And then, 15 Finance Commission. This 15 Finance Commission Fund we have discovered, and we keep saying that is the only revenue. This cannot, 15 Finance Commission Fund money, the 60% that we are talking about, it is not just for water only. It is for water, waste management, wastewater management, school toilet, Anganwadi toilet maintenance. So it is for a whole gamut of things that you need to use this money. It is not the entire, that cannot be used for water supply only. So that we need to understand. So if this 15 Finance Commission Fund, 60% can come as a critical gap fund. You need to have panchayat through own source revenue should be able to meet, through user charges should be able to meet, and definitely this cannot meet the 100% of the expenditure. There as a critical gap fund, you use this 15 Finance Commission Fund, that is logical. If you're completely dependent on 15 Finance Commission Fund, that is not going to work out. That these things we need to understand first to be able to put across to the community. Go on. So we need to see how to enhance the revenues, right? For this, we need to have some understanding of what are the own source revenues of the panchayat. If a panchayat has to improve the own source revenues, what are the various ways in which they can improve the own source? That we need to have some understanding of the panchayats. The second is about the reducing expenses. We need to know how do we reduce the expenses. Reducing expenses means that you will see in many panchayats, model villages, model panchayat. I work for MORD, Ministry of Rural Development, Panchayat Raj. I know that villages where they are giving 127 LPCD, 157 LPCD are being called as model villages. For me, they are not model villages. If they If I have to write a report, if it is 55 liter to 70 liter LPCD, I will say this is a model village. If they are using more than 70 LPCD, I would say they are wasting water and unnecessarily pumping and unnecessary electricity bill, unnecessary pumping, right? More than required, you are pumping and you are wasting groundwater. You are paying unnecessarily to the electricity board because you are over pumping. So we need to have this understanding to be able to tell them how do you reduce expenses, right? And how do you enhance your revenues? That's another point I wanted to make. And the third is to be able to do this, we need to have some set of rules, norms and office procedures. Like in any office, a panchayat must also have a model bylaw for water supply, model bylaw for Vwsc, right? So that can explain what time water will come, and it is 1 hour or 2 hours. Will it come daily, right? Is it chlorinated, and how much a users should pay? And if users don't pay, what if users don't pay? Such things must be there written up. That's kind of, we have taking cues from the Jal Jeevan Mission guidelines. We have prepared in NID, we have prepared this, and we are, imparting this in all our GPDP trainings, all that. So we have this prepared model bylaw, drawing from Jal Jeevan Mission, how a model bylaw for water supply can look like. It is just a 3-4 page document. And then model bylaw for Vwsc, you customize it to your requirements. This is another exercise we give in the training programs. You customize to your local needs. I say here, 60 rupees a month. In your village, it may not be 60 rupees. You reduce something like that. Go on. Yeah, that must be discussed and go on. And then the last point is annual collection of water tariff that I am talking about financing. This collection of water tariff, often we tend to talk to people about, you see, 1 rupee a day, 2 rupees a day, monthly say 30 rupees only, monthly 60 rupees only, like that we are talking. And what I find practically is, if you talk to them annually, because they are used to paying, in most panchayats, they are used to paying house tax. And this is annual collection. There is a demand raised, annual demand raised, and it is 750 rupees or 700 rupees or 800 rupees annual raised. And from there, suppose along with the house tax, you charge as utility tax, which includes water charges, waste management, all that. Together, let us not say water separately, with waste management separately, all that. Let us call utility charges and work out through your budgeting exercise, through the panchayat's budgeting exercise, how much you need to collect from all the users. Suppose the panchayat, Gram Sabha decides 8-10 families have to be exempted from that. Exempt, don't call everybody poor. Exempt those 8 to 10. Panchayat has all the power to exempt those 10 families. Exempt those 10 families, but the remaining must pay, and this is the amount, and that will be collected along with the house tax every year. If it is collected annually, it works out, I have seen. And if you talk to them daily, monthly, we don't have enough manpower to be doing this. And 3 months they will pay, 4th month they will not pay, this man will be tired. If it is annual, it is workable. Give some 1 month window. Within this 1 month window, everybody must pay. And it works out. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
I think, thank you. This is an important message. I think one thing is, we say that when we conduct training program, the participants have to be involved. One thing, they have to be convinced. So I think these are certain ways. This is one example he has referred for for water tariff or water user charges. There are various ways. I think we all, by this now time, you must be understanding there are various ways of engaging. One is role play. So role play is one, this one. So there are other ways where you can engage the participants. So this is one interesting way where the participants can be engaged and they can be convinced. So thank you so much. Next, we would like to invite All India Institute of Local Self-Government. We would request you to be very, very brief, maybe 5 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion. Not.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'll quickly present on the best practices because like sir already mentioned, sharing is learning. So I'll quickly present the top 10 best practices which we have adopted while we imparted the training as a KRC for level 1, level 2, and level 3. Next slide, please. Basically what we did was we categorized the training activities into three categories: the pre-training task, the training task, and the post-training task. And we ensured that the best practice is incurred across all the three categories. So what we did was before starting the training, we ensured that the mock session is being organized for all the trainers, because we have been in panel for across pan India, and we understand that the trainer has to understand the main mandates of the Jal Jeevan Mission. So we conducted a mock session for the trainers so that the training is imparted as per the SOP shared by the Jal Jeevan Ministry. We also ensured that the internal team, because since there has to be regional teams involved, so we ensured that there's an online tracking mechanism and standard operating procedures being curated so that all the internal team members are at the same page. We also curated the operational guidelines because we understand that online training is a very tricky task. So what we did was we curated the operational guideline for Zoom meetings, and we shared it across with the participants beforehand so that they're well aware of the norms and protocols of the Zoom meeting. During the training, we ensured that the trainers realized the importance of going back to school. So we did a chart and paper activity. Apart from that, we ensured that the learning should be fun. So we used several tools such as Mentimeter to impart the training. And we also tried to assess the participants during the training itself through this online tool. Apart from that, I think my previous colleague has already mentioned about the role play activity. So we did that. We assuming that the participants are the chief engineers, we asked them on the spot how they are going to resolve the issues which have been brought forth by the villagers. Apart from that, we ensured that we select the best field of visit and exposure site. Before that, we did a RESE survey so to ensure that the site visit suited, is selected as best suited for the participants. We understand that this is a Jan Andolan, and we have to ensure that each and every citizen of India is to be made aware of the training programs which is being conducted under the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. So we ensure that the social media could be used as a very effective tool. So we ensure that the live streaming of all of these training programs are being done through Facebook and YouTube medium. Post-training, we ensure that we are in regular touch with the city officials. So we ensure that we have a dedicated point of contact station within that particular district or within that particular city so that they are in regular touch with the participants, because 30, 40, 60 participants, they might have some query post the training. So we ensure that we station one particular local person over there so that they are in regular touch with them, resolve their queries which they have related to training programs and the operation maintenance related query. And they are, in fact, till date, they are addressing these queries. We also ensured that the participants stay motivated throughout the training program. So we conducted an online certificate distribution ceremony for online trainings, and also for the offline training programs, we distributed them. We also, to motivate them further, we selected one particular participant as the most active participant, and we gave them trophies so that they are continuously motivated to take part in this training program. Apart from that, all of these have been disseminated through the social media platforms, and because we really understand the main importance of the social media tools in disseminating the essence which is being captured in the training programs. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Any questions? No questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. If there are no questions. I think Abhi, we know that there is an issue of participation, but it was very interesting to know that a certain L2 KRC had gone to the state and conducted the training, जहाँ पर उनका अच्छा response मिला. Which is that institution? Puducherry जो गए थे, which went to Puducherry? Okay. So I think that is one good thing, because maybe yes, there will be some cost towards that, but because all of you have been facing this issue that they are not getting sufficient participation. But it was interesting to note that one particular thing said, I think one KRC also went to Ladakh, right? Ladakh was already Institute of Local Self-Government. So instead, because many a times state thinks that for nominating officers, they take it's a 3 days program, 1 day to go, they'll have to go in advance, 1 day after that. So it's because you should also understand that there is a huge work pressure because implementation is also in full swing now. They have targets, very stiff targets. So that can also be a good, I think, a practice where based on the convenience, when the participation can be ensured, that's also a good practice where if you have to have at L2 levels, the states, if they have sufficient interest, they show interest, I think that's also not a bad idea to go to the states, maybe the state headquarters or whichever is a central place where people can easily come attend their training, because there are a lot of logistic issues are avoided, because they can come, most of these executive level engineers, they have their own transportation, they can come attend the training and then they can leave. So that's also a practice, I think, which can also be thought over by institutions. Many KRCs, instead of complaining that we are not getting participants and participation nominated by the states. Right, so next, is the next institute. Which one? Yeah, QCI. Yeah, please. Again, same. Please be brief and keep the name on the page.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So we conducted some trainings for L2 and L3 as well. So we found some of the opportunities and challenges I would like to share with all of you. Can you please go to the next one, please? Yeah, go to the next one. Yeah, the next one. Okay, so first and foremost is that we found these trainings very motivating for the community level. They found it helped them break away from the monotony, because every time they are doing the same job, but once they are being called for the training, it's very motivating for them, and they feel very important that we could explain them how important you are and your role is in spreading the objective of Jal Jeevan Mission. Exposure of field visit is again very experience. It gave a lot of experience, and it helped them in retaining the knowledge. And villagers also showed a lot of interest. So that was a good thing we found during the field work. And the most important point is it's a heterogeneous group. So people could learn from each other. That's very, very important. Somebody is coming from some block, somebody is coming from the other block. So they could learn a lot from each other. And a lot of activities, group exercises, like the exercise on Adarsh Gram, playing the tea, there is a tea game for team building, presentation on the experience gained during the field visit, etc. is found to be very, very effective. So we were focusing not only the objective of Jal Jeevan Mission, but we were encouraging them for team building, for their engagement with the community, for their commitment, sort of things. And the audiovisual lectures are very much, they were roped in for the focus of the participant, and we suggest that a repository can be made so that every KRC can use those short films. Can we go to the next, please? And we got a lot of support. We conducted 2 trainings in Haryana, and we got a lot of support from Jal Jeevan Mission state coordinator, district consultant, etc. And social media coverage is very, very important. And we can see that a lot of KRCs are putting the events on the social media. So we request JJM to make a group so that we can share the our events in that groups to make it more publicly available. And feedback is okay, but sometimes there was a challenge to get the feedback. We use the other media like the mood barometer that helped in assessing the audience engagement on each day. So there was a mood barometer. Many of the KRCs were using that mood barometer as well. And we found that whatever goodies we are distributing, like the pencil, pen, or maybe the bag or the writing pad, if it is having the prominent JJM logo or maybe the state government logo, that we found is an effective medium in branding and JJM to the grassroots level, to the community level. Because when the participants are going back to their places, they are carrying those bags or maybe the cap. So that gives a message to the public that, okay, something is going on in NJJM. So these are some of the, we could not collect the information in detail, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the brief. Nice. Yes, please.
I think every training module has to develop a material which has to be given to, in vernacular, to be given to each participant. That's very, very important, because it is a referral point. Whatever you say, they will refer to it, they will show to it, and that gives a lot of empowerment to them. So I would request that each of the KRC must have vernacular, simple referral material to be given to each participant. That's must.
Right. So that's point noted. I think well noted. By this time, everyone understands that. And we are also, our level, we are trying to get this training material translated in Hindi and distributed to all the states. So that's next is Indian Institute of Human Settlements. Okay, yes, please come. Please. Yeah, please come quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will quickly go through the presentation. So next, first slide. So this is just a brief introduction of IHS. I think time is very short. Can you go to next slide? So these are the best practices we adopted. So first one is administration quizzes, and we conducted pre and post training quizzes, and also to understand the participants level mindset before the training and after the training. And also we conducted many field visits, and also we conducted case study discussions.
See, please don't repeat which has already been told. If you have anything new, please add to it. I don't want you to read it or it is not mandatory that you read everything. If there is something which has already been told, please don't repeat that.
Yeah. So the best one example I could give is, as sir explained, we went to Puducherry and conducted training over there. So almost all L2 participants attended the training program. It was full house. So we went to the state and UT and conducted the training program. That is one best example. Other thing is, during regional training program, we conducted an exhibition, live demonstration of instruments, mainly IoT instruments. So we called two different vendors and we demonstrated their devices so that participants could understand the subtle differences that lies between two different devices working for same purpose. That was one major example I can give. And also in every session, every training program, we actually made each and every participant to state their state's progress, so that this made them to understand their standings among each states. It developed a kind of competitive, positive competitiveness, so that they were motivated to implement in better way. These are the two examples I can give.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions? All right, thank you. If there are no questions, then this is again a good one. I think I would say that the good practice is that KRC is reaching to states where they are interested and there is a good participation. So next, which was the next one? Feedback Foundation. Please. Next is? Okay. Right, please. So next is IAPA. Please be ready with your this one, please. And again, request is need not repeat which has already been said.
I'll be very brief, 60 seconds. So फीडबैक फाउंडेशन ने 4.5 ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम किया, 2.5 किया हरियाणा में, 2 किया सिक्किम में, और 2.5 इसलिए क्योंकि 1-2 दिन के बाद बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड टाइम्स इट हैज टू बी पोस्टपोन. ये बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस तो मैं कहूँगा एनी प्रैक्टिस विच इज रेप्लिकेटेड हैपन्स टू बी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस. इनोवेशन हम कह सकते हैं, इसलिए बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के रूप में नहीं है. 4-5 जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस जो हम कह रहे हैं, जो हम लोगों ने किया है. पहला, ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम का इम्पैक्ट का उद्देश्य है ट्रेनिंग का नॉलेज, एटीट्यूड, स्किल इन्हांसमेंट. इसको टेस्ट कैसे करेंगे हम? तो हम लोगों ने एक प्री एंड पोस्ट टेस्ट डेवलप किया कंसिस्टिंग 85 क्वेश्चंस. ये 85 क्वेश्चन जो है ये एक्चुअली आईसी टूल भी है कि हर एक पार्टिसिपेंट को 85 क्वेश्चन के आंसर तो आना ही चाहिए. वो एंट्री लेवल पर भी करते हैं, लास्ट लेवल पर भी करते हैं. उसका जो इम्पैक्ट देखने को मिलता है, उदाहरण के तौर पर सिक्किम में एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम था, उसमें क्वेश्चन था कि कैन अ कम्युनिटी कैन प्लान, इम्प्लीमेंट, ऑपरेट एंड मेंटेन देयर ओन वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम. सभी जूनियर इंजीनियर्स थे सब उसमें, और ऑलमोस्ट 90% ने कहा नो फर्स्ट डे. जब चौथा दिन फिर सेम टूल वॉज एडमिनिस्टर्ड, तो उसमें 80-90% कहा यस, 10-15% कहा मे बी। तो यू कैन से कि शिफ्ट इन द एटीट्यूडनल चेंज हुआ है। तो ये 85 जो क्वेश्चंस हैं, ये 85 क्वेश्चन डेवलप क्यों किया गया? तो चीटिंग होने लगे, तो हमने उसमें 3 सेट करने लगे और क्वेश्चंस अलग अलग कर दिए ताकि पीपल कुड चीट ऑल्सो। इसके कारण हुआ एक ग्रुप का तो हो गया 0 मार्क्स। अरे 3 का आंसर क्या है? 3 का क्वेश्चन ही अलग था उनका। तो उसके कारण वो सब थोड़ा सा इनोवेशन किया। तो प्री पोस्ट टेस्ट जिसमें ऐसा सेल्फ इवैल्यूएशन भी है, तो आईसी टूल भी है, सेल्फ इवैल्यूएशन भी है। और एंड ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम द पार्टिसिपेंट नोज यस हमारा 30% एनहांसमेंट हुआ है, 40% एनहांसमेंट हुआ। दैट इज वन लर्निंग। सेकेंड जो अभी बताया गया था, जो रोल प्ले की बात है, हम लोगों ने फ्रिक्वेंटली आस्क क्वेश्चंस डेवलप किए हैं। जब फील्ड में जाते हैं तो क्या क्या सवाल आता है? यूजर चार्ज पे करेंगे, कम्युनिटी पेमेंट क्यों करेगी, या वाटर क्वालिटी खराब होगा तो क्या होगा? तो ये पॉसिबल क्वेश्चंस को हम लोगों ने जॉट डाउन किया, पॉसिबल रिस्पॉन्सेज भी उसको हमने समराइज करने का प्रयास किया है, ताकि ईच ट्रेनर नोज कि ये क्वेश्चन आता है तो क्या पॉसिबल रिस्पॉन्स हम दे सकते हैं। रिस्पॉन्सेज कुड बी स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड। दैट इज नंबर 2। नंबर 3, आप सबको पता होगा ओडीएफ डेज में है कि आईसी जो स्ट्रैटेजी हैज फेल्ड इन इंडिया। आईसी डज नॉट ब्रिंग अबाउट बिहेवियर चेंज, it can alone bring about awareness generation, and awareness alone does not bring about behavior change. तो ट्रिगर टूल्स अप्रोच यूज करना पड़ेगा आपको। ट्रिगर्स इज समथिंग आप जो कहने कन्विंस करना, कन्विंसिंग से बिहेवियर चेंज नहीं होता है। एक सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन जब तक नहीं होगा, तो ऐसी टूल्स हमने ट्रिगर टूल्स डेवलप किए हैं। तो वो टूल जो है जो एडमिनिस्टर करते हैं तो उससे फास्ट बिहेवियर चेंज होता है। एक तो वो है सिमुलेशन एक्सरसाइज अभी आया था हमने। फिर इस पूरे 4 दिन का ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम का जो आत्मा है वो है फील्ड विजिट, वही उसका सोल है। वो अगर सही से हो गया, पार्टिसिपेंट अगर हैप्पी हो गए, आपका इम्पैक्ट हो गया। अगर फील्ड विजिट नहीं किया, मैंने देखा हमने 4-4 गांव सेलेक्ट किए हैं। प्री ट्रेनिंग में हम लोग 4-4 दिन, 5-5 दिन, 6-6 दिन जाकर गांव में जाकर बैठते थे हम लोग। और पार्टिसिपेंट सिलेक्शन कैसे होगा? ऑफकोर्स WSSO देती थी पार्टिसिपेंट, हमने चेंज कराया उसको। जो आदमी है ही नहीं गांव में, उसका लिस्ट का नाम आ रहा है, तो हम लोग वहां पर जाकर नेचुरल लीडर्स आइडेंटिफाई किया, इन्फ्लुएंसर लीडर्स आइडेंटिफाई किया, एंड देन वी रिक्वेस्टेड WSSO इनको डालो, ये एक्टिव है, ये नेचुरल लीडर्स है, ही हैज प्रूवन ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड। उस तरह से हमने पूरे पार्टिसिपेंट को चेंज किया, तो कस्टमाइज किया हर एक गाँव का पार्टिसिपेंट लिस्ट को हमने चेंज किया। इसके लिए आपको खर्चा तो करना पड़ेगा, टाइम तो देना पड़ेगा, 5-6 दिन जाने पड़ेंगे, 4-5 गाँव तो आपको करना ही पड़ेगा। तो एक तो वो है कि पार्टिसिपेंट सिलेक्शन में फील्ड विजिट जो है, फील्ड विजिट में फील्ड विजिट नहीं कहते, फील्ड लर्निंग कहते हैं। इसमें एक्सपोजर विजिट का नाम आ रहा था, एक्सपोजर, ये एक्सपोजर विजिट नहीं, एक्सपोजर होगा L1 L2 के लिए। ये स्किल इन्हांसमेंट की बात हो रही है। इसमें हमने 8 थीमेटिक टूल डेवलप किए हैं, जैसे वाटर क्वालिटी का हो गया, ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट का हो गया, VWSC फॉर्मेशन का हो गया, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का हो गया, ODF का हो गया। 8 थीम्स हैं और हर एक ग्रुप को 4-4 टूल को जाके इंप्लीमेंट करना है। तो वो एक स्किल इन्हांसमेंट की बात करते हैं। 8 थीमेटिक टूल डेवलप किए, वो भी हम शेयर कर सकते हैं। तो ब्रॉडली ये सब चीज़ है जो कि हम लोगों ने कोशिश किया है। और फीडबैक का है, फीडबैक जो लास्ट डे जो होता है, अभी एक आया था ये डेली फीडबैक, मूड बैरोमीटर, वेरी पावरफुल। क्योंकि सिक्किम में क्या हुआ, 3rd डे फील्ड विजिट में लेट हो गया, 2nd डे तक तो सबका मूड बैरोमीटर टॉप में था, 3rd डे सब नीचे आ गया। क्यों? क्योंकि फील्ड से लेट आए थे। तो फिर 4थे दिन उनको अच्छा ट्रिगर किया गया, खाने के लिए जीते हो कि जीने के लिए खाते हो। तो खूब सुनना पड़ा उन लोगों को, जिसके कारण ये हुआ कि गलत हुआ था। तो कुछ ट्रिगर करना पड़ता है, इसलिए थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इससे पता चल रहा है कि आपने काफी कोशिश किया है, और दैट इज वे दैट व्हाट एंड एवरीवन हैज टू हैव, सभी स्टेट्स के लिए वन सॉल्यूशन फिट ऑल तो नहीं होगा, जैसा लोकल सिचुएशंस के हिसाब से आपको मॉडिफाई करना होगा। एंड आई ऑल्सो फुल्ली एग्री टू दैट, जो फील्ड विजिट ना कहें इसको फील्ड लर्निंग, दैट इज वेरी वेरी क्रूशियल। जना इन्होंने बोला है कि यू हैव टू मेहनत करना पड़ेगा। आप भी अगर पार्टिसिपेंट के साथ पहली बार अगर गांव में जा रहे हैं तो वो विजिट विल नॉट बी सर्टेनली फ्रूटफुल। यू हैव टू गो आइडेंटिफाई द लीडर्स, सी व्हाट आर द बेस्ट थिंग्स इन दिस विलेज। एंड जैसा हम पहले भी बोल रहे थे कि लुक फॉर सम मॉडल विलेजेस इफ इट इज पॉसिबल इन द विसिनिटी वेयर पीपल कैन एक्चुअली रियली गो and learn various aspects, as he rightly pointed out, all those important verticals, important aspects जिसमें cover होना है, that we have to see that everything is available, and whether the interaction with the people who are benefiting it, how it was implemented, their experience sharing, I think these are all very very important. Otherwise, yes, because we understand that classroom trainings are very very difficult in the sense, unless otherwise you design in such a manner that you engage them very actively. Otherwise, field visits are the main crux of this data training, and people really learn by seeing it, learn by experiencing it. So next please. From Indian Institute of Public Administration. Mr. Rao. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. IIPA is a national apex institute. Is specialized in the domain of public policy and governance. And at the outset, sir, I would like to state that IIPA was also a key resource center under Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, where we had conducted training program for 300 district collectors and DM, and also about district sanitation fellow on Swachh Bharat mission. So this training program was primarily on school-led and total-led sanitation, behavioral component. So these are all covered in that. So taking a cue from the training that we have imparted under the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation as a KRC. So we have, under this National Jal Jeevan Mission, we are empaneled as a key resource center for level 1 and level 2 training programs. And we have conducted training program, mostly online training programs. So we have conducted 6 training programs, including a
for a kind information, I requested that please don't repeat the training programs. If you have any good practice, good experience, which can be emulated, please tell, because we have shortage of time.
So just 1 minute on the methodology part also, sir, because as a normal practice also, we also follow this apart from classroom teaching, training, and other things. We also allow this experiential presentation. This is one part of the training methodology. Second, while we mobilized our resource persons also, we requested them that they should have some quiz question, because when we delivered online trainings also, to make the participants active, they should bring their attention to make it participative. We had asked them to also include some quiz questions. Coming to the best practice part, under the digital initiative, can you please, next slide, next. This is where I wanted to say, under this digital initiative, we also have entered all these courses, course materials in the model platform. And here in the next set of training program also, any participant who is also attending training program online, provided he or she registers and completes the training program, at the end of the training program, he or she can download the certificate also. On model platform also, we have generated certificates and distributed to the participants. This is one of the best practice. Second, regarding documentation, we have this UGC referred peer-reviewed journals like IJPA, Indian Journal of Public Administration, Nagar Look, in which also we bring out some publications. And IIPA has also digest and monthly journal also. We bring out some of the success stories that is emerging from the training program. We do document that now. So this is what I wanted to convey. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Mahapatra from Indian Institute of Public Administration. Maybe we'll continue afterwards. We have 3-4 more institutions, ma'am. So we'll have a kind of the discussion session which we planned for. After that, we'll continue with this, ma'am. So we can please come on. We'll have this general interaction. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Ma'am, Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Special Secretary and Mission Director, JJM and SBM, Mr. Osbert, Chief of Vwsc, Unicef. Ma'am, after you left, we had one session of the issues, basically, majorly what are the issues they are facing in the field. So if you, to be brief or in a nutshell, what I would say is that issue of course, the issue of bank guarantee was there, but that was, there was an interaction, and also the JSFA has agreed to possibly look at it, see what best is possible. There are a lot of suggestions to have quarterly things and all those things. Next important thing was the support and cooperation from the states. So that has been also like, we saw both the extremes. Certain states like Rajasthan, Haryana, KRCs are extremely happy that they got a very good response from the state. They got the training programs conducted in a nice manner. There was a great involvement at the district level from the district collectors, CEOs, and all those in charges, so that they were like very good feedback. Some states still we have some issues, teething issues. For example, so there may be various reasons. Maybe there's KRCs, and maybe we are also having to, after this, we also plan to have a kind of a meeting, a kind of roundtable session with the states and the KRCs. Let them also have face-to-face issues to be discussed. Yes, ma'am. Apart from that, yes, we also had a session with Mr. Libby Johnson, who is working at the grassroots level at Vikas. So she shared his experience. We also have Mr. R.K. Sharma sir, who is retired as director Washmo, and he also shared a lot of his experience, how to engage with community on a lot of this one. So it has been a very interactive session. So now I would request certain people like to directly also interact, have this one. So maybe you can also, first I would call some names. After that, you can also, if you have any point to be placed before the ministry, you can always do that. So first I would request Mr. Prince Prohit, because he has a lot of points in the morning also. So you can briefly tell about that. From there, I think you can have, take the system. You can briefly introduce yourself and also, yeah.
Thank you. Myself, Prince Prohit. I'm from the Fifth Dimension Academy, Gwalior. We have 3 states, MP, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. In Rajasthan, we had given 2 trainings in Hanumangarh and Jhunjhunu district. As far as my concern with some key issues and challenges, better I am saying it's some संभावनाएं, कुछ संभावनाएं हैं जो हमें लगता है कि KRC में हम इनको इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं. जैसा कि पहला पॉइंट है मेरा कि जो हम ट्रेनिंग्स दे रहे हैं हम वो एलोटेड ट्रेनिंग से हमें कहीं ना कहीं हम पानी से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों पे ही ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं. तो जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के जो दूसरे प्रोग्राम्स, फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम्स चल रहे हैं, जैसे कि अटल भूजल योजना है, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन है, जल जीवन मिशन है, इस सभी तरह की जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हैं वो भी क्या हमें एज ए KRC हम उन ट्रेनिंग्स को भी इम्पार्ट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो भी इश्यूज ऐसे हैं जो कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अगर उन इश्यूज पे भी हमें ट्रेनिंग देने का मौका मिले तो हम वो भी ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं. दूसरा मेरा सजेशन था कि जो KRC लेवल 3 है, इन्हें KRC लेवल 1 और KRC लेवल 2 की जो ट्रेनिंग्स हो रही हैं उनमें अगर उन्हें इन्वाइट किया जाए तो हमें भी एक आइडिया मिले कि किस तरह के पॉलिसी लेवल के इश्यूज के ऊपर डिस्कशन हो रहा है एट द सीनियर लेवल, सो दैट जब हम ग्रास रूट लेवल के पार्टिसिपेंट के साथ जब ट्रेनिंग करते हैं तो उनके साथ हमारा एक अच्छा इंटरेक्शन हो सके और हमारा एक अच्छा इंसाइट भी उन्हें दे सकें. साथ ही साथ अगर हमें एक मौका भी मिले कि लेवल 1 और लेवल 2 पे हमारी बात करने का, कि जो ट्रेनिंग्स में हमने एक्सपीरियंस लिया है लेवल 3 की ट्रेनिंग्स में, वो हम उनके साथ शेयर कर सके फॉर अ बेटर अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि भी किस तरीके से आगे कर सकते हैं. एक था हमारा कि क्योंकि हम लोग ज़्यादातर नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, स्टाफ का रहता है कि वो स्विच ओवर कर जाते हैं, तो बेटर है कि अगर हमें स्टेट या नेशनल लेवल पर पूल ऑफ रिसोर्स पर्सन्स हो, जिसमें जितने भी रिसोर्स पर्सन, अभी यहाँ पे भी कई लोग हैं जो ट्रेनिंग्स ले रहे हैं या जो मास्टर ट्रेनर हैं, उनका एक पूल ऑफ रिसोर्स पर्सन्स का एक पूल बन जाए तो आगे भी हमें ट्रेनिंग देने में ईजी हो और KRCs के लिए भी इजी हो जाए कि उन्हें उन्हीं रिसोर्स पर्सन से इंटरेक्शन करना पड़े. प्लस साथ में अगर उनका 1 या 2 दिन का नेशनल लेवल पे कोई ओरिएंटेशन हो जाए, सो दैट कि एक ही तरह के मैसेजेस, जो की मैसेजेस हमारे जल जीवन मिशन के हैं, वो एक ही उस पे पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में और पूरे स्टेट में सारे जाए, क्योंकि हर आदमी का अपना अपना नजरिया होता है उस मैसेज को देने का, बट कम से कम जो की इश्यूज हैं या जो की मैसेजेस हैं वो एक ही उसमें जाए. एक था मैम हमारा कि जो अभी जो फर्स्ट ईयर में जो हमारे को फंड एलोकेशन हुआ है अगेंस्ट द बैंक गारंटी, दैट इज ओके, क्योंकि हम भी फर्स्ट ईयर ही काम कर रहे हैं, बट चूंकि हम लोग भी मैम नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, वी डोंट हैव सच कॉर्पोरेट फंड्स विद अस, तो अगर ऐसा कुछ हो कि जो इस साल की ट्रेनिंग्स हैं उसमें अगर हमें कुछ ऐसा एडवांस 50% या समथिंग कुछ मिल जाए, चूंकि आप लोग भी हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी और हमारा फीडबैक शायद ले चुके होंगे कि हमने किस तरह की जो ट्रेनिंग्स करी है अभी तक और आगे हम किस तरीके से उस ट्रेनिंग्स को कर सकते हैं, हमारी रिपोर्ट्स, हमारे फीडबैक शायद आपके पास आ चुके होंगे. तो अगर उस तरह का हो तो एक तो हमें फंड एलोकेशन हो जाए थोड़ा एडवांस, और दूसरा एक हमें एक टेंटेटिव आइडिया मिल जाए कि इस साल हमें कितनी ट्रेनिंग्स करनी है, सो दैट हम हमारे रिसोर्सेज, चाहे वो ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज हो, चाहे हमें हमारे लॉजिस्टिक अरेंजमेंट्स करने हो कि भाई इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में हमें करना है, इस स्टेट में ये हमें करना है, तो हम बेटर उसको कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि एंड टाइम पे जैसे लास्ट ईयर था कि पहले ये चल रहा था कि ट्रेनिंग्स दी जाएगी, फिर एंड टाइम पे हुआ कि 2 ही ट्रेनिंग हो रही है, तो थोड़ा सा वो रहा, मेरा तो नहीं रहा, बट हमारे जो केआरसी सदस्य हैं, साथी हैं, उनका ये रहा कि एंड टाइम पे फिर हमें हमारे अरेंजमेंट्स को कम करना पड़ा। एक मैम और सजेशन था कि जो केआरसी का जो लेवल 3 का ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल था, जो कि नेशनल जेजेएम से हमें मिला था, वो इंग्लिश में था, उसको हमने हमारे लेवल पर हिंदी में भी किया है। अगर आपकी परमिशन हो तो आई कैन शेयर यू। तो हम चाहते थे कि मैम इस तरह का ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल जो हमने हिंदी में डेवलप किया है, वो एक बार एनजेजेएम से वेटेड हो जाए तो इजी होगा। कहीं हमारा ट्रांसलेशन हो सकता है, कहीं हमारे से भी कोई इश्यू रह गए होंगे, और साथ ही साथ अगर स्टेट से भी इसमें कुछ इनपुट्स आ जाए तो स्टेट के डायनामिक्स क्या है, स्टेट की क्या एफएसटीसी की सिचुएशन है, तो वो और ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव हो सकता है। क्योंकि जैसे हमने करीब 64 + 62 के करीब पार्टिसिपेंट्स को ट्रेनिंग ये मॉड्यूल जो दिया था, वो सभी ने उसको आगे फर्दर अपने मैसेजेस को पास ऑन करने के लिए यूटिलाइज किया, क्योंकि उनके लिए वो इजी था, हिंदी में था तो वो इजीली पढ़ सकते थे। तो जो हमारा मैसेज जो हमें देना है, क्योंकि अभी पहले सामा सर भी कह रहे थे कि हमें लीडर्स बनाने हैं, हमें खाली ट्रेनिंग्स नहीं देनी है, तो कम से कम अगर हम किसी को भी ये एक ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल देते हैं तो ही इज इन पोजिशन कि वो आगे उस मैसेज को कर सके। ये मेरे सजेशन थे। थैंक यू।
Thank you.
You can take this.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Lakshmikant Bhatia, ma'am. I am State Consultant Public Health in Department, Haryana. मैम अभी यहाँ पे पिछले सेशन में ये बात आई थी कि इंजीनियर्स को सोशल इंजीनियर में लेके आना है, बट ये देखने को आया मैम कि मिनिस्ट्री जब तक ये इनिशिएटिव नहीं करेगी कि भाई इंजीनियर्स को सोशल इंजीनियर में लेके आए, तब तक स्टेट और स्पेशली इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट ये इसमें आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे मैम। इसमें ये देखा गया है मैम कि जो आपके L1 की ट्रेनिंग के लिए आपने मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से जो लेटर आया है, उसमें इंजीनियर, चीफ इंजीनियर, जेई, एसडीओ कहीं भी सोशल इंजीनियर को इंक्लूड नहीं किया L1, L2 में। प्रॉब्लम ये आई मैम, जब ट्रेनिंग के लिए भेजे गए तो स्पेशली इंजीनियर चले गए, सोशल इंजीनियर घर पे रह गए, ऑफिस में रह गए, तो उनका आपस का कोऑर्डिनेशन वो गैप बन गया मैम। और फील्ड स्टाफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में L2 की में भी बात करते तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर या ब्लॉक रिसोर्स कोऑर्डिनेटर जो पिछले 10-12 सालों से काम कर रहे हैं, वो ये कहते हैं कि हम इस लायक नहीं है कि हम इस ट्रेनिंग में जा पाए। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है मैम कि मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से ये इनिशिएटिव हो कि स्टेट को डायरेक्ट करे कि जब भी कोई ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हुए, सोशल इंजीनियर एज वेल एज इंजीनियर्स बोथ आर द स्तंभ, पिलर्स है मैम कम्युनिटी को चेंज करने के लिए। अगर ये साइमल्टेनियसली साथ नहीं चलेंगे तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि जल जीवन मिशन का जो मेन मोटिव है, जो दर्द हमारे दिल में पैदा होना चाहिए, जिसके प्रति हम जल को अमृत समझे, वो हम पा सकते हैं। इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू मैम।
हेलो, नमस्कार मैम। मेरा नाम डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज है, KRC ग्रीन अर्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कुरुक्षेत्र। तो हमारी जो वर्कशॉप हुई मैम, 2 बिल्कुल सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक फ्री थी और उसमें कोई भी फूड वेस्ट जनरेट नहीं हुआ। बट इन द मीन टाइम हमने नंबर ऑफ वर्कशॉप देखी जो हमारी KRCs ने किए, उनमें सभी में बॉटल्ड वाटर यूज किया जाता है। हम लोगों को कहते हैं कि नल से जल, और अपनी सभी वर्कशॉप में प्लास्टिक की बोतल यूज हो रही थी। तो मैम हमें गाइडलाइंस में इश्यू करना चाहिए सभी KRCs को कि एटलीस्ट अपनी वर्कशॉप में प्लास्टिक की बोतल यूज ना करें, इस तरह की बोतल्स हम यूज करें। ये है। और दूसरा कि फूड वेस्टेज के लिए पहले दिन ही सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को कहा जाए कि फूड वेस्ट नहीं करना, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली फूड वेस्ट होता है, उससे रिसोर्सेज वाटर के साथ कनेक्ट करते हैं हम। तो ये हमें करने की जरूरत है मैम, ये गाइडलाइंस सभी के लिए। थैंक यू।
Next is Mr. Deepak. It's also a KRC hai.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Deepak and I'm from Safe Water Network India. Ma'am, we are L3 KRC and we have been allocated 5 states, Haryana, UP, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Maharashtra. Ma'am, we have already conducted 2 trainings in financial year 21-22 in Haryana district. They have been very cooperative, but ma'am, there has been issue in some from other states where the communication is a problem, like in UP. Ma'am, we have been in communication with them regularly, but the response is very slow or nil. They last communicated with us in January and they asked us to share some information to train the ISAs in UP. We submitted all the information, but since then there is no communication from that side. And that is the issue which we are facing, ma'am. Thank you.
So, any KRC from Rajasthan जो बोलना चाहते हैं आपके एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Kuldeep Arora. I come from Indian Institute of Rural Development, KRC Level 3. There were 3 suggestions, ma'am. First, we need to fix turnaround time for all the activities, because in the morning you said we are halfway. So time is very critical for everyone. So it's very important, as my colleague said, earlier, we need to fix, because there are, places we have experienced where project is already halfway. In case project is being implemented by PhD and contractor, their community, they say, in case ये अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे पास पहले होती, ये ट्रेनिंग हमारे पास पहले होती, तो हम डे 1 से जो है पूरे इसको जब कंसीव किया जा रहा था, प्लान किया जा रहा था, तो हम वहां पे इन्वॉल्व होते. बट इन सच ट्रेनिंग्स हमने थोड़ा बहुत ऑल्ट्रेशन किया मैम, और ऑल्ट्रेशन करके हमने उनको कहा ठीक है अभी आप जो है ज्यादा अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन पे फोकस करें एंड पैरेलली ONM पे करें. सो माय रिक्वेस्ट वुड बी, इफ प्रोजेक्ट इज फॉर 5 years, we have to complete it in 5 years. These trainings where community involvement is essential, it should be done in 4th year itself. Then only we'll get the fruits. That is number 1. Second, at state level, at district level also, ma'am, we need to have a TAT, because, sometimes in different states, in morning, not about Rajasthan, we got very good response, but there were several participants, those who have mentioned, at WSSO level, it is taking too much of time. So it's always good if, Government of India, Jal Shakti Mantralaya decide a timeline that within so many days, the day they receive a plan, it should be acknowledged by state. And then it should be, parallelly, their consent should go to the central also, so that all the PIA KRCs, they are aware that whatever plan we have submitted in 7 days will get either consent or rejection, whatever it is. Last but not least, ma'am, all the KRC level 3, they are civil society organization working at root level, and they have their own financial constraints. So it's a humble request, considering this overall, financial health and the time which we have in hand, it is better if we have it whole, for the 22-23 financial year, the action plan should be approved one go for the balance 11 months, and the funds maybe 50%, 60, whatever, that depends on ministry, that should be deployed, which will really enable us to achieve our targets well in time. Thanks for your time, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yes, Ajay.
I have some suggestions.
The issue related to finance has already been discussed. That
No,
has
no.
been emphasized. If it is anything new, I think you can.
New, yeah. Myself, Devraj Badiskar. I have some suggestions. जैसे कि आपने आज जो डिस्कशन में डिस्कस हुआ जन आंदोलन, तो जन आंदोलन के लिए तो मैं सजेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि एक टास्क टीम बनाई जाए और मंथली रिव्यू KRC विद स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर्स, मतलब एक साल में इकट्ठा होने से पूरा प्रेशर यहाँ बिल्डअप होने, मंथली रिव्यू हो जाएगा तो या क्वार्टरली रिव्यू हो जाएगा, तो दैट विल बी बेटर फॉर KRCs. एंड अनदर सजेशन इज, मैंने जैसे 3 मार्च को हमने सबमिशन किया था हमारा रिपोर्ट, अभी तक रिपोर्ट का स्टेटस पता नहीं चला. no disbursement of payment. इसलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि at least every training, one online session should be by licensor or by official from NJJM. दूसरा suggestion ये है कि टारगेट अलॉटमेंट शुड बी स्टेट वाइज, क्योंकि मेरे पास अभी 3 स्टेट है, मुझे 2 टारगेट दिए थे, मैं एक ही स्टेट में कर पाया हूँ, तो स्टेट वाइज किए तो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, अदरवाइज DWSM वाइज टारगेट दिए, जिनको ज़्यादा स्टेट दिए उनको थोड़ा स्टेट वाइज टारगेट दिया जाए तो अच्छा लाइजनिंग रहेगा. अदरवाइज क्वार्टरली टारगेट देंगे so it will be better, because I'm suggesting one strategy, more achievement, more targets. ये strategy आप करेंगे तो अच्छा, जो run कर पा रहे हैं KRC, उनको ज़्यादा काम करने के लिए चांस मिलेगा. धन्यवाद.
Ma'am, I'm Peter Thattail from Antyodaya, Kerala. The government of India is interacting with the NGOs in two levels. One is at the ISA, the other one is KRC. And government of India is calling the NGOs for direct interactions like these seminars and workshops. So my suggestion is that it is not happening at the state level. So I think it should not be a suggestion. It should be an order from the government of India that 2 ministries, that is, one is with the Jal Shakti, like, the water ministry of the state. The other one is the panchayat. These 2 ministries should sit with the NGOs at the state level. At least 1 day workshop in a year they should conduct. Then only there will be a interaction that will lead to the success of the program. Because government of India wants a lot of things to be done, but But I think without the interaction between the state government and the NGOs, this is not going to be a successful story. So kindly, we have got 2 more years. So kindly plan something where at least a 1-day seminar is done in all the states directly with the NGOs and the government. Then only we can make it a success. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. There are 2 things I just want to add. One is that, ma'am, before your arrival, there were some presentation best practices. I would sincerely request, because last time also we have raised this point with Vishwakanand sir when we are having this online kind of a sessions where many of those experts and resource persons, they were conducting the session. Would it be possible to upload all such best practices to the portal, ma'am? And whenever we want, we can download those materials, because one of my friends and colleagues from Feedback Ventures, he has already shared some of the best practices which can be replicated elsewhere in the country. This is one, ma'am. Secondly, coming back to the point my colleague from Kerala, he has already raised, is there a possibility where we can have a dialogue between Rural Development Department or Panchayati Raj Department with PhD department at the state level? Because what is happening, ma'am, when we were doing training, we got a chance to interact with the Rural Development Department, and I raised this issue, ma'am, is it possible? We had an interaction with the Secretary Rural Development, and I raised that issue, ma'am, how is it possible that Village Action Plan can be integrated with the Gram Panchayat Development Plan? So they said ki the Gram Panchayat Development Plan we used to develop in November, and you are coming in December, so it won't be possible to integrate that in this financial year. So next financial year, you can try that. So if there is a possibility where we can have interaction between the 2 secretaries, and in fact, I was talking to our nodal officer, Jharkhand State. They have been very supportive in our training programs while conducting L2 and L3. Similarly, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, it's not only what Vishwakanand sir said, Rajasthan and Haryana, there are several states who have been very supportive, ma'am, during our training program. So let's talk about convergence, ma'am, how this is possible on at the grassroots level in collaboration with various line departments, and the letter has already been circulated by your signature and many other line ministries secretaries signature there. So if that can be implemented on the ground, and how do we develop this whole process of organic collaboration between the different communities and also at the state level and the national level, that is extremely important, ma'am. Thank you.
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम। नमस्कार मैम, मैं देवीदास समर्थन से, समर्थन केआरसी छत्तीसगढ़ और मध्य प्रदेश के लिए है। मैं जो कहना चाह रहा था वो थोड़ा सा अलग है कि हम जितने केआरसी यहाँ पर है उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा इम्प्लीमेंटिंग सपोर्ट एजेंसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत एक्टिवली है। हम जब केआरसी की ट्रेनिंग करते हैं तो डायरेक्टली वीडब्ल्यूएससी की करते हैं, और जो आईएसए है वो भी वीडब्ल्यूएससी और पंचायतों के साथ काम करते हैं। हम छत्तीसगढ़ में ये प्रैक्टिस करके देखिए कि पहली बार वाटर एड, यूनिसेफ, समर्थन, पीएचई बहुत क्लोजली बैठ के आईएसए का ट्रेनिंग का हम लोगों ने मॉड्यूल बनाया। आईएसए की पहले ट्रेनिंग की, करीब 10-11 जिलों में ट्रेनिंग की हुई है, और उनकी ट्रेनिंग होने के बाद वाले में फिर वीडब्ल्यूएससी की ट्रेनिंग की। परिणाम इतने अच्छे मिले हमें कि जो चीजें हमें ग्राउंड में भेजनी थी वो आईएसए उसके बाद उसको फॉलोअप करने लगा। हम कांकेर और दुर्ग में देखते हैं कि जब वाटर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग की बातचीत होती है तो बहुत स्पीडली वो शुरू हो जाता है। अभी स्वच्छता सर्वेक्षण की हमने बातचीत देखी कि जैसे ही फॉर्मेट गया वो स्टार्ट होने लगा। सो रिक्वेस्ट मैं ये कर रहा था कि केआरसी और आईएससी दोनों के बीच का क्या प्रोटोकॉल होगा जो आपस में कोऑर्डिनेट करे और बातचीत करे, हमें लग रहा है कि इसमें सोचना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Dr. L.C. Sharma from Institute for Integrated Rural Development, Shimla, IIRD. So I had a suggestion. We can think over the state action plan of capacity building. We need to ascertain the training load of the states, and accordingly, the realignment of the cares as per that training load can be allocated. And thereafter, a few areas are others where we need to create some SOPs. SOPs for village water and sanitation committees and for ISS, and KRC can have their role in providing technical support to the ISS also. There are a few things we can think over. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Director Support for Implementation and Research, SIR, Lucknow. Ma'am, we have been empaneled for level 2 and level 3, and we have conducted training programs on level 2 and level 3 both successfully, and we have learned a lot from there. And there was a very good response from the community side. And we are very much hopeful that this mission will be successful and it will really change the lifestyle of the rural people. Ma'am, we have observed some challenges, some issues which need to be addressed at your level, ma'am. That once we get the sanction order from your side, when we prepare ourselves, we organize resources, staff, our people, then whenever we go to the state for the nominations of the participants, which is very much required, so that is very poor in most of the places. Except Madhya Pradesh, we are panel for 4 states, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar. And the response from Madhya Pradesh was outstanding. From Rajasthan, it was medium. And from Bihar and UP, it was needed to be improved. Ma'am, usme problem ye hai ki when we plan, when we organize the resources, so that is with a particular expected time period. And if we are not getting the persons to whom we are going to train, then everything gets spoiled. We also discouraged. So the states or the concerned districts should be binded with a timeline that after giving our plan to them, within a 1 month or within a 2 month, 3 month, whatever is feasible, that should be, the cap should be there, that they have to ensure the availability of the twice of the adequate number of the best size of the training programs of the participants. This is the one thing. Second, ma'am, the best size is 60, as our colleague is saying. The best size is expected to up to the 60. In the field, we are we are observing that we have to ensure this full batch size of 60. We have to invite twice or around more than 50% of the batch size of the participants. And in that case, sometimes it gets a lesser number, sometimes it gets more. So that flexibility should be entertained at this level. And the third is the financial aspect. The BG, that should be relaxed, not removed, but reduced. That can be done. The 50% installment is given. And for that, the 50% amount of BGs need to be given here. And in that case, we don't get anything from this side because we have to deposit our 50% amount as a FD to the bank, and then we get the BG. It means we are using our own money for running that program. Here, the ministry has got all the funds, so this trust can be expressed here that, okay, as a token, 10% or 20% should be taken as a BG for releasing 50% of the installments, keeping into consideration our reliability and our performance also. And then there are so many practices we are doing. We are trying to convince, trying to ensure the participation of community because this is the soul of the whole JGM. We have to ensure the sustainability of this program, and sustainability could be ensured only by ensuring the community participation, and our more focus is on that, and KRC is meant for that. So please take into consideration. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, I think. Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have 3 points to share. I think it's very ambitious to ask for this, but is there a possibility of monitoring system to track who's really trained at the state level? Because when we are approaching state level officers, they're saying we have already sent and then the training is over, this training is over. Is there any system of who has attended which training, and then the rest of the people can be tracked for the next level of training? So this is little ambitious, but I think if we can look at that is one possibility. That might be helpful so that you can ask the states to, okay, this much percentage of people have been trained in this training program, and then you can do that. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult for us to get the participants, one thing. And another important thing I just wanted to, again, propose is that if there is a, like the KRCs and then the state capacity building coordinator, whoever it is, if they form the committee, and then there is one from the national office who coordinate this group, so that there are no repetition of the training programs designed for that quarter or for that year. And all the KRCs have different programs so that there is maximum number of people who can be part of those training programs. Otherwise, again, they say that this program was conducted by so-and-so organization, so we cannot again send you. So this could be one coordinating mechanism if you can establish. And then also there is a same, I know I would go back to this person at the ministry who can support me in getting the state representatives or the participants. So that could be one thing. And this particular group also, or the committee, this can be formed as a committee who can also look into the financial flows, whether when they have submitted, because having a KRC person also in that committee would help to expedite the process a bit easily. So these are my suggestions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
नमस्कार मैम, मैं हिमालय इंस्टीट्यूट हॉस्पिटल ट्रस्ट उत्तराखंड से हूं मैम, और हम लोग लेवल 2 एंड लेवल 3 KRC हैं। तो लेवल 2 में हमारा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा, हमने 14 प्रोग्राम्स किए और पिछले साल हमने 24 स्टेट्स कवर किए। तो जैसा काफ़ी KRCs का ये है कि स्टेट से सपोर्ट नहीं मिला तो हम लोगों को बहुत सपोर्ट मिला। उसके लिए हमने क्या करा कि हमने एक नोडल पर्सन अपने यहाँ अपॉइंट किया इसी काम के लिए, जो हर स्टेट के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहा था लगातार। और हम प्रोग्राम मंथ स्टार्ट में प्रोग्राम दे देते थे हर स्टेट को कि ये प्रोग्राम इस मंथ में हमें करना है, और उसके बाद रेगुलर फॉलोअप करते थे। तो हमें बहुत अच्छा स्टेट से मिला है, और पर्टिकुलरली ऑल हिली स्टेट्स एंड साउथ इंडियन स्टेट से। तो ये है। दूसरा मैम ये था कि जो जे लेवल 2 के पार्ट पे है, तो सबसे पहला हमारा टारगेट ये होना चाहिए कि सभी इंजीनियर्स को और पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशंस को लेवल 2 वाले जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उन्हें जेजेएम के ओरिएंटेशन मस्ट होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी भी एट फील्ड लेवल जेईज को जेजेएम का ऑपरेशनल गाइडलाइन तक नहीं देखी है, जेजेएम डैशबोर्ड यूज करना नहीं आता है। तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और हमें जो इस साल का टारगेट होना चाहिए वो उस तरह से लेना चाहिए कि हम सब सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को कवर कर सकें। और उत्तराखंड ने बहुत अच्छा मॉडल इसमें अडॉप्ट किया है KRC के लिए। जो मिनिस्ट्री कर रहा है फंड वो तो कर ही रहा है, साथ में SWSM लगातार सपोर्ट कर रहा है, और मोर देन आई थिंक 300 बैचेज वो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑलरेडी उत्तराखंड में SWSM के थ्रू हो चुके। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to speak as a KRC and an ISA from Odisha. 2 points that colleagues said, which I would like to reaffirm. One is the need for a pool of trainers and a well-organized training of trainers that KRCs can, particularly, I mean, I think it's applicable to all levels, level 1, 2, and 3. If the ministry can, the NJJM can lead that process of creating that, and maybe even going to the extent of certifying the trainers in terms of their performance and caliber. Second is what a colleague from Chhattisgarh mentioned. Last year, we did not have too many KRC trainings on the ground, but many ISAs are working. Already, we are now seeing with the few trainings that we did, there is confusion between the role of the ISA and what the KRC is saying. So there has to be an institutional strategy in the capacity building, because ISAs are being deployed by the state with no reference to the national guidelines for capacity building. And they are doing what they have to do. And it's essentially a very transactional relationship of forming the Vwsc, getting the VAP, and getting it on IMIS. But the communication is already happening, and it's the same target group, particularly for level 3. So also for junior engineers and the frontline department workers, we are getting into a soup of messages and soup of training programs and soup of awareness generation. So there has to be some strategy that we need to put from the center. The third one is a little different, ma'am. See, we have a specific timeline for achieving 100% FHTC. 50% is already done. KRCs are just getting into the picture. So should we at all transfer that time pressure onto KRCs is a question that we need to look at once, because where KRCs are going to go now, where FHTC is already done, the capacity building strategy is very different from what we would do for villages that are not started. Now, source sustainability is not something that we've been speaking about. The guidelines speak about it. Convergence is the medium. But if this is one opportunity where we are talking about water security, and then how do we also ensure that the KRC module, at least in such cases where 50% is done, quality and sustainability become key elements along with O&M, and that focus given on construction and all the other pre-construction phase things reduced. So I think the module and the strategy that we develop for TOT and the trainers will need to look at 4 elements, where planning and preparation is to be done, where O&M is to be done immediately, but water quality and sustainability becoming the 4 pillars in which our entire module strategy is developed. Because already I'm fearing going to Odisha villages where water is running. With the current approach, if we go, people are going to, just say that, ठीक है, ये हो गया है, अभी ठीक है, अच्छा है, आप 4 दिन बिठाए, अच्छा खाना खिलाए. So we don't want to go into that. Thank you.
काफी स्ट्रेस्ड महसूस कर रहे हैं हमारे साथी फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज को लेके, तो मुझे ध्यान आ रहा था कि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है उसके साथ भी हम लोग कुछ काम करते हैं और वो एडवांस में हमें ग्रांट देता है। तो उस तरह के सिमिलर प्रोसीजर्स अगर आपकी मिनिस्ट्री में भी आप लोग कंसीडर कर सकें तो शायद सबको बहुत मदद मिलेगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
हेलो,
जी
नमस्कार। मैं कमल बहुगुना हाईफिट देहरादून से हूँ। हम लोग सेंटर वाले 2 प्रोग्राम तो हम लोगों ने ऑलरेडी किए हैं। इसके साथ साथ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी हम लोग VWSC का ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं, जिसमें पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 90 बैचेस हम लोगों ने VWSC का ट्रेनिंग दिया, जिसमें 900 VWSCs को ट्रेनिंग देके 3600 VWSC मेंबर्स को ट्रेनिंग दिया है। इसके साथ साथ हमारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने का पैटर्न डिसाइड किया कि किस तरह से कम्युनिटी का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाया जाए। तो स्टेट लेवल से डिस्ट्रिक्ट पंचायत राज ऑफिसर को इन्वॉल्व करके वहां से उनको ऑर्डर करते हैं, फिर BDOs इनको भी इन्वॉल्व किया है, ADO पंचायत। और हमारी टीम के साथ साथ जो गवर्नमेंट का सिस्टम है विलेज डिस्ट्रिक्ट से विलेज लेवल तक, उनका भी पूरा सपोर्ट मिलता है कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन में ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और इसके साथ साथ जैसे अब क्योंकि काफ़ी पंचायतों में स्कीम इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुकी है, तो जो हमने ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल अपना डिसाइड किया है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके, तो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस, पोस्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फेज, उसी को फोकस करके हम लोगों ने अपना ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल डिजाइन किया है। क्योंकि अब जैसे विलेज एक्शन प्लान है, VWSC का गठन ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, वो कोई औचित्य नहीं है उसको करने का। और जहाँ तक पेमेंट का सवाल है, सभी को प्रॉब्लम आती है, लेकिन हमारे
नमस्कार मैम, मेरा नाम अंशुल है। मैं स्टूडेंट लिव सोसाइटी से हूँ, लेवल 3 में। मैम हमने 2 ट्रेनिंग्स करी हैं अजमेर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर, जिसमें एक में 81 पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, दूसरे में 75 थे मैम। वहाँ मैम हमने लास्ट ट्रेनिंग जो हमारी हुई थी बैच 2 की, वो 10 फरवरी को हुई थी। उसके बाद में हमने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मैम उनको आज तक कंटिन्यू जोड़ रखा है और उनसे कंटिन्यूसली हम जुड़े हुए हैं। और अभी रिसेंटली 31 मार्च को मेरे ग्रुप में वहाँ पे बात हुई थी, तो लगभग कई पंचायतों ने लगभग जो ट्रेनिंग में आए थे, उन्होंने 1.5 लाख 2 लाख रुपए कंट्रीब्यूशन अपनी अपनी पंचायतों से कराया भी है आफ्टर ट्रेनिंग। और काफ़ी पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने ये कहा कि सर वापस से ट्रेनिंग कब हो रही है, ताकि हम और भी हमारे पास वाले गांव वाले उनको भेज सकें। कंटिन्यूसली जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लेवल पे वहाँ पे जो काम चल रहा है मैम, उसके फोटोज हमको भेज रहे हैं कि भाई ये काम हम वहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। तो लाइक दैट मॉनिटरिंग वर्क जो है वो भी इटसेल्फ उनके साथ में एक आ रहा है। तो जो हम सोचते थे कि एक ओनरशिप और चेंज मेकिंग लेवल कुछ हो, तो हमने वहाँ मैम देखा। दूसरा मैम मेरे 2 सजेशंस थे। एक तो मैम हमने स्टेक होल्डर्स में मैम अगर गवर्नमेंट टीचर्स को भी लिया जा सके, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट टीचर इज ऑल्सो ए मास्टर और वो बच्चों के मास्टर होते हैं। आने वाले इनमें से कुछ लोग ऐसे होंगे जो VWSC कमेटी के मेंबर बनेंगे भी, कुछ हायर लेवल पे भी जाएंगे। तो अगर हम उन्हें अभी हर एक ग्राम पंचायत से एक टीचर को भी लिया जाए ट्रेनिंग के अंदर, तो एक इम्पैक्ट लॉन्ग टर्म पे भी देखा जा सकता है मैम इसका। एक वन ऑफ माय सजेशन अभी शायद दिया भी था मैम। मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टेट्स के अंदर मैम डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो है KRCs को अलॉटेड हो गए हैं लेवल 3 में। तो मैम अब की बार जो हमें ट्रेनिंग्स मिले मैम, उसमें स्टेट वाइज हमको दिए जाए ट्रेनिंग्स की कितनी ट्रेनिंग्स हमको करनी है, तो हम कम्युनिकेटिव साथ में जल्दी से और अच्छी से ट्रेनिंग हम कर सकते हैं एक साथ। थैंक यू मैम।
गुड इवनिंग, नमस्कार मैम सभी को। मेरा नाम गोवर्धन है, मैं डेवलपमेंट सपोर्ट सेंटर DSC गुजरात से हूँ। हम लेवल 2 और लेवल 3 के लिए KRC है। हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमको MP और महाराष्ट्र भी लेवल 3 के लिए मिले, क्योंकि हम वहाँ 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 15-15 साल से काम कर रहे हैं। तो जिला पंचायत, जिला परिषद से काफी हमारा, और हमने तीनों स्टेट के हमारी टीम को TOT दे दिया था वास्मो कंसल्टेंट की ओर से, जब हमको KRC का रिकॉग्नाइज मिला था। और हम अटल भूजल में भी 300 गांव में गुजरात में काम कर रहे हैं। और इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट और वाटर से डिपार्टमेंट से पिछले 25 साल से हम ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से मान्यता प्राप्त की है। धन्यवाद।
गुड इवनिंग मैम।
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
गुड इवनिंग मैम। मैम मैं विजय अधिकारी हूँ और हिमोत्थान सोसाइटी में हम लोग हैं और टाटा ट्रस्ट का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है हिमोत्थान सोसाइटी। अभी उत्तराखंड में हम देखें तो मैम लगभग 104 गांव में हम लोग अपने सेल्फ जो है हम लोग एज ए ऐसे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं उत्तराखंड में 104 गाँव में। तो इसमें हम लोगों ने जो जैसे कि ट्रस्ट ने जो एक वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम बनाई हुई थी तो वो हमारे लिए आज इन 104 गाँव में एज ए मॉडल के रूप में काम कर रही है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने जल जीवन मिशन की गाइडलाइन के अनुसार घर घर जो है नल दिए थे, जिसमें 45 परिवार थे और एक आपका स्कूल है उस पे और एक आपका स्वास्थ्य केंद्र है। तो मैम बेसिकली मेरा ये कहना था कि हम लोग ये तो हम लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे DWSM के साथ मिलकर के काम कर रहे हैं अपने सेल्फ अरेंजमेंट से, लेकिन हम KRC L3 में भी हम लोग नॉमिनेटेड हैं। तो यदि भविष्य में हमें यदि KRC 3rd में हमको गाँव आवंटित होते हैं तो उसमें ट्रेनिंग मिलते हैं, तो देन हम लोग जो वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम हम लोगों ने बनवाई थी वहाँ पे, तो वो एक ऐसे जो फील्ड लर्निंग की जो बात कर रहे, सुबह से बात हो रही कि भाई ये फील्ड लर्निंग होनी चाहिए और वहाँ पे हम फील्ड विजिट कराएंगे, तो वो एक मॉडल के रूप में साबित हो सकता है, जो कि हम अभी कर भी रहे हैं अभी इस बीच में। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, madam. This is Ramesh from National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Hyderabad. We continuously conduct training programs for nodal officers of NREGA from the districts and the states, and also block level staff come there. And this is a point I'm trying to make with regard to the source sustainability. And I'm sure you know that the 60 to 70% of the funds spent on NREGA, it is water conservation related, drought proofing related, and rainwater harvesting related, pond renovation related. So that is the amount of money spent on that. And then these NREGA nodal officers from the districts or blocks or from the states, when they come, in all the programs, we have now made it a point that invariably there will be one session on Jal Jeevan Mission. But this one session would not be enough. And I would say that they definitely need an exclusive training on Jal Jeevan Mission, and they need to be able to relate their work. These NREGA nodal officers need to be able to relate their work to Jal Jeevan Mission and know the importance of source sustainability, which can make Jal Jeevan Mission successful, and how they can contribute to that. That kind of a module needs to be prepared, and they need to be given exclusive training on that. That is number one. And the second point I would like to make is that all the SIRDs in India also, I mean, we have about 29 SIRDs, and also there are many states where there are district level training centers also. And again, they are conducting continuous programs like this for RD functionaries and also for PR functionaries, MOPR and MORD related officials. And there we need to also have training on Jal Jeevan Mission. And about the SIRDs, I do not know. I mean, what I know is that they know that they are very good in NREGA and Panchayat related works, but I do not know how many Jal Jeevan related, Jal Jeevan Mission related trainings they do. I am not aware, but NARD we are doing, and we have just 1 hour session on Jal Jeevan Mission. That's all. This needs to be expanded. That's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Prakash Chandra from Joint Director, Uttarakhand Academy of Administration. My colleague from Uttarakhand, they have told about the training. In fact, we are doing very good, and we are having coordination with NIUA and Jal Jeevan Mission. We have conducted so many officers of engineer level and as well as stakeholders level. I look after level 1 and level 2 training. What we are having 2 success stories at the height of 700 meters above sea level, and that one village, Dhaspad, that has got national level prize for this water conservation. One more, that Kosi River Rejuvenation Scheme, which is catering more than 3 lakh people in Almora district. So now what I am proposing here, apart from the training, because we are heading in Institute of State Academy of Administration, we are going to establish a research and analysis wing there, which will study the impact of this training in the hill areas. We have almost completed training in this Himalayan state. 9 state officials we have trained for, and a little bit support from your end is expected. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes.
Madam, may I?
Madam, I am Sama. I am Sama from Gujarat, Shroff Foundation. I am trustee. Any training demands or capacity building get triggered by proper monitoring. When we tell that these are the deficiencies, then the authorities would take into cognizance. I think it's slightly inadequate, and there has to be a monitoring system where we flag on performance indicator that you are missing this, and then the training need to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam, and everyone in the. Yes, thanks, madam. I am Ganesh, State Nodal Officer, JJM KRC Kerala, also as an executive engineer in training center. I had been following nominations during the last 1.5 years for JJM KRC programs. From my experience, I found that among L2, there should be a classification L2A and L2B, because in L2, we have engineers from assistant engineer to superintending engineer. There are 4 levels, madam. AE, AXE, EE, and SC. And the entry level is huge. AE can be a person with 1 year experience, and SC can be, superintendent can be a person with 20 to 25 years of experience. So when we are clubbing persons from the range of 1 year to 25 years experience, the training module may be a little bit boring for the superintending engineer. And if we oriented the higher level, it will be very difficult for the AEs to catch. So it will be better to have a 2-tier system among L2. And madam, now we have more classroom trainings. And I would humbly suggest that we should have a reasonable time frame to get the notification of training, because we have to get airline tickets, we have to hand over charge, we have to arrange the works. So I expect a reasonable time as 3 weeks, so that we can make all these arrangements. Online training, it was okay. Anybody could log in at any point of time. But to arrange traveling and logistic, please let us have a reasonable time of 3 weeks prior to training programs. And madam, there was a suggestion of technical engineers and social engineers. So I don't feel, being an engineer, also as a social person, I don't feel there's any difference between a technical engineer and a social engineer. And every technical engineer has to be a social engineer. And I feel that there should be a training program regarding orientation of mindset. Madam, nothing is to be learned in terms of knowledge and skill. Just an orientation of mindset may be included in the L2 level training programs. Thanks. Thank you, madam.
Yeah. Can I say, ma'am?
Last 3.
So, can I say, sir? Namaste, ma'am. I'm the Ravindra. I'm representative of government of Madhya Pradesh. There are few suggestions on that KRC implementation. One is that I just come to know that KRC is also involved in training of the VWC member, plus ISA in our state also providing the training to the same VWC member. So I just need to understand that if we allow KRC to just prepare a master trainers for that particular gram, and the ISA they may give the training on community level. So they can involve the community training as well. So there is some issues we have just discussed. There must be some cross-learning or best sharing platform should be there, so that everyone can share their whatever the good success stories. So everyone come to know what they are doing, what the other state is doing. So, and if we can do a post-training hand-holding support to the particular villages up to after completion of the, after 6 months of the completion, till that 6 months of the completion of the training. So I think it also productive that KRC can provide the hand-holding support. And last is that we can also give the training to the contractor who already involved, which you already discussed. But if possible, it's for the contract management and some other issues which they particularly involved in to cater the particular scheme on time. So we can also give them. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. We are from Meghalaya and Assam and panel 4. So ours is University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and I am Dr. Nivedita Pal, head of the department, social work department. Actually, ma'am, we conducted one T1 training program we conducted in Meghalaya. One major issue that's why I raised my voice, because in Meghalaya, so they are not practicing PRI system. So so that autonomous hill district that they are practicing. So accountability of that institution in case of that other normal villages, as we notice that block panchayat, then gram panchayat, but in Meghalaya, so only district level, it is that government body in district level. So accountability of that Pani Samiti, what they constituted, that Vwsc. So in latter phase, we will monitor. So that is my question. Actually, I studied all these things and I noticed that government of Meghalaya, they are also working on it, that for policy formulation. So if you that help and if you help us, then it can be that streamlined. So that is my one point. And one my suggestion is to you, ma'am, that zone-wise, if we conduct on regular basis that workshop or maybe together we may sit and we may discuss. So level 1, level 2, level 3, then all ISA, and it may be zone-wise. So maybe same district states. So all hill states of Northeastern region, they can sit together, they can discuss their issues and challenges. So we can resolve the issues. Thank you, madam.
Last. So I am Milangovan.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. I have two queries, in fact, suggestions to give. One is, can we have the key performance indicators, KPIs devised for the KRCs so that, we can ourselves gauge how we are performing and what areas to improve for the next financial year. Number two is, can we see many KRCs are very competent enough to conduct the knowledge needs assessment of the city official, in fact, L1, L2 official. So can few KRCs be onboarded to conduct the knowledge needs assessment of the officials and the competency mapping of the official? Because that's important, because when we approach the state official, they say we are already trained on this particular subject. So I think that's of immense importance. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm Shweta Chaudhary from Vivekanand Global University. We are a level 3 KRC for Rajasthan, UP and Jammu and Kashmir. But because of two allowed, we could do only in Rajasthan. In the two trainings, ma'am, we realized that one of the trainings that we did in Bikaner, we had 80% FHTC available there. And the second one in Nagaur, it was almost 5 to 10% FHTC only available. So one point was that if we can get the list of participants and everything well in advance, we can plan on a local level that what is to be taught, because what was taught in Bikaner could not have been taught in Nagaur in any conditions. So we really need to change the teaching program according to the participants available. So one, that is really important for us. Secondly, ma'am, we have been training in Solace and in no combination with the implementing agencies, that is the people who are actually providing the FHTC. So if we get any chance to coordinate with the local agencies, that is the PhD department, we can give the stakeholders review back to them. Because there were many village panchayat people who said that what were their real problems when it came to implementation of the scheme in the village. But because we did not have any feedback system or any coordination which could go back to the PhD department, which could implement, we could not really do about.
I understand what feedback want to give. Colleagues are still here, so they will hear you and they will communicate to us. But Mr. Baroka and I do have a flight to catch, which it would not be a good idea to miss. Thank you for your comments. We take note of the range of issues that you have brought up. In particular, I think I go back with the sense that we need to engage more closely, or at least ensure that the states and the KRCs engage more closely. Now, there are representatives from states present here, including some senior colleagues. I would request that after this, there needs to be more discussion within the group between L1, L2, L3 KRCs, but also between state government officers and other representatives of states. Financial issues, we will do whatever best we can. But I'll again reiterate the point that I wanted to make in the morning. Kanan, let's make sure that we work out the program of action for the current year as quickly as possible. You have them all here, get a feel from them, how quickly are they ready to roll, how much more some people want to work in more states, some want to more. But let's give a feel very quickly for what is possible. The target for last year at 2 was only a very minimal level because of the COVID scenario. It's not as though that's all that we've done. Let's have clarity between the capacity building of the VWSCs and the ISAs and all. I would personally think let's first get all the ISAs done, and maybe the ISAs in turn can handle some of the VWSCs, but think this through in consultation with those present here. So let's see how we can streamline further. Hopefully the portal that has come up will bring in more clarity, will reflect better what work is being done on ground, have the states also better able to understand. And it will give us also a better sense of what is going on ground so that we can more nimbly ask you to do more work or respond to your suggestions, especially around taking on more challenging roles. So thank you very much. This is certainly not the conclusion of this 2-day workshop. I hope there's going to be a lot more meaningful discussion, but we will take leave now and we will be in touch, and we'll be looking with great hope and expectation at what is achieved jointly between all of us, the KRCs, the state governments, and our department, as well as partners like Unicef in achieving the goals that we set out for ourselves. Thank you.
I think, please hold on. Before we break, I think we have a couple of more presentations, best practices. We'll listen them, and then we'll have a tea break. After that, we'll have this one. So what is the next, which is next one? We have, I think, 2 institutions. Okay, CDS, Center for Development Communications Studies, Jaipur. They want to share something? Okay, next one is there, do we have this Center for Development Communication Studies, Jaipur? Okay, it's not there. Then which one? ESCI, do they want to share something of good practices? Engineers Staff College of India. We have representatives from them. Please, may I request you to please listen to this. Please ready? Lord? Yes, please. It's, I think, another 5-10 minutes. We'll have a break. May I request you all to please settle down? Excuse me. Please, sir. Yes, please. Yes.
Good afternoon to all of you. And coming to the Key Resource Center, Engineering Staff College of India. And next slide. Next. Yes, before. Back. So here, the total participants, 30 participants of residential training program is divided into 5 groups. In that 5 groups, we allotted some of the topics of village action plan preparation, as well as the field visit to the model village of Mission Bhagirath department, and water quality monitoring and surveillance. Each and every group is divided, and they are prepared their presentation form, as well as the board representation of the entire water supply scheme also presented by all the participants. So they are very happily to participate in this presentation, as well as the drawing of that particular water supply scheme of their own village, as well as the model village, whatever we have seen in that particular model village of Telangana state. Backside. Backside. Back. Yeah, here, whenever we are visit to the model village of Telangana Mission Bhagirath department, the participants are interacted with the village president and panchayat secretary and local engineer, as well as the local committee members. We all sit together and discussed about how the water supply program is going on, how the maintaining of the operation and maintenance, is there any smart water system is going on or not. All the things are we discussed in that particular village.
I think this has already been discussed. I think it was detailed and discussed in detail.
Yeah.
They said that in fact you have to sit together, work, play message. But what is the new message you are giving? Is there anything new which you would like to convey to the participants? I think this was discussed in one of these presentations earlier. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Next. Acha, IIHMR. Okay, by the time, okay, see, ready? Okay, it's ready. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, good afternoon. I'm Gautam. We have played 2 videos next. So first day after inauguration, during inauguration, we played these 2 videos prepared by the Jilla Panchayat about the successfully implemented.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
ದಿನಬಳಕೆಯ ನೀರು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ
So is the principal secretary explaining about the FSTC or NGJ project in Karnataka?
ಮಿಷನ್ ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರವನ್ನು ತಂದಿದೆ. ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಹಾಗೂ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ನಲ್ಲಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೊಡುವಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಕನಕಪುರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸುಮಾರು 70,000 ಅಷ್ಟು ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾವೇರಿ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಬನ್ನೇರುಘಟ್ಟ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಸೇರಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಫಿಕಲಿ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನೀರಿನ ಕೊರತೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಇತ್ತು.
So this is the video by the Jilla Panchayat only. So this will help understand how they will going to be done. Next. Not wait. So in the day 2 after lunch, we have arranged one session by the pipes companies to display their equipment to use under JJM. So Sajid from Nagashri Narasa sir. So in this, they display the pipes company display the whole equipment, what they are going to be used in as part of engagement. So these are the equipment displayed during the session. Next. So next. So the pipes explaining about quality of the equipment.
ಈ ಪೈಪ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 8 kg 10 kg ಮತ್ತೆ 12.5 kg ಅಂತ ನೀವು 8 kg ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಪೈಪ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಪ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪೈಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು.
Thank you so much. I think so basically the message technology audiovisual. I think which is commonly used in this traders trainings. Almost everyone audiovisual. I think which is commonly used in this traders trainings. Almost everyone uses making this. Okay. Anything else which anyone would like to share? That is, I think, yes, that is good thing that we have already, yes, we have done the translation, because we have maybe another 5 minutes is there, like before we, this one. So you can share the mic with them. Otherwise, if you have to come here, 5 minutes, no issues, but it should be of, no, I think you have spoken already. Okay, please. Okay. Brief, please, brief.
जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि केआरसी ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल जो है हमें नेशनल जेजेएम से इंग्लिश में मिला था, और राजस्थान के पर्सपेक्टिव में अगर हम देखें तो हमने इसे पूरे राजस्थान के एस्पेक्ट्स को लेकर के और प्लस हिंदी लैंग्वेज में इसको डिज़ाइन किया है। इसमें जो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जिसको कि अगर मैं आप लोगों का ध्यान दिलाना चाहूँगा, मैं प्रेजेंटेशन शायद यहाँ पे नहीं हो पा रही है, हमने एक स्नैक एंड लैडर गेम डिज़ाइन किया है जिसमें कि जल जीवन मिशन के जितने भी एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, इसमें हमने सारे वो एस्पेक्ट्स लिए हैं जिससे कि जल जीवन मिशन की पूरे प्रोग्राम में कैसे सफलता हासिल की जा सकती है और क्या ऐसे बोटलनेक्स होती है या क्या ऐसी एस्पेक्ट्स हैं जिनकी वजह से हम हमारी प्रोग्रेस को अचीव नहीं कर पाते। तो ये हमने जब हमारी केआरसी लेवल 3 की जब ट्रेनिंग कर रहे थे तो हमने अलग अलग ग्रुप्स में बना करके उनके साथ ये गेम खिलाया। फिर हर ग्रुप लीडर्स जो भी ग्रुप में जीते उन सब में से उन्हीं ग्रुप वालों से एक प्रेजेंटेशंस करवाए, सो दैट दे हैव द अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि क्या क्या एस्पेक्ट्स हैं जिनके ऊपर हम जल जीवन मिशन में प्रोग्रेस कर सकते हैं और कैसे हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। साथ में एक हमने जो और इनोवेटिव किया था, हमने हमारे कंसर्निंग जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट के सुपरिटेंडिंग इंजीनियर हैं और सीईओ जिला परिषद, उनके साथ मिलकर के एक डिस्कशन किया कि किन किन लोगों ने पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की है। जैसे किसी ने अपनी खुद की ओन लैंड दी है जल जीवन मिशन में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सप्लाई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में, किसी ने कम्युनिटी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए अलग से उठ करके काम किया है, उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से किस तरह से कंट्रीब्यूशन किया जाए। क्योंकि राजस्थान में अगर आप देखेंगे तो मेन हैबिटेशंस जो है या मेन विलेज जो है उससे ज्यादा स्कैटर्ड जो है वो ढाणियां हैं, छोटी छोटी हैमलेट्स हैं जहां कनेक्शंस पहुंचना, हमारे जो एनजेजेएम की गाइडलाइन है कम से कम 20 घर होनी चाहिए, 100 पॉपुलेशन होनी चाहिए, वो नहीं कवर हो पाते। बट उनको कैसे कवर कर सके, क्योंकि राजस्थान के अगर वेस्टर्न राजस्थान को देखें तो ज्यादातर स्कैटर्ड है, तो उसके लिए किस तरह से सरपंच ने किस तरह से खुद मोटिवेट होकर के कंट्रीब्यूशन को इनिशिएट किया है, उस सारी प्रैक्टिसेस को हमने डॉक्यूमेंट किया और उनको हमने 4th डे पर डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर की प्रेजेंस में रिवॉर्ड भी किया है, जिससे न केवल उन लोगों को मोटिवेशन मिला बल्कि दूसरे लोगों के पास भी ये मैसेज गया कि अच्छा काम डेफिनेटली कहीं ना कहीं आपको रिवॉर्ड करता है। तो ये हमारी 2-3 बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस थी। थैंक यू।
चलो, थैंक यू सो मच। आप यहाँ पर आ जाइए, जिसको भी बोलना है वहां से।
हाँ, हमने जैसा कि सामा सर ने बताया, मैं सॉरी सामा सर के आगे तो मैं एक छोटी सी बूंद भी नहीं हूँ, बट हमने कोशिश की कि जिन लोगों ने, जैसे कि आप लोगों ने, कई लोगों ने सुना भी होगा कि राजस्थान के राजसमंद में पिपलांतरी गांव में मिस्टर पालीवाल जी हैं जिनको जल मित्र भी कहते हैं, उसी तरह से हमने वहां पे भी आइडेंटिफाई किए हनुमानगढ़ और झुंझुनू में जिन्होंने ट्रेडिशनल जो स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनको अभी भी सोर्सेज को सस्टेन रखा है और उसको आगे भी ले जा रहे हैं, उनको भी हमने रिवॉर्ड किया है एज ए जल मित्र। थैंक यू सर।
I think this point is very important. हम लोग जितना नया sources जा रहे हैं, but the traditional sources are to be, maintained, rejuvenated जहाँ पर भी है, तो that's very, very important. I think also here in many good work is going on in Rajasthan, a lot of places. So I think we should not forget, should be an important message to all the participants that yes, traditional water storage structures, water structures are to be maintained, that have to be taken care of.
Yes. So this is just mainly for the level 3. Like there are many VHNCs as well as Gram Panchayatis, but we don't have a selection criteria basically to whom to select for a training. That needs a need assessment. So we are not doing any sort of need assessment. What we are doing is जो आएगा उसको ले लो training में, because we want to reach out to some participants. Now we have created a criteria for that. Like a person who is ready to install a water meter in his home, we are taking that person for a training. A person who is ready to, sort of pay money for the water, we are taking him for a training. So this, I think these criteria are very, very important. हम क्योंकि बहुत सारे VHSCs है, सबको हम train करते करते जाएंगे तो it's not possible. So I think it's very important to create a best practice model. So I think before training, if we can do this, if we select the candidates for the training, I think that would be good, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Some criteria for this one, this can be further also deliberated upon. Right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As I told in the morning that we are conducted level 2 and level 3 training. The best practices we adopted in level 2 was specifically for the online, that we invited the panchayat itself to our campus, and we make them face to face with the participants. So we have the panchis, sarpanchis, the village name is Singhpura. They came with all their registers, and it is being maintained, the scheme is maintained by the villagers, right from the installation to the commissioning to the billing also, how the ladies have been involved, the women empowerment has been done. This is we are taken in L2. So the participants, the actions, and everybody was involved and able to understand that what is the requirement of the project. That was done for the L2. And for the L3, we have conducted 2 trainings for the district of Jind and Hisar. In the first training, we have an exposure visit or learning visit to one of the installation of one of the supply center in Jind itself. So subsequently, when we carried out in the Hisar, we interacted with Mr. Batish also from Haryana, the senior officer, and he was of the opinion that why don't you get them exposure to Punjab, where you have a success story. So we took the L2 participants to a place nearby to Hisar, where the place known as the Mankhatiya in Mansa. It served 2 purposes. One, that it got exposure to the level 2 participant, Asha worker, Anganwadi worker, Panchis, Sarpanchis of Haryana, to understand how it is being implemented in the state of Punjab, how it is made a success story. Mind it, in Punjab, we are charging. Every for water meter has been installed, they are paying for that water consumption. And the second thing, it has boosted up the panchayat of Punjab also. They came to know, okay, we have done so good job, and some other state is coming and to visit us. So that served 2 purposes. One, we made the learning to the Haryana panchayat, and over panchayat they got boosted up and to do it much better. This is our 2 stories. Thank you.
I think this is also important. I think he rightly pointed out. जिस village आप visit करने जा रहे हैं, वो भी इससे जो है motivate हो जाते हैं. They also feel proud. Yes, somebody outside coming and seeing our good work, appreciating. Yes, you're rightly said. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Prasen from Jankalyan, Karnataka. I'll not repeat all those things which have been already covered. I had shared a presentation about these best practices, but I don't know how it has been not selected. 1 or 2 major points I'll share. One is pre-training activities in the villages that already been covered by many people, so I don't want to repeat that. One very important thing I think all of us should use is zero-day concept. Instead of inviting the people on the first day, if we invite on the previous evening, then we know how many people have already come, so that any shortfall in that participation could be adjusted on the next day morning. Otherwise, what happens, for inauguration itself, we go up to 12 o'clock. So we lost half of the day. Instead of that, if we can adopt this zero-day concept, then we can definitely save half day for inauguration session. And also, for inauguration, I think we should not invite big people. Then what happens is they come, they arrive delayed, and then our first day session also get delayed. Another best practice what we have done is separating the training venue from the accommodation hotel. What happens is after lunch, a lot of people go to the room and sleep. So if we can just keep a half kilometer, 1 kilometer distance, then I think we can avoid that. We have done it in the second batch, but first batch we realized that when we conducted in the same hotel, so in the second batch we adopted that. So we saw good participation.
See, that is also
it all depends on quality also.
Yes, it's other way around.
Yeah.
If you are not able to engage the participants, automatically they'll sleep. Even if you keep 1 kilometer away, also
I do realize that, but with that strategy, if we can bring them in the hall, then we can definitely keep them alive.
The problem is they are not school kids. You can compel them to sit.
Correct.
Basically, you should have your own innovative ways of keeping them engaged. That is where the challenge lies.
Correct.
And I think at this may be difficult to compel them, put under some kind of compulsion to remain there. And we have to have our innovative ways of keeping them engaged. Post-lunch sessions, everyone understand it's very difficult, but there are various ways. I think now this training methodologies have evolved. Can keep them engaged.
Post-class, definitely we engage them with participatory tools only.
Okay.
But this could be one mechanism. Then post-training follow-up is very important. We have done it with both the batches in Karnataka, and we saw, after we prepare an action plan at the end of the day, last day. And after 1 month, if we again invite them for a session and then review that action plan, then they feel that after another month, they will again call us. Maybe we'll have to, and we ask them to present what they have done, whether they have accomplished some of the milestones that they have put. So that we have been practicing there. So that has shown very good result. And 1:2 ratio, all we have, we have done that 1:2 invitation, and we have not seen any shortfall of attendance. One strategy we have adopted is escorting the trainees from their villages. We did not invite them to come, but all the information were given, but then we sent the vehicle to their own village. And then from there, one vehicle was assigned to 4 or 5 villages, and the vehicle went there. And then from their houses only, they were escorted. So that also ensured the full participation, full strength of participation. Last day, we conduct one oath-taking ceremony just before the certificate distribution. And one of the batches, we did it with the presence of a spiritual guru. So that really, gives some kind of spiritual thinking that if we don't do whatever we are promising here, that might, something may happen us. So that kind of strategy also could be adopted. And of course, in Karnataka, what we did is all the KRCs sat together and prepared a common module. So, and throughout the Karnataka, we are adopting same module in all districts. I think other points have been covered. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. Yes, please come. Please come. See, yes, only condition here is no repetition, which has been done already. Please don't repeat it. Yeah, we are always welcome to share something new, which is innovative, which can be replicated by the system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good evening good afternoon to everyone. I am Professor R.C. Weiss, one of the KRC at level 2 at MNIT Allahabad. Actually, my simple 2 suggestions are there. Since most of the project of NJJM are being implemented at state or through companies, and these companies are implementing in UP also. There is one company has 4 or 5 districts, and every village they have to implement the scheme. So is there any avenue that we can train their engineers also, because they are basically implementing the actual project on ground, and the government engineers are at supervisory role. So I want to know the outlook of the whether I can train them or not. One question.
Okay, my simple suggestion is, please suggest, because you have also been involved, please suggest what are the topics to which maybe you are saying about the engineers of the contractors, right?
Okay, yes.
Engineers of the contractors. आप एक list दे दीजिए, then we will examine and let us know, because we can have a kind of module which can across be, I think, engineering is same, either it is single village, multi-village, or to some extent certain retrofitting schemes. So we can see at common areas where engineers are to be, the capacity of engineers have to be built. So we can, because My suggestion would be like, yes, your suggestion is good because you, as such, is in a reputed organization. Why don't you sit down and let us know? Say by tomorrow, by that time you reach by this weekend. If you can send us a mail, what can be looked at, we'll share with the states, take the suggestions, and we'll build on that.
So luckily, you have given me the two topics last time, two program, residential program.
इसका बताइए आगे next step आ रहे हैं. Will you be able to do that?
Quality assurance.
नहीं, मेरा कहना था कि आप इसको कर पाएंगे.
Yes, sir. We are doing already.
नहीं, जो आप कर रहे हैं, please share with that. With the national level, we'll share it. I think couple of issues this
we are basically. Second question is that can you create some internship program for the third year and fourth year students so that they can train their future engineers? Through your organization, you can send many NITs and IITs sub internship, maybe 8,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees per month or 2 months, 3 months, only 2 months, 3 months, not more than that. So that we can train our future engineers and we can orient their mindset towards this JLJM activities and projects, basically Jal Jeevan Mission projects, whether it is Swachh Bharat Mission or whether it is water supply projects. So these two suggestions are there, sir. Kindly consider this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, all of you. Myself, Vwsc, State Coordinator, ISA, Government of Andhra Pradesh. So, yes, sir. So, regarding KRCs, we are preparing a common module in the regional language. What are the content received from the NJJM? Accordingly, we are preparing like this. In the entire Andhra Pradesh, we has been conducted the training program in the same way, in the same line. There is no doubt at all because it should be helpful to all the KRCs who are selected by the who are selected in the Andhra Pradesh. So this is why I told like this.
Yes.
Here.
Has this been given to the KRCs, shared with the KRCs?
Yeah, share with the KRC. Accordingly, they are also conducted the training programs. According to this. So it is a common understanding for the entire state. This is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this point was already discussed. I think vernacular language, all this training material has to be translated, developed in vernacular language. This has been local languages, so that should be, especially for health. Yeah, that's a good job done. Thank you so much. They should be shared widely. And also, since our portal is formally launched, we would also request you to kindly share what are the presentations. We'll see that it is all available in the portal. That's available. That can be accessed. It's available in the public domain. बाकी जो आप login करके जाएंगे वो तो अंदर है, but rest of the things we'll see that we'll have a glance and we can get it placed in the portal.
Yes, what are the content or what are the guidelines received from the NJJM? According to the same guidelines or content, we are translated in regional language and distribute all the stakeholders who are working in the NJJM.
Okay.
So that practice is going on in Andhra Pradesh.
Again, we are also trying to, because one thing is getting it mechanically translated.
Yes.
Next thing is we have different levels because for a community level participant, he'll not be, if you give books for 20, 30 pages, he'll sleep. He'll not be able to read that continuously.
Yes.
So there are various ways, innovative ways, graphical representations. So those things are all to be, brought into this.
Yes,
just a mechanical, simple translation will not be maybe, I think it's a simple thing. Yes, that would be with a lot of photographs, graphics, which makes it more interesting and engaging. Yes, right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Because this is, I think, important session where cross-learning takes place, because next session, what we have is after the tea break, we'll be sitting in group working. So that can take at our own disconvenience. So I think if somebody has something interesting, innovative thing to share, I think I shouldn't deny them the opportunity to share that before this. Thank you, please.
Respected dignitary on the dais and other dignitaries of the dais. 1-2 मिनट के अंदर मैं अपनी बात कर दूंगा, आपके और चाय के बीच में ज्यादा समय नहीं रहेंगे। आज एक बात चली जो
अपने को थोड़ा सा
इंट्रोड्यूस विद रिगार्ड टू पंजाब, मैं पंजाब को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ।
पंजाब
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सोशल एंड आईसी यूनिट DWSS पंजाब। आज बात चली उसी के रिगार्ड में बस प्रैक्टिस आपसे मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। शायद आपको अच्छा लगे। क्या है कि वुमेन की इन्वॉल्वमेंट की बात थी और बोला गया कि 50% जो है वो पॉसिबल नहीं है या दिक्कत आती है। हमारे साथ भी ऐसा ही था 2018 तक। हमारे यहाँ हम लोग नहीं कर पा रहे थे, ऐसा बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी। लेकिन फिर हमारे वर्दी सेक्रेटरी साहब की इंस्पायरेशन से हमने उसको शुरू किया और हमने अपने हमारे यहाँ पर VWSC नहीं होती है, हम बोलते हैं ग्राम पंचायत वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमेटी, GPWSC। हमारे यहाँ 12,009 गांव हैं और 12,009 में से सिर्फ 100 GPWSC बननी रहती है। सारी GPWSC बनी हुई है ऑल विलेजेस में, सारी ही अपलोडेड है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पोर्टल पर। द ब्यूटी ऑफ द वर्क विच आई वांट टू शेयर विद ऑल ऑफ यू इज कि हमने वुमेन की 50% की हुई है सभी GPWSC। कैसे हुआ उसको 1 मिनट में शेयर कर देता हूँ कि 2018 में हमने सोचा कि यार हम लोग 4 या 3 वुमेन के साथ करते हैं, वुमेन उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, क्यों ना हम एक ऑल वुमेन GPWSC बनाएं। हमारे ऑल वुमेन GPWSC, हमारे पंजाब में ऑल वुमेन GPWSC कैसे होती है? अगर गांव 1500 की पॉपुलेशन का है तो हमारे यहाँ 11 मेंबर की GPWSC बनती है। अगर 1500 से 3000 के पॉपुलेशन का गांव है तो हमारे यहाँ 15 मेंबर की GPWSC बनती है। 3000 से ऊपर की पॉपुलेशन है तो हमारे यहाँ 21 मेंबर की GPWSC बनती है और सरपंच ही चेयरमैन होता है और कोई चेयरमैन नहीं बन सकता है पंजाब में। और ये काम हम 2007 से कर रहे हैं और हमारी एक बकायदा नोटिफिकेशन है GPWSC की जो हमारे प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी के सिग्नेचर से नोटिफाई होती है। और हमने क्या किया कि हमने एक फुल वुमेन GPWSC की खोज करनी शुरू कर दी और हमने एक ऑल वुमेन GPWSC बना दी और उसकी सक्सेस स्टोरी मैमा भगवाना आपके पास ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है, उसकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री ऑल ओवर इंडिया में जा चुकी है। और उसी से कॉन्सेप्ट से चलते हुए हमने सारी GPWSC में 50% वुमेन का कॉन्सेप्ट कर दिया। राइट नाउ मैं क्या कहना चाहता था कि आज हमारे पास 10 पूरे पंजाब में ऑल वुमेन GPWSC हैं जो पूरी सक्सेसफुली अपने गांव की वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम को प्लानिंग से लेकर सस्टेनेबिलिटी तक खुद चला रही हैं। और उसमें भी ली कि इसीलिए मैं उठ के आया, अदरवाइज आई वाज नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड टू स्पीक फ्रॉम दिस फ्रंट। हमारे यहाँ पंप जो है लेडी वो भी लेडी है, जो चलाती है वो भी लेडी है, रेवेन्यू कलेक्टर जो है वो भी लेडी है। तो ऐसा करने से हमारे यहाँ बिहार से मेरे यहाँ पर रिस्पेक्टेड कलीग बैठे हैं, चीफ इंजीनियर साहब जवैद साहब, और गुजरात से भी बहुत से लोग हैं जो मेरे यहाँ आ चुके हैं। झारखंड वाले आना चाहते थे और कई स्टेटों से मेरे यहाँ आ चुके हैं। जो हमारे KRC के हेड है मिस्टर कालिया जिन्होंने अभी शेयर किया कि सिंहपुरा गांव, हमारे यहाँ 319 गांव ऐसे हैं जहां पे पानी जाता ही नहीं है। आज सुबह बात चली थी कि पानी लेडीज कहें घर में आए नल से आए, मैं कहता हूं जाए ही ना, फिर जाए ही ना। एक बार पानी आने लग गया गांव में 24/7 आना चाहिए, फिर पानी जाना नहीं चाहिए। मेरे पंजाब के गांव में आप आइएगा, गांव के बाहर में बोर्ड लगा हुआ है वेलकम टू द 24/7 विलेज फलाना X एंड ब्लॉक X एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट X। कैसे होता है आई कैन शेयर विद एनीबॉडी, कैसे बनाना है 24/7 हम आपको सिखा सकते हैं। और यहाँ मैं कोई कहानी नहीं सुना रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर चीफ इंजीनियर साहब बैठे हैं जिन लोगों ने हमारे यहाँ से और स्टेटों से आकर के देखा। एक जो अभी ट्रेनिंग के कंसल्टेंट है उनका क्या नाम है, जो अभी सारी कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं, जो गुजरात से हैं, सिद्धार्थ, मिस्टर सिद्धार्थ, और एक सिद्दीकी साहब हैं, वो भी हमारे यहाँ आए थे गुजरात से। उन्होंने हमारे यहाँ 24/7 को स्टडी किया और फिर हमारी उन्हीं GPWSCs को उन्होंने अपने अपने फंड में से 10-10 हजार रुपया उनको दे कर गए उनका काम देखकर। सो मैं ये आपको बता रहा हूँ। So friends, so all colleagues, so मैं कहना क्या चाह रहा था कि मैं साहब की बात से प्रभावित हुआ, अगेन दूसरी बार इनको सुन रहा हूँ, और इस बार मैं इनको पंजाब में जरूर लेके जाऊंगा। क्यों? इनके साथ हमारे पंजाब में एक नया काम चल रहा है, लोग मल्टी विलेज स्कीम बना रहे हैं जिसमें 85 विलेजेस से लेके 400 विलेजेस तक का मल्टी विलेज सरफेस वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम बन रहा है। शायद आपके यहाँ ऐसा ना हो। हम उसकी ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस के लिए चिंतित हैं, कैसे काम करेंगे। स्पेशल एक एसपीवी होता है, वो हम हायर करने जा रहे हैं, और मैं सामा साहब से उसी के बारे में आज डिस्कस करूंगा। मैंने अभी हमारे एचओडी साहब आए हुए हैं, मिस्टर विपुल उज्जवल आईएएस, उनसे मैंने अभी डिस्कस किया बैठ करके कि मैं साहब से टाइम लूंगा, 5-10 मिनट उनसे बात करेंगे, और हम इनको फिर पंजाब में इनवाइट करेंगे कि हम उस कॉन्सेप्ट में सर की गाइडेंस कैसे लें, और उस जो हेक्टिक टास्क होगा हमारे लिए O&M ऑफ दीज लार्ज वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स। आप देखिए 400 गांव की स्कीम, पानी एक जगह पे वाटर फिल्टर होगा, वहां से 400 गांव में जाएगा, कैसे जाएगा? We can't imagine. Okay, so lastly one line, मैंने इतने लोगों को सुना KRCs के, कितने ISAs हैं, सब लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं नेशनल JJM की सक्सेस में। हमने, हमारा KRC है महात्मा गांधी स्टेट इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पंजाब, दैट इज बॉडी, रजिस्टर्ड बॉडी ऑफ पंजाब गवर्नमेंट। तो सोसाइटीज एक्ट में होती है वो, उसी में हम लोग, वो हमारा KRC है। उस KRC के होते हुए भी हमने बाहर के KRC को हमने मौका दिया, वो KRC भी शायद यहाँ आए हुए हैं, दैट इज टेरी, और हमने उनकी ट्रेनिंग हमने हमारे यहाँ L3 में मोगा में कराई 4 days रेजिडेंशियल। तो हम लोग कैपेसिटेट करें, दूसरों को बुलाएं, उनको मौका दें, और ये समय है, राइट टाइम टू हेल्प ईच अदर। और जैसे मैम ने सुबह बोला कि साइलोज में काम कर रहे हैं, छोड़ दें हम उसको, और कन्वर्जेंस इज द की। बस इतनी बात में सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जी सर,
वो एक अपनी गाइडलाइन में आना चाहिए कि जो भी सिस्टम हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं वो 24/7 का कंप्लायंस होना चाहिए। इट इज कंपल्सरी। अगर वो आप नहीं कर रहे हैं तो यू आर डूइंग ए बिग मिस्टेक। नहीं, दैट इज अवेलेबल, इट इज टेक्नोलॉजिकली अवेलेबल, इट इज स्लाइट मॉडिफिकेशन। सो 24/7 का कंप्लायंस का हर एक वाटर सप्लाई होना चाहिए, हमने किया है।
रॉकेट साइंस
नहीं है, थोड़ा सा ही फर्क।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I think yes, I would request जैसा
May I start, sir?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. बड़े अच्छे इनपुट्स आए हैं। मैं यहाँ पे शेयर करना चाहूँगा जो मैंने L3 ट्रेनिंग में सीखा है। 10 ट्रेनिंग हरियाणा स्टेट में हुई है। माई सेल्फ लक्ष्मीकांत भाटिया, आई एम स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेटर। 10 ट्रेनिंग में से मैंने 8 ट्रेनिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करा है पर्सनली जाकर, और क्या लर्न करा है वो चीज़ मैं थोड़ा यहाँ शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग। हम फील्ड लेवल के फंक्शनरीज को बुलाते हैं, गांव से लोग चल के आते हैं, एकदम से उनके माइंड में आता है हमारे गांव में ये प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, पानी नहीं आ रहा है, पाइपलाइन टूटी हुई है, पीएचडी कुछ नहीं करता है, कोई सुनवाई नहीं है, पानी हफ्ते भर से नहीं आ रहा है, वगैरह वगैरह। सो मैनी प्रॉब्लम वो एकदम से बोलते हैं जब हम उनसे इंटरेक्शन करते हैं। तो किसी एक की प्रॉब्लम को आप उस टाइम शॉर्ट आउट करिए, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमारा टोल फ्री नंबर हर KRC को हमने ये डायरेक्शन दी थी कि रिक्वेस्ट करी थी कि आप अपने IC मटेरियल में, डायरी में, पेन में टोल फ्री नंबर जरूर मेंशन करें और बताएं कि भी आपके पानी की कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है तो टोल फ्री नंबर पे जरूर कॉल करें। तो ऐसे ही एक प्रॉब्लम हमारे को पलवल में मेंशन आई, वहां के पंप ऑपरेटर भी ट्रेनिंग में आए थे L3 के में सर। तो पंप ऑपरेटर ने कहा है जी टोल फ्री नंबर तो चलता ही नहीं है। मैंने कहा सर आप मिलाइए, कहते जी मिलाया, और रियल मायने में जैसे उन्होंने कॉल करी टू टू करके कट गया। 1 बार 2 बार 3 बार मैं भी हैरान हुआ।
तो मैंने इमीडिएटली आईटी सेल में हमारे एक्शन साहब है एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर संकेत शर्मा जी, उनको कॉल करी। मैंने कहा सर ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, कॉल नहीं लग रही है। तो उन्होंने कहा स्क्रीनशॉट भेजो। मैंने रिकॉर्डिंग दिखा दी, मैंने कहा सर देखिए रिकॉर्डिंग सुनिए। तो उन्होंने इमीडिएटली उसको सॉल्व किया, उनकी कंप्लेंट रजिस्टर हुई और उनके पास आईडी नंबर आ गया, एक जनरेट हो गया। और कंसर्न जेई को मैसेज आता है, जेई से फोन आता है पंप ऑपरेटर को, उसी को वापस कि आपके इस एरिया में ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये शॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगी। तो ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। उससे फायदा क्या हुआ कि वो पंप ऑपरेटर उस गांव के लिए एक्टिव पर्सन, नेचुरल लीडर निकल के आया और उसने बाद में कहा जी मैंने 8 लीकेज आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको रिपेयर करा है और हम पानी के बिल भी दे रहे हैं अब। तो ये चीजें सीखने को मिली है कि गांव में कोई एक प्रॉब्लम गांव वाला बोलता है, चाहे वो बोले, चाहे वो पुरुष, चाहे वो जेई बोले या कोई और बोले, उसके टेल एंड तक पहुंचिए। जब तक हम टेल एंड तक नंबर कई बार हफ्ते भर होता है, 15 लगते हैं। ऐसे ही नू की एक प्रॉब्लम आई थी, बहुत लीकेज थी मेरे पास कि सर ये जेई नहीं सुन रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं सुन रहे। हालांकि कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट होएगी बात, बट फिर भी हमने टाई अप करा, जेई से बात करी, एक्शन से बात करी, कोई नहीं हुई। फिर एसटी साहब से बात करी, तब भी नहीं हुई। तो वेरी सर यहाँ पे दिल्ली आ रहे थे, तो चीफ इंजीनियर साहब मेरे साथ आए थे, तो मैंने उनसे डिस्कस किया। मैंने कहा सर एससी लेवल तक मैंने बात कर ली पर लीकेज नहीं ठीक हुई है, टोल फ्री नंबर पे भी कंप्लेंट होगी, लीकेज नहीं ठीक हुई ड्यू टू एनी रीजन। बट जब चीफ इंजीनियर ने कहा कि मैंने नूह जाना है, मैं बात करूंगा, तो मेरे को वहां से फोटोग्राफ आती है कि जी लीकेज ठीक हो गई। तो टेल एंड तक जब तक हम नहीं पहुंचते तो वो सेटिस्फाइड नहीं होगा आदमी और वो हमारे साथ नहीं जुड़ेगा। और जब हम उस व्यक्ति की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर देते हैं तो वो आपके लिए 24 घंटे 24 आवर्स 36 डेज खड़ा रहेगा और हमारा वो गांव उसी व्यक्ति से आगे चलेगा। इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार आप लोगों को। मैं हिमोत्थान सोसाइटी में काम करता हूं उत्तराखंड पे। हम लोग क्योंकि L1 L2 में तो हम लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग नहीं कराई क्योंकि हम L3 के लिए सर नॉमिनेट थे। तो लेकिन हम लोग देखा जाए तो उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल और लेह में हम लोग 300 से अधिक गाँव में अपने फंड से काम कर रहे हैं। उसमें हम लोगों ने DWSM के साथ एक एग्रीमेंट किया हुआ है और जिसमें हम लोग जैसे उत्तराखंड की बात करें तो 184 गांव हैं जहां पे हम लोग जल जीवन मिशन की गाइडलाइन के अनुसार L3 के अकॉर्डिंग हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं सर। और उसके हिमाचल में हम देखें तो 103 गांव पे काम कर रहे हैं और ऐसी लेह में हम लोगों के 20 गांव हैं। तो टोटली हम 300 से ऊपर गांव काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हम सरकार से फंड नहीं ले रहे हैं। हम लोग एज ए टाटा ट्रस्ट का इनिशिएटिव है तो उन लोगों ने हमको फंड किया है, तो हम लोग अपने तरीके से इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरा तो जल जीवन मिशन की गाइडलाइन थी भाई FSTC प्रत्येक घर को पहुँचने हैं, तो हम लोगों ने जो है यदि हम अपना उत्तराखंड की बात करें तो कुमाऊं 1-2 डिवीजन है, गढ़वाल और कुमाऊं डिवीजन। तो कुमाऊं डिवीजन में भी हम लोगों ने सोलर वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम भी बनाई है हिमोत्थान सोसाइटी ने, तो उसमें हम लोगों ने घर घर कनेक्शन दिया है। तो पूरे मानकों का ध्यान दिया है जल जीवन मिशन के अंतर्गत। तो आज जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने पहले जो कनेक्शन दिए थे, घर घर कनेक्शन दिए हैं, उनके VWST स्ट्रेंथन का काम किया है। FTK के जो 10 पैरामीटर हैं उसके जो है जो QWMSC बनी हुई है, तो उसके जो 5 जो महिला सदस्य हैं उनको पूरे ट्रेन करने का काम भी हम लोगों ने किया। तो आज जो अलग गांव हमारे हैं जहाँ पे हम लोग खुद काम कर रहे हैं, जो उसके हट करके गांव हैं, आज उन गांव के महिलाओं को, उन गांव के VWSC मेंबर को इत्यादि को आज कम से कम उस जो गाँव में हम लोगों ने खुद ही FSTC कराई थी जहाँ स्ट्रेंथन का काम किया है, कम से कम वहाँ पे वो लोग ले जा करके जो मॉडल विलेज का हम लोग उसमें काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये सब हम अपने फंड से कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो L3 की अभी ट्रेनिंग अब प्रपोज्ड है सर, तो उसमें हम चाहेंगे कि हमको भी कुछ ट्रेनिंग है जो है उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल में हमको वहाँ पे दी जाए, ताकि हम लोगों का जो हमारा जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसके आधार पर जो है हम एज ए मॉडल विलेज के रूप में हम उसको कर सकें। दूसरा एक इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है सर, हम लोग वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम कंस्ट्रक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं, हम लोग घर घर FSTC की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सोर्स सस्टेबिलिटी हमें लगता है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है कि जो सोर्स जहाँ से वो पानी आ रहा है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है सर। वो उसकी प्रोटेक्शन करना, उस धारे का, उस नौले का, क्योंकि हम तो पहाड़ी क्षेत्र से हैं, वहाँ पे 95 है धारे, यहाँ से ही पानी टैप होता है या गधे से पानी
वो ठीक है, वो ठीक है, नहीं वो ठीक है। उसके आपके वाले कुछ वीडियो हम लोग बाकी लोगों को शेयर करेंगे, वो तो ठीक है। लेक्चर तो सबको पता है कि पोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है। इसके बारे में आपने कुछ काम किया है, किसी सोर्स को आपने रिवाइव किया है हाँ, उसके बारे में कुछ है तो कुछ वीडियो लेके दीजिए। अभी तो हमारा पोर्टल आ गया, विल शेयर विद दैट, लेट पीपल आल्सो अंडरस्टैंड, बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एवरीवन उसमें आपने कुछ काम किया वाला तो आखिर में दिखा उस टाइप का आपने जरूर शेयर करिएगा। एनीथिंग एल्स यू वांट टू शेयर?
हाँ सर, आई थिंक
राइट राइट, प्लीज इसको शेयर करिए। अगर आप कोई विलेज में जो सोर्स ड्राई हो रहा था उसको आपने रिवाइव किया है, व्हाट आर द थिंग्स आपने क्या किया, वाटर कैचमेंट एरिया को ट्रीटमेंट किया कैसा किया, इट शुड बी अगर थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Adash. I am from Center for Environment and Development. It is level 3 Kerala. Only two things I have to mention. One is, as already we have shown, we have developed and prepared a handbook in Malayalam, our regional language, for the level 3 training. It is customized for the Kerala situation. That's the one thing. Then we have conducted only one training in Wayanad district. It is a tribal district, border between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. There is an exceptionally good or best practice for rural water supply scheme operating from around 2005. We have taken all our participants to that rural water supply scheme and many rural water supply scheme. It is a society is operating the rural water supply with the intake well, water treatment plant, supply system, and OVAND. So all these participants were taken to that society office, and all these sites from the intake well to the, for example, up to the consumer. And these society is working from around 2005, and they collect the user fee. They have a bylaw, as already in the morning, a model bylaw you have showed. There is a bylaw for election to the members, from the chairman to the secretary, etc. Then committee, then how they will have money or user charge. They have barefoot, for example, barefoot plumbers, like that. They have a vehicle is also there to reach the consumer. And if there is any misuse, somebody will, through photographs, will inform them. Everything is online. For example, for collection of fees, they will be giving Bluetooth, using Bluetooth print and give the bill. So we expose all these participants to this good practice through a society run in Kerala. Thank you.
You want to say something? Okay, this will be the, I think, last one.
Yeah, namaste. Myself, Mahesh Agarwal from Action for Community Empowerment, रांची झारखंड। हम लोगों ने छत्तीसगढ़ में पायलट किया, 2 बैचेज। ग्रेट सपोर्ट फ्रॉम स्टेट एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन। और ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट करने से पहले हम लोगों ने डिस्ट्रिक्ट डीपीएमयू टीम के साथ प्री फील्ड विजिट किया, गांव में 2 दिनों का समय दिया। उस दौरान पार्टिसिपेंट से इंटरेक्ट किया और फील्ड विजिट के लिए तैयारियां भी की। और एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस जो हम लोगों ने वहाँ पे किया कि जितने भी सेशंस होते थे दिन में, उसका एक हैंडआउट्स लास्ट में हम लोग पार्टिसिपेंट्स को उपलब्ध कराते थे। एंड ये हम लोगों ने स्टेट से भी शेयर किया था। स्टेट्स ने अदर केआरसीज को भी इंस्ट्रक्ट किया कि इस तरह से हम लोग कर सकते हैं। देयर आर सो मेनी 7-8 हैंडआउट्स डेवलप्ड इन लोकल लैंग्वेज एंड हैज बीन शेयर। दूसरा एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हम लोगों ने किया था कि गांव में कुछ डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना चाहते थे जब फील्ड विजिट के दौरान, तो 2 गांव में अलग अलग चीज़ें डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किए। एक तो जसपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम लोगों ने ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट के लिए गांव के सपोर्ट से और पार्टिसिपेंट्स के श्रमदान से 2 सोकपिट बनाए। उस दौरान हुआ यूं कि एक तो 2 सोकपिट एफएसटीसी के सामने बन गया जहाँ पे पानी ग्रे वाटर जम रहा था, और दूसरा गांव के लोग देख के सीख गए पार्टिसिपेंट देख के सीख गए कि नो कॉस्ट और लो कॉस्ट में कैसे सोकपिट बना सकते हैं। दूसरे गांव में हम लोगों ने किचन गार्डन को डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया था और साथ में क्लासरूम में जो हम लोगों ने वाटर क्वालिटी को लेके टेस्टिंग किए थे उस गांव में पार्टिसिपेंट के द्वारा किया गया और जो रिजल्ट्स आया उसे गांव के लोगों के बीच शेयर भी किया गया था। तो इससे एक अच्छा हैंड होल्डिंग उनको मिला और अभी हम लोग पोस्ट ट्रेनिंग फॉलोअप के रूप में गांव में जाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अभी 2 विजिट हम लोगों ने किया है जसपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और सरगुजा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। पार्टिसिपेंट्स में बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को हैंड होल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है। हमें लगता है पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग हमें कुछ ऐड करना चाहिए कि ट्रेनिंग के बाद वो फॉलोअप सेशंस कुछ हों, या तो ब्लॉक लेवल पे उन्हें बुला के कुछ बातचीत करें और गांव में कहीं पे हैंडआउट्स कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
If everyone is done, yes, please. Okay.
सभी को नमस्ते। मैं शिशिर उन्नति ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से राजस्थान और गुजरात में हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो कुछ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस जो हमने भी अडॉप्ट की है कि जो गवर्नमेंट जल जीवन मिशन के तहत पानी ला रही है, घर घर नल जल पहुंचा रही है, तो उसके साथ के साथ जो ट्रेडिशनल वाटर रिसोर्सेज है, क्योंकि हम जैसे वेस्टर्न राजस्थान में काम करते हैं, वहाँ पानी का बहुत किल्लत है, दिक्कत भी है। तो टाइम के साथ साथ लोगों ने ट्रेडिशनल वाटर जो रिसोर्सेज है उनका धीरे धीरे वो भूल रहे हैं। तो हम उनके रिवाइवल के लिए पिछले 2 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें काफ़ी कुछ जो श्रमदान का जो प्रैक्टिस भूल गए थे तो वो श्रमदान रेगुलर बेसिस के ऊपर भी चल रहा है और नरेगा का जो जीपीटीपी प्लान में उनको ऐड करवाना काम को और उनका मॉनिटरिंग करना, ये पूरा कुछ प्रैक्टिस चल रहा है। तो उसके तहत अभी जो वाटर डे था लास्ट मंथ, तो उसमें हमारे 8 वाटर लीडर्स जो हैं उनको डिस्ट्रिक्ट की तरफ से उनको अवार्ड भी दिया गया था। तो ये कुछ प्रैक्टिस है जो हमें अडॉप्ट करनी चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट पानी ला रही है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि जो हमारे जो ट्रेडिशनल वाटर रिसोर्सेज हैं, जो पानी का जो एरिया है जैसे पॉन्ड है, उनका जो कैचमेंट एरिया है वो नष्ट नहीं होने चाहिए। वो एक हमारा एक कोशिश सबका रहना चाहिए कि ये जो पारंपरिक स्रोत है उनका एक संरक्षण वो भी जरूरी है। थैंक यू।
जिन्होंने भी जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस शेयर किया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। काफ़ी कुछ हमें भी सीखने को मिला, सुनने के लिए मिला है। एंड आई थिंक मेरा एक ही रिक्वेस्ट होगा कि बिकॉज आप जितना भी जो लोग पीपीटी दिया, आई थिंक वी विल आल्सो ट्राई टू कन्वर्ट उसको, हम लोग अपना पोर्टल में सबका बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस एक कॉलम या क्रिएट करके वी विल ट्राई टू प्लेस ऑल दिस सो दैट यू कैन एक्सेस एट एनी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। नेक्स्ट, जिन्होंने अभी जो बिना तैयारी के बोले, उनसे भी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, इफ यू हैव एनीथिंग टू बी शेयर्ड विद अस काइंडली मेल अस। आपके पास है KRC-NJJ मेल आईडी है। अगर कुछ वीडियोस थ्रू शेयर करना है शेयर करिए जरूर। विल ट्राई टू प्लेस देम ऑल फॉर योर कंजम्पशन सो दैट पीपल लर्न फ्रॉम अदर्स दिस वन for others of various best practices which you have been shared, which you have seen, all those things. And also if you can also create a gallery for those, especially for this people on this whole involved in this water sector and involved in this NJJM or JJM implementation. इसके अलावा अभी जो है अभी जैसे बात हो रही थी क्रिएशन ऑफ ए पूल ऑफ रिसोर्स पर्सन्स, सो इसके लिए हम we'll take the responsibility of training them. मैं आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, गुजारिश हमारी यही रहेगी कि आप अपना KRC की तरफ से 1 या 2 आप जानते हैं जिसको अच्छा पोटेंशियल है, उनको नॉमिनेट करिए। प्लीज शेयर देयर डिटेल्स विद अस, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, इवन फ्रॉम द स्टेट्स, बिकॉज वी हैव स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर्स, उनसे भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज whomsoever you feel has the capability to be a good resource persons, please share their contacts so we can have the details and then we can organize capacity building programs for them, develop some modules for them. We can, with partnership with all our sector partners, we can build their capacity. Once their capacity is built, then we can, share their as a pool which can be availed. Maybe we can see how their capacities are building. If required, we can have capacity built for separate verticals. किसी को water quality monitoring में कर सकते हैं, किसी को village participation में कर सकते हैं, किसी को IEC में भी we can think of on those lines, so that their resources can be availed by the KRCs based on their availability, proximity, all those things. So my request would be kindly share those details. States also, I request states, because states may already have some. Yes, if they are trained well, then you can always share with the details so that it's available pan India for them. It's available for the KRCs, it's available for the department, it's available for everyone for utilizing the services. So I think I'll not hold you much. After this session, what we expect is big groups banaye hain. We want, apart from this certain issues, so we want you to deliberate on these issues threadbare. So let me also clarify, because this group should have also the participants, KRC participants, wherever possible, wherever also the state officers, जो भी state के representative आए हैं, वो भी इसके साथ रहे हैं, and you can sit and after tea sit for 1 hour or so, then discuss about all those topics. We have also outlined what are the points to be discussed. That is, you can have more points. We don't have any issues with that. But हमने एक list बनाया है जो मतलब जिसको बारे में आप discuss कर सकते हैं, and think of all those issues, field level issues, practical solutions, and what could be. So we'd like to discuss this. And tomorrow that will also be presented. So tomorrow main thing, it is not that you discuss and forget, you kindly present. So what are your discussions and what are your suggestions based on the discussions? So that is the objective of this. So topics, I think we have already shared with this. Topics share kar liya. We have shared the topics. Okay, this topics will be shared. I think it's group wise. Any doubt in this regard? Okay. So if nahi, then we have at, I think it's now, it's already 4 o'clock. So one more request is, after these sessions for maybe 15-20 minutes, we would have a short discussion with these state nodal officers. जितना भी जो states representatives आए हैं, उनसे भी हम एक अलग से एक बात करना चाहते हैं 10-15 मिनट. So after the tea, where is Manish Vasuja ji? कहाँ पर है Manish ji? So where the state nodal officers will meet? कहाँ पर venue है? Okay, because there's, so that we can announce now only. Maybe first floor, no? First floor. Okay, first floor council. First floor में एक boardroom है. So वहाँ पर we'll meet. We'll have a brief 10-15 minutes discussion. Then you can join the groups. So these group deliberations are also equally important. Tomorrow we'll be having discussions on that only. The topics you have discussed and what are the suggestions you are coming up. Right. So thank you so much for enthusiastically sharing all your good practices. Thank you so much. We'll request you to kindly, if you have not shared as the PPTs, kindly share the PPTs, share the photos so that we can upload them on the portal. Thank you so much.
गुड प्रैक्टिस तो आपके साथ बात से एक गुड प्रैक्टिस हम ये कि हमने वाटर अलार्म जैसे भी पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे ताकि जो ऊपर पानी वेस्ट होता है लोगों को पता ही नहीं होता वाटर अलार्म क्या होता है, वो हमने सभी पार्टिसिपेट इसका लोगों ने भेजा. जैसे क्विज करते थे उन सबको हमने जो डंडे वाला लोटा होता है वो देते थे ताकि लोगों को पता चले पानी कैसे लेते हैं. सभी हमने कोई 200 के करीब वो बांटे सर. इस तरह की प्रैक्टिस हम छोटी गई सर. एक रिक्वेस्ट की सर कि अच्छा एक और बेस्ट हम सर एक इंटर्नशिप वाला हो जाए ना सर, वो बहुत अच्छा सक्सेसफुल हो सकता है. हम पिछली बार 35 लोगों को इंटर्नशिप करवाई इन्वायरमेंट में, अभी 6 बच्चे लवली प्रोफेशनल इंडस्ट्री के हम करवा रहे हैं. तो यदि वाटर की भी हो जाए ना सर ऐसे, तो जिससे हमें कुछ अमाउंट जैसे 1000 रुपये 500 रुपये जितना आप यहाँ से हो सकता है वो हो जाएगा तो हम इंटर्नशिप अच्छी करवा सकते हैं. वो बड़ा प्रैक्टिकल रहेगा सर. उसे स्कूल के बच्चे भी हो सकते हैं 9th के टाइम तक, क्योंकि बच्चों को करनी पड़ती है वो.
डिपार्टमेंट कैसे दे रहा है
सर? हमारा एमसी में एनवायरमेंटल फाउंडेशन के हमने कोलैबोरेशन में किया था वहाँ तक लास्ट ईयर को. अब हमने डब्ल्यू नहीं सर, नहीं सर हम अपना ही कर रहे हैं सर. हमारे अपना जो वर्क है सर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हम अपना करते हैं. अभी एक हमने एक साफ करवाना है सर, वाटर बॉडी को रिडिमाइंड अपने रिसोर्सेज से कर रहे हैं, और एक कॉलेज के अंदर हम पूरा वाटर बॉडी डेवलप कर रहे हैं, पूरा गड्ढा था वो हम स्टोरी बाद में शेयर करेंगे आपके साथ, हम अपने रिसोर्सेज से करते हैं सर। सर एक रिक्वेस्ट ये थी, जो हमने एक्सटर्नल रिसोर्स पर्सन बुलाए वो सब लोकली थे हरियाणा से, तो वो अपनी गाड़ी लेके आए सर, तो उनसे हमने ये वोचर करवाया, तो आपके यहाँ से गया कि आप उनसे बिल लो, तो सर बिल तो उतना नहीं पर्सनल गाड़ी का सर, इनको हम पे भी कर चुके हैं।
State nodal officers are requested to meet at first floor council. There is a small boarding room, so where we can meet after the tea.
पर्सनल गाड़ी तो सर ये हमने आपको भेजा हुआ सर। सर ये मैं राइट उसको हम सर।
సేమ్ నీదే అడగచ్చు ఇక్కడ నీదే ఇంతకుముందు అంత చెకప్ చేసింటి మేము నువ్వు ఏమిటి లేవు అప్పుడు అప్పుడు లేవు కానీ వచ్చింది కూడా మాకు అనిపించింది క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతుంటే ఏం చెప్పు అందరు రావాలన్నా అందరు కార్డులు ఇచ్చినా మనం అంత అయిపోయింది ఇంట్రడక్షన్ కూడా అయిపోయింది నీడ్స్ అసెస్మెంట్ అంటే ఏ నీడ్స్ అసెస్మెంట్ ట్రైనింగ్ నీడ్ అసెస్మెంట్ దాన్ని అసెస్ చేయాలి ఇచ్చే ట్రైనింగ్ ఇంతవరకు ఉపయోగపడుతుంది వాళ్ళకు అసెస్మెంట్ అంటే అదే కదా అంతే టాపిక్స్ కదా ఫస్ట్ ట్రైనింగ్ అంటే బేస్డ్ ఆన్ యువర్ టాపిక్స్ కదా సో L1 L2 ఎన్ని రోజులు పెడతాం ప్రోగ్రామ్ 3 days 2 days లేదు ఇంతకుముందు ఆఫ్ డే లేదు L2 కు 1 day బట్ 2 half days సిలబస్ ఎంత ఏమేమి టాపిక్స్ ఏమున్నాయి L1 టాపిక్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ టాపిక్స్ మనం అసెస్మెంట్ చేస్తాం కదా వచ్చే క్యాండిడేట్ మనమే నెంబర్ 1 ఉండాలి వీడి అన్నిటికీ మనం చూసి అందరు ఫాలో కావాలి అక్కడ ఉండాలి కదా మన వాడు కూడా చిన్న చిన్న క్లిప్పింగ్స్ కొడతాం మనం చేయలేము అట్లా క్లిప్పింగ్స్ మనం చిన్న చిన్న కాకుండా మనం ఇచ్చే ప్రెజెంటేషన్ చాలా బాగుండాలి ఎక్సలెంట్ ఉండాలి चलो टोमा వాస్మ సోమ ఆయన పేరు ఆర్కే సోమ ఆయన అత్తారు ఇక్కడ మెహదీపట్నం హైదరాబాద్ చాలాసేపు మాట్లాడినా కదా ఆయన ఇంజనీర్ కాదు రిటైర్డ్ పక్కన కూర్చున్న కూడా ఏ చదువుతారు వాళ్ళు ఇంజనీర్ కాదు వాళ్ళ అందుకే ఇంజనీర్ కాదు వీళ్ళందరూ ఇంజనీర్ కాకుండా వేరే వాళ్ళు డామినేట్ చేయాలని ట్రై చేస్తున్నారు ఉంది పేరండి ఏబీ జాన్సన్ వీడు కూడా మోడీ కదా పట్టుకొని అక్కడి నుంచి మోడీ అంటే ఈయన 25 ఏళ్ళు రిటైర్డ్ అయిపోయి అదే ఆయన 15 years సీఎం చేసి ఇక్కడ
all the state nodal officers, if you want to come to that first floor, I will take you, so we can go together. Yeah, please come. First floor, council hall.
వాళ్ళకు కూడా ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఇస్తున్నారు ఎక్కడ పోయినా మనోడు ఎక్కడ పోయినా అరే కనపల్లి పోయింది వాడు లేడు కానీ వీడు ఇంకోటి ఉన్నాడు వీరస్వామి మనం కూడా తెలుగులో ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేసాం కదా అది పెట్టుకోవచ్చు పెట్టలే కొత్త వాళ్ళతో బాగా మాట్లాడుతుంది పాత వాళ్ళు లేస్తుంది పద్దాలు కదా ఏదో Yes, sir. Sir, please come. Yeah, we will start our program. They have given a format. Format is given? Yes. Better, sir. Car is not a source. No, just now they have given it, but they are sending in Hindi log. What, sir?
Sending WhatsApp, sir? No. See, for the group one, they have told me to moderate the session. So in the morning, they gave me this format.
We have not received anything.
No. They have given it to only moderator.
You're moderator.
I am the moderator.
Okay,
but it's
right.
okay.
Moderator is with us.
It's written over there, actually, on the top. If you see.
Yes, your name is Madhav.
No, my name is Alok Jain. Above that.
Then first name is?
Alok Jain.
Alok Jain.
Yeah,
Your name, no?
Yeah, my name. So they said that what is to be done if you're using your laptop, they said that this is the objective of group one. We need to identify the training need for L1 and L2 stakeholders. So we need to write who all are the stakeholders, what are the training gaps, and if at all we can identify the states or area where it is applicable. This is what we have to do.
Yeah. Stakeholder is only PW, PH department,
engineers, like
chief engineer, and SCs,
right,
executive engineer.
So we can drop, say, you can make a template, exactly the same template.
అదే తీసుకోరా అది పంపించాను వాట్సాప్ లో మెయిల్ that format is there with you.
Format they send it over email. I can send it to you.
You can please.
Yes, sir. No, I will send it to you. No problem. I can take 2 minutes.
What I am telling you, actually your type rating ఉంది కదా తీసుకో దాంట్లో ఫిల్అప్ చేయి అంటున్నావు నువ్వు తయారు చేస్తావా ఓకే
No, it will take 1 minute.
No, it is downloading. It is also same time.
So is it connected to the net?
Yes.
Then you tell me your email ID.
WRD at the rate SPL HYD .org.
WRD
at the rate.
Yes, sir.
.org.
శ్రీనివాస్ లాగా చేయాలి తీసుకొచ్చాను అదేనా Alok Jain. You are from, sir?
Quality Council.
QC Hyderabad?
No, Delhi only. NABL. You must be knowing NABL.
Yes, sir, we know.
The NABL is a part of people.
Yes.
NABL means
Our Institute of Engineers
conducting a lot of courses. Thank you very much.
Already I have given my God.
So you are conducting a lot of training courses in 17025 NABL.
Yes. You're staying in a hotel or?
No, we are from Delhi only. No, one is nearby.
Where you are? Delhi, where you are?
In Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
Like my office is in Delhi.
Delhi where?
ITO.
No, ITO, no. In our Institute of Engineers, first floor house.
We are in that building only.
Yes.
That got
Some people are doing the renovation, no?
because that got fire.
Yes.
Now we shifted to a nearby place. In the same.
Again, you will come back?
Renovate this building. We have not yet come back. We are in the process of renovating that floor.
We want to dismantle total building.
Yeah, that was a proposal that but somehow
it's very difficult in Delhi. All are different types of.
The location is designed by it.
Dinesh Kumar, chairman, Dinesh Kumar tried. But guest room is also not good, our rooms are bad.
Old, very old. The thing is location is Very good. We'll construct, sir, one day you can put it. 10 floors building we construct. Minimum. Sir is also same. So we are three from the engineering staff college. Okay. We are having L1, L2, L3. Oh, all three. And also we are doing the third party quality control Jal Jeevan Mission. Doing some inspection activities for Jal Jeevan Mission, especially for HP, UP, Haryana. You are also our team, group 1. You are from? Your days last time came director. This key. Everybody ask me is the administrative staff college. This key is the engineering staff college. This is for the engineers only. So can we start? Yes, sir. Start. You're going to start with transport. Chief engineer. Even now, sir, administrative officer also come. The only one. Type of stakeholder we are building.
So,
I know, but it's
75 minutes निकाल for
Can we request all the groups to please assemble on their group table? The moderators are already on the table. They're holding up numbers. If you haven't found your table, please look for the moderator of your table. Group 9 is dissolved. Group 9 people can redistribute as per these 8 groups. No. Yeah, no. I think like.
This is the task which is given to us. This is the template we have to use, and he has already opened it. Already opened this. It is already open.
Those of us who are still outside for tea break, can we please reassemble for group work?
For L1 and L2 training. So for each stakeholder, we have to identify what could be the training he has to be given, what are the gap areas, and if at all we can.
The moderators are on the table. They will explain all the issues to you. Group number 9 is not there anymore, so please reassemble as per this list in 8 groups.
Started first stakeholder chief engineer, say for example, but he was talking about the administrative officer. Yes, administrative officer also. We can start.
The idea is that right now we'll have a preliminary discussion. Overnight we can either right now or overnight we can put our points together, and tomorrow morning we'll have a presentation in front of the entire larger group. If you have any doubts, please talk to the moderators. If moderators have any doubts, you can always talk to me. Thank you.
Working on the presentation. Now we typing, you can we can make it present it in the white format or PPT, whatever. Next, SC. Let's you first you hierarchy. Take the stakeholders. How many stakeholders are there? Correct. Next, roller. Executive engineer.
chief engineer and engineering chief officer the additional secretary.
हम क्या बैठने का administrative बैठने का? Administrative officer. अरे और ना हो Yeah, sure. Then have one copy. This is the template we have to use. This is the template we have to. Oh, this is a blank format. You can take this from there. Oh, that's also blank. This is tax page. This is a black one. అదే మీరుంటే మాకు ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది అనుకున్నాము. మా తరఫున అంతా నువ్వే మాట్లాడేది. మేము మాట్లాడద్దు, మీరే మాట్లాడితే బాగుండదు. మీరు
చెక్కేద్దామని చూస్తున్నారు. రేపు ఎట్లాగూ అసెంబ్లీ అయినాక ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు కదా దగ్గరికి.
మీరా? ఓకే, వెళ్ళండి.
ఇక్కడే ఉంటుంది స్టడీ.
ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది? అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ ఆఫీసర్. ఓకే, వెరీ గుడ్. నిన్న అక్కడే పోయినట్టున్నారు. మీరు ఏ ఫ్లైట్కి వచ్చారు? మీరు ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ లో కనిపించింది మాకు. మా ఫ్లైట్నా? మాకు ఫ్లైట్ లో కనిపించలేదు మీరు. ఓకే ఓకే. మీరు నరేష్ అన్నాడు మేడం కనిపించింది కానీ మనకు ఫ్లైట్ లో కనిపించలేదు. మాకు కనిపించలేదు ఎవరికి. అవునా? నీకు కనిపించిందా మేడం ఫ్లైట్ లో? పక్క పక్కలో వచ్చినాము, విండో పక్కల. నేను 23. బట్ 29 అంటే మేడం కనిపించలేదా? ఏంది భలే ఉన్నా. చెప్పిండు, మేము కూడా చెప్పిండు, మేడం కూడా వచ్చింది సార్ అన్నాడు. అంటే వస్తుండొచ్చు లేదు, మనకు అనిపించలేదు. అంటే మేము అనుకున్నాం సరే వేరే వెళ్ళిపోండి, అదే ఇంపార్టెంట్. పోండి, రేపు వచ్చి మీకు ఎంతసేపు చూసుకుంటే అయిపోయాయి. కాకపోతే నువ్వు ఉంటే కొంచెం ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఇస్తున్నాం. సార్, let us what are the training gaps for the L1? That is, I mean, yes, especially those who are involved in L1. That is
done L1.
L1, you are all L1, EIC and L2, L1. Now we are starting for L1. Correct. First L1 is the stakeholders, is administrative officers, the government level, that GO issue authority, and next chief engineer. Will come next chief engineer. First, what are the training gaps for the administrative officers?
I think even you have to add the finance officers also there. I don't know whether you have identified.
Finance will not come there because.
But then, see, if they don't know how to,
Be sensitive.
if they don't know how the panchayats operate.
Administrative officer is nothing but here we will take the only morning madam is him, no, Mr. Secretary, finance secretary. Because of that release of the main. We need to sensitize that. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. First payments important. Release of payments very important. At least after submission of the whatever the bank guarantees already we are giving, no. Everybody agrees that.
Identified. I think you Harish, there. Guidelines, what does financial guidelines say, and then they are not aware of.
No, they are aware of the financial guidelines. Not that they are not aware of it. That can't be actually, because they have to abide by GFR only. So we can't say that they can deviate from the. We cannot tell them that how to deviate from the GFR.
No, it's not about.
We can say that they should know the importance and the
one challenge which came forward was the entire tendering and e-procurement process. Tendering and e-procurement process. That I think should be one of the topics in the training which we are funding. The procurement process of onboarding of vendors, I think that should be highlighted.
Yeah, but you mean to say they are not trained in that?
They are not aware of the.
Are you sure? We are talking about the joint secretary, financial advisor, and we are saying they are not aware of the tendering process, and that is tendering process job is belongs to only chief engineers. They are not bothered about the only administrative officers. They will issue the GOs, identification of the project, and they will use the GO and finance. That is finance is very important. The finance is how to look after. I think we are not very much open-minded because we are attacking our problems. We are facing the problem of the, dispersing the funds by the JJM. So we are targeting that training, isn't it? We should be open-minded. We cannot say that we will teach them on financial issues. Financial law,
Administrative officer.
Administrative officer and sanctioning of projects. So that is not our job. In fact. Training L1 lo
aware financially కాదు వాళ్ళకి బేసిక్ గా ఈ గైడ్ లైన్స్ జేజేఎం గైడ్ లైన్స్ దే హావ్ టు బి
Agreed. Absolutely. I do agree with you. So we will not talk about the financial.
Yes,
rules.
let's say-
So JJM guidelines. I do agree with that.
JJM guidelines and two is about the KRC system itself.
Absolutely agree.
The KRC
Absolutely.
system. Why should they send their officers? And you need to sensitize them on this importance of these
Correct.
KRCs. And then also,
Correct.
write them on this. కింద పెట్టండి. ఒకటేమో JJM guidelines, ఒకటేమో KRC. The bullet points. KRCs and need for training.
State level.
State level is not required. Who will give the, release the funds? State level, not state level, no?
Like KRC. Will be organized for L1 training program. Sensitization on
Perfectly fine. Agreed.
Sir, now you can say JJM guidelines. You are also
collaborative approaches. With the KRC and community-based institutions. వాళ్ళతో కూడా కలిసి పనిచేయాలనే విషయం వీళ్ళకి కొంచెం తెలియాలి కదా, వాళ్ళకి ఇంపార్టెన్స్ వాళ్ళకి ఫైనాన్స్ దాంట్లో నుంచి వస్తాయి డబ్బులు చేయాలి అని.
ఇక్కడ ఇంకా రాలే పాయింట్స్. నువ్వేం చేస్తావు ఒక్కొక్క దానికి ఒక బుల్లెట్
ఇంకా దీని మీద కూడా కావాలి సార్ మనకి ట్రైనింగ్. 73rd అమెండ్మెంట్ లో వాళ్ళకి ఏం ఫైనాన్షియల్ పవర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, కమ్యూనిటీస్ ఏం చేయగలిగితే వాళ్ళని ఎట్లా సపోర్ట్ చేయాలనే విషయం కూడా రావాలి. Jointly work with KRC approaches to jointly work with KRC and KRCs and community-based institutions or ISAs కూడా ఇది కూడా పెట్టాలి. ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ సపోర్ట్ ఏజెన్సీ KRCs పక్కన
పబ్లిక్
comma betti ISAs. Isn't it? They also have to know that they have to work together with implementation.
I think one more topic which we need to be sensitized is the entire process of this KRC training delivery mechanism, right from this approval of the center, then approval of state, engagement of state, that needs to be highlighted to them. Because at present in West Bengal, for example, we are facing the issue, they are saying the state will give the approval, the center will give the approval. While the mandate from center is that state has to give the approval. So clear cut, methodology has to be imparted to them, that training has to be imparted. Sensitization.
What is for the, this is not only for all the administrative officers, including, we are talking about the financial guidance. So they are saying that training gap, all put together. Financial, correct, related officials.
Why don't we categorize the officials of L1? I mean, can we do that?
That can be applicable even L2 also. So we are saying people who are involved in administration.